It's like you don't want any
wrong. You want evidence to support you.
No, you're not.
Look,
if there's no
if
there's no evidence in a court case, now they have to prove that you're guilty.
Jetstream, is DUI a traffic violation?
Yeah.
Look it up.
Okay.
So Lutch, I agree with you, right? You like, there's been situations, right, where when I was younger, right, we'd get pulled over, and I was with a whole group of friends, and one of them has weed or something, and the cop's like, "Yo, just tell me the truth, man." And he says, "Yeah, I got some weed on me," and the cop would be like, "All right, man, just whatever, get out of here, don't drive reckless or whatever," and they let us go. We could have sat there and said, "Yo, this is against our Fourth Amendment right. Go, you have no right to search us, blah 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 blah." But if he would have found the weed, he would have got in trouble. So
exactly, there are times where cooperating is actively going to benefit you.
You don't know.
No, I'm not saying
the American system.
No, bullshit. Throw that out.
You don't cooperate.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
That's completely bullshit. Right? I'm not saying, you are assuming every single police officer is out there to fuck you over, along with every court and every judge. That's radical. That's an extremist point of view.
No, it's not.
Yes,
dude.
it is.
This isn't even being political. I'm just you don't know how our justice system works.
You sound like a liberal to me.
Are you a political extremist who is against the judicial system, or are you a paranoid schizophrenic? Because if you actually believe this, you can only be one or the other.
Go talk to a fucking any lawyer. Like the point of our judicial system is to prove guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's no evidence, there's no guilt to be proven. So providing even the
did you look it
evidence.
Up yet?
Yes, but
did you look it up?
Refusal.
Did you look it up yet? Is a DUI a traffic violation?
That can't be interred. There's no evidence.
Yes, it can.
Because
the Supreme Court held that if you are arrested, which you will be if you don't cooperate at all, refusing a breathalyzer is in of itself a crime. You are committing an additional crime because you refuse to cooperate whatsoever. So cool, now you have two charges, one that you can inarguably be proved against you, and one that you can't disprove. Genius.
But there are times to where you want to flex your rights too. Like,
absolutely.
I remember this other situation where some people just did a beer run at the gas station, right? And my friend, there was a group of us, and he just picked me up. And we're going down the back street, and the cops pull us over, right? And my friend had, drugs on him and shit like that.
I mean, this is all conjecture, so
the cop pulls me out the back seat, kicks my legs open, and I say, "Hey, this is a violation of my Fourth Amendment right?" And then he backs off and lets me go. And we, they don't find the drugs on my friend because I flexed my rights, and they knew it was going to fly with the rest of us. So
also to Turtz's little peanut gallery comment, so DUIs count as a traffic law depending on the state and the blood alcohol level. So again, your little gotcha.
So is it a criminal offense? Hang on, can you get?
It depends on the state. Hang on, it depends on the state, bro.
Okay, Jet, can you get a felony for a traffic violation?
I'd have
reckless driving is a crime too.
Yeah, if you're double the limit.
And it depends.
If you're going double the speed, it's no longer a traffic violation. It's a criminal offense.
Your little gotcha is it's determining on each fucking state.
It's pretty fucking important because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But you don't either because you thought that the DUIs blanketed were criminal offenses, which in some states they are traffic. No, in some states they are.
In every single state, is it possible to get a felony DUI?
I'd have to look into each. I'd have to look at each state, but again, the legislation is determined by
every
each state.
Yes,
every single state.
Every single one of them.
Single state has different.
I don't believe one state. I don't believe you can find a municipality where you can get a felony for a traffic violation either. To be honest.
Correct.
Yeah,
Because they're traffic violations.
If you're going certain
So-
limits over the speed limit and stuff.
So if an officer is investigating and has reasonable suspicion that you're committing a criminal act and you decline to cooperate, is that a crime?
Let me answer that for you. According to the stupid laws that you guys set up, yes, it is.
It's almost like saying no to the breathalyzer is now in and of itself a crime.
If you reject an officer,
if they
if
have
they took-
reasonable suspicion, it's almost like you're not cooperating with a police investigation.
This is the thing.
And that is a crime.
This is like things that you fucking pieces of shit supported. A system where if you a system where if you don't comply to an officer, that's a crime, and you can get arrested
Okay,
and locked up
but
for
let's
that.
be fair here, right? We have to strike a middle ground.
Well, fuck
And
yourself.
No, bullshit, all right? I'm not completely disagreeing with Jetstream. You do want to utilize your rights when it will benefit you. Absolutely. And it's important not to hand all of your rights over to any court of law, any judicial system, or any police officer. They are there to benefit you just as much as they are a detriment to the officers. Okay? But at the same time, we have to strike a middle ground between effective enforcement of law and effective utilization of an individual's rights.
If you're suspected of DUI, like you might as well just fucking like talk to a lawyer like ASAP. And I guarantee you, they're going to tell you to refuse field sobriety and fucking refuse like any sort of thing because the absence of evidence is better than having some evidence.
Hang on, you do understand that all a cop has to really do is go, I don't know, Judge, I smelled alcohol coming from the car, and guess what? That's just factual at that fucking point.
Here's a bigger question.
That's just all there is fucking to it.
They have to pull you over in the first place.
Here's a bigger question.
They need to determine that. Like, if you cross a fucking yellow line, or you don't stop the stop sign, or you fail to stop before you turn right at the red, it's all fucking takes. They pull you over, right?
Here's a bigger minor traffic violation is then RAS for something like a DUI.
And then you guys bitch and complain about this.
No. The bigger question is: does anybody in here, any American, really have an issue with cops stopping someone if they think they're under the influence? And if you're not under the influence, and if you're not under the influence and you haven't been drinking, and they ask you, is it okay to do a breathalyzer? Would any of you mind doing a breathalyzer if you know you haven't been drinking and you know you're okay?
I wouldn't mind.
No, I wouldn't mind because I don't drink.
Exactly. The only ones who do mind are the people who do drink and drive.
Who cares? Like, you should still know your rights.
What do you mean? Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? Like, I don't
cares
care.
if people drink and drive? What a stupid fucking statement.
I'm saying that like the point is he's trying to do like this moral argument, but like you obviously should know your rights as like an American citizen. Like, whatever. If you can game the system, that's a problem with the legislation, but you should still understand.
If you can drink and drive and get away with it, you should probably do it.
Yeah, everybody should drink and
That's
drive.
literally what you just said.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. That's essentially what you just said, bro. What the fuck?
Who cares?
What?
Bro, you know people lose families from that shit. Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure anyone who's had a member of their family.
I have an uncle. I have an uncle who was killed 4 years ago from a drunk driver.
This is the thing. This is the thing, right? Like, I feel like your position
happens all the time.
Hold on. I think your position is immoral because you're saying your position is I rather get away with drinking and driving and putting people's lives at risk because my rights are paramount to the safety of everything within our society. This is the thing. Right? I think that's a very selfish and immoral
We
position.
should not have.
I agree with that. And unfortunately, this is why we need police officers for this stupid fucking reason alone that you guys are describing.
What? Because people will inevitably break laws.
We shouldn't have the Fifth Amendment either. Sorry.
Unbelievable.
Why not? Why not? It benefits the police. I just want to suck police cock, dude. Give it to me now. Like I don't care.
Are you really going to use the bootlicker
It's also worth mentioning that blood tests and breathalyzers aren't testimonial and therefore do not come under the Fifth Amendment. But okay.
Oh, but I'm just saying that, like,
I can tell that you have never once been in a situation where you actually physically needed the police to save your life or to save a loved one's life. because that's the only kind of person that would have a stance like that.
I mean, I have police friends, but like at the end of the day, like I know my rights. Like I don't know what to tell you. And like
I'm not talking about knowing your rights. I'm talking about the statement that you just made about quote unquote sucking police dick.
Let's have some decorum.
Because you are getting mad about a breathalyzer.
I have lawyer friends, and I've talked to them about like the best course of action for like specific scenarios. And like I just listened to what they told me. Like I'm sorry, like you guys can keep gurgling police cock, but like my lawyer friends, they told me like if I'm ever in this situation, that situation, whatever, this is what you do.
Guys, I totally have a friend who's a lawyer.
You're gonna gurgle judge cock when they fucking get a warrant for your fucking blood sample. There's nothing you're gonna be able to do about that. Dude, this is gonna be forcibly inserted in your mouth, and you won't be able to do it. Like, you won't have any fucking choice, dude.
My bunkmate, whenever I was in basic training, was a fucking lawyer.
Jetstream,
you know,
Jetstream. I don't think minimizing our argument to us being like bootlickers, right, is good faith, because we've given you examples, especially Lutch, right, where he's saying certain incidences it's beneficial to use your rights, and it's not in some situations. Right, there's the argument is nuanced here. It's not you must be loyal to the cops and
I'm just telling. No, I get that, but I'm just saying that like it's still like right. We have rights as American citizens. We can agree or disagree, but like utilizing those rights to, even if you were in the wrong, to benefit yourself like that, that's just your right as an American citizen. Like I hate
American citizens. Yeah, what a joke.
Again, right? And like I said, I don't wholly disagree with you, but there's a time and a place. You have to know that there are going to be situations where basically just being arrogant and going, I know my rights, I'm not going to talk to you, I'm not going to cooperate, I'm not going to work with you.
If I'm suspected
it's going
of a
to
crime,
be detrimental.
If you're ever suspected of a crime, do not talk to police at all. It's as simple as that.
Okay, suspicion and probable cause are two different things. You do understand.
Here's the thing. You should rephrase that. If you're guilty and you're accused of a crime, don't talk to the police.
No, I'm saying at all.
If you're guilty and you're accused of a crime,
if you are ever,
that's ridiculous. If a cop's trying to get you on a crime, then I would best advise to quit talking to him.
Yep.
Yeah. You say I'd love to. Here's what you do. I'd love to help with your investigation. However, on my legal counsel, I waive my Fifth Amendment right. And
you don't have to be.
You don't waive them. You enforce your Fifth Amendment right. What?
It's not waive, but I invoke my Fifth Amendment.
But you don't even know the line.
Trying to speak legalese when he doesn't know words.
I'm just gonna say the wrong thing.
People speaking in this fucking room because nobody listens to each other. This is great.
You don't need to.
Bro, are you okay, Shadow? You seem real angry.
Look at how normal you guys. Look how perfectly normal you guys are.
Fucking angry.
Are you okay?
Go watch your Yu-Gi-Oh, buddy. Go watch your fucking Yu-Gi-Oh.
Who's this Shadow guy, and why does he sound so angry?
I don't know. Why is he so mad?
His Yu-Gi-Oh streams aren't working or something.
For some reason, right? Just saying that the police have a job to do, even if we don't always agree with them, means that we're the reason this shit exists. I don't get it. Like, Shadow, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
What the fuck is going on?
Yo, Turks, what do you think about New York, right? And that, when they were doing the stop and frisk thing.
I think stop and frisk is kind of fucked up.
It is, but it did reduce reduce, crime and stuff like that.
I agree, but I don't think we should be,
Yeah, that goes in on
violating the Constitution to reduce crime either.
If you locked everyone in a prison camp, there would be no crime, right?
Yeah, right.
So, like,
right. It's just illogical.
Help the police officer get frisked, bro.
I get it, right? And I totally agree. But do you think there's certain circumstances to where a place can be so crime ridden that, and I know you guys are going to hate this, to where you do have to compromise a little bit when it comes to your rights in order to protect the well-being of the public?
Like martial law?
I think if a judge signs a warrant, I don't give a fuck, right?
Who decides when an area reaches that point?
Like you need better investigation and connection between the courts to get warrants enforced.
Stop and frisk was essentially Judge Dredd. It's fucked.
Yeah, stop and frisk is just the issue with it is it can be used as a
way to profile
a racial thing or how you dress depending how they stop you. Like if you're wearing a suit and tie, you could have like 2 guns on you. But it goes, I don't need to stop him. If someone has like a black hoodie on, some baggy jeans, and why? Oh, let's stop. That's the issue with it. Is who would it get more of that versus someone who could be innocent and look, but they don't look innocent. It's someone who is guilty and stuff. It's not a good thing.
Because the kid
could turn into a racial thing. It could turn into a lot of bullshit.
No, I think it's oftentimes an issue of
our
class.
justice system is the backbone of American society, whether you want to admit it or not. And I'm not willing to sacrifice our justice system in the name of fucking. No, we're not doing it.
I agree.
I don't know, dude. If you don't have to talk to the cops, well, you probably just shouldn't talk to cops. Like if you're ever suspected of crimes, like it's as simple as that.
I don't disagree.
For your own benefit.
You don't need to talk to the cop. If you're pulled over for DUI and he smells the Jack Daniels coming off of you, you don't need to talk to him. He can still get you on fucking probable cause.
You should still refuse field sobriety.
Do what you're gonna do, dude.
I would consult your lawyer, but like in most states, it is best to refuse.
I got a question. What if you're like, you're walking down the street and the cops, pull you over and say, "We suspect you of being part of a robbery," right? And you had nothing to do with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you sit there and be like, "Hey, I need to get my lawyer," or would you be like, "Yo, I had nothing to do with it"?
No,
what are you gonna say to make him stop thinking that you do it? Like honestly, you could be like, "Oh, what? What are you gonna
fucking lawyer immediately?"
Yeah, say get my lawyer.
Yeah, if they came out of left field, hey, you did this, I'm like, no, I need a lawyer ASAP.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Like cops would be a little bit sneaky though. I mean, they're not gonna they're not gonna upfront accuse you of something. Oftentimes they'll just sit there and they'll kind of have a conversation with you about it and slowly drag you in. But you gotta be on like high alert and be able to catch that. And as soon as you notice that, shut down.
But I think isn't there certain circumstances to where they'll take you down to the police station, interview you, and then just let you go?
No, I'm a lawyer before I do any interviews with the police. I don't care.
You can be detained for no fucking reason up to 72 hours legally, right?
Yeah.
Patriot Act, baby. That's retarded.
It is pretty retarded, yeah.
It is, but that's just what it actually is. Like, we can bitch about it, but that's just what it is.
For 72 hours, I'd say either get me a lawyer or I'm not talking. I suppose that's what I would say if I was in there, right?
Right.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I would sit there and be like, "Yo, I had nothing to do with it. I was at this house right there."
So you're gonna start talking, and then you're gonna fuck a story up that you have to repeat later in court, and then all of a sudden they're gonna crack you down on shit.
They got you.
I'm telling you, man. If you're being interrogated by the police and you're not pulling a lawyer, you deserve to lose. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, can they say like, "Oh, inconsistencies with his story means that he's guilty"?
They do say that a lot, don't they?
I mean, I've heard that. But
why even risk it, bro? Why even risk it? Dude, as I stated earlier,
the point about the police, bro. We gotta teach the public about this.
As I stated earlier, the best
thing blazing.
The point of the court system is to prove guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So, like, if they have no evidence, that's on them. Don't even give them anything, dude.
Correct.
Yeah, but if you lie about your story, let's say you said you're at this guy's house and they found out you were like shopping or something. Now they're going to be like, "Oh, so you're lying about this. What else are you lying about?" And they're going to keep probing and probing and probing and probing. And A, nobody wants to deal with that because who the fuck wants a cop on their ass talking 24/7? And B, you might lie about something else on accident. Now they got more dirt. Now they might find something else out. Whatever the fuck. That's the whole point. Like, don't let them fish when they don't have a right to fish.
What if you don't lie and your story stays consistent? Won't they just let you go?
You don't understand.
Why even risk it?
No, I understand. But I just want to know if there's a lot more nuance to it. And I actually agree with you.
I can tell you why. Because you're probably not intelligent enough to outsmart an interrogation crew. That's all I have to say.
You're actually innocent and you're telling the truth. Yeah, that's the scenario.
Our interrogation system.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You don't have to be smart enough
well.
You don't have
to. Like, these guys do this shit for a living. You're going to lose that conversation in there. Like online debating like this is already going to be smoked.
I've taken a read interrogation techniques course before. And I'm telling you right now, like the entire purpose of it is to literally basically reaffirm my line of questioning. So like don't even do it. Like if you're on the opposite end of it, the best way, literally the guy that was teaching the course, he said the most effective way to beat this line of questioning is not even fucking engage with it. Because it's literally there to basically reaffirm my belief.
To break
it's
you
bullshit.
down, basically.
Yeah, but like Provoke said, like you're not beating it, you're just telling the truth. Like if you're innocent, right? That's the scenario.
But the point that like this has happened before where like the dumber people, I'm not saying anybody here is, but like there's been like stupid people and like the police line of questioning again is predatory. Like look it up, the Reed interrogation and interviewing techniques. And so like they're basically
also,
eventually gonna amp it up and they're gonna start blaming you. And how you word that, you're basically just jeopardizing yourself.
Yeah, I get
don't
that.
even do it.
What if they're like,
the right answer is to just say lawyer.
But
I mean, there's roughly 50,000 a year
I've been
of
trying
false
to motherfucking
convictions.
say something for the past 5 minutes. God damn. Anyways, so the thing is, right? Like, what if your story's consistent? What if are they still going to be like, oh yeah, we suspect this guy, so we're going to keep him in jail until the court date?
But
yeah, just don't even engage.
What I'm asking is, there's no chance of them letting you go if your story's consistent.
Well, okay, so
there is a
my
chance.
point
Like,
was,
there's a chance like you can totally be let go.
All right.
That's all I was
Blazing,
trying
to answer your question, if they haven't charged you with something within 72 hours, that's it. Like they have to fucking let you go.
Yeah.
So at the 72-hour mark, you just say, what have you charged me with? If you haven't done anything, lawyer or let me go.
Go talk to a lawyer and like ask them this, and they'll say the exact same thing. And every lawyer is going to tell you do not engage with the police if they suspect you of a crime. It's just how it is. I'm sorry. Like I know
your lawyer
you can respect police. I respect police officers, but what I'm at the end of the day, it's like they're there to do a job that can potentially fuck my life over.
I got a brother.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. It is a job, right? Like when you say like the interview process is predatory, right? Are they just trying to like get someone innocent locked up? Like, oh, we got to catch somebody. Fuck it if this guy's innocent.
Hey, it doesn't matter, bro.
They've done it before.
I don't think they do it necessarily sometimes, but it does happen though.
I love how there's people that will sit here and immediately assume that police officers are bad no matter what, and then they'll sit here and defend people like this Khalid Malik, whatever the fuck is their sympathizers, and assume that he's innocent.
Nobody's saying
that's literally exactly what all of you are saying.
No one's saying that.
That's such a fucking straw man of like every single argument stated in the past 10 minutes.
I mean, they have a point, right? Like, yeah, some police practices are predatory. That's fair. But I'm saying, is the police officer himself predatory, right? Like, can he tell, like, oh, yeah, this kid is obviously innocent, but, like, oh, well, he said the wrong thing. I'm going to go after him.
Why do the police ask you if you want legal counsel when they arrest you? Can anybody answer that question? I mean, I can tell you why.
It's Miranda
They just tell you your Miranda rights. They don't ask you. They tell you.
Yeah, they have to because you need
Why
representation.
do they have to?
Because it's your right.
So you don't talk to the cops and say the wrong thing.
Because someone was denied due process.
The cops say the wrong thing. They have to like literally let you know that, so that way you can get legal counsel from somebody who actually knows what they're doing and handling the police, so that you can save your own ass. Essentially, it's really that simple.
I know that some people like want to, like, it's like the back the blue thing. But like, dude, I'm just saying. No, I support police, dude. I've been
we're not saying you're anti-cop, right? We're not saying that, no.
Well, this Marky Mark guy is trying to.
Whatever,
dude, I've
bro,
been in the military for 8 years. A lot of my friends are fucking police.
I was in the military for fucking 6.5. What the fuck are you getting at?
If I came into contact with any of my friends that were on duty as police officers and they suspected me of a crime, I'm lawyering up immediately. Like it's in my best interest.
Well, yeah, because they know you and they know you probably did it. But sorry, I couldn't resist.
I mean, that's a good example, right? I don't know. Like, let's say your friend was like, I don't know, knew you were innocent, but they said, well, you fucked up on the interview, so fuck it, we're gonna try to arrest you now. Like, that's like the scenario I think we're trying to get at.
If they're just collecting evidence, and it just so happens that like some maybe
the whole argument is that they're inherently bad people, and that they're gonna pin you with a crime. That was your entire argument.
Nobody. When did who said that?
You were literally making that argument earlier.
No,
this is a shit rage bait.
That was the exact argument you were making.
No, it wasn't. It's that the system inherently is
when you literally said when you're being interrogated, they're going to spin your defense and say you're guilty to reaffirm their suspicions. That's what you were saying.
The Reed interrogation techniques in interview, or the Reed interrogation and interview techniques is inherently predatory. How they teach. How they teach interrogation.
You're literally repeating what I'm saying in different words.
Marky, listen. Literally,
I'm not saying you shouldn't get a fucking lawyer. I'm just saying your entire argument is based off the fact that you're saying police officers are bad.
A criminal investigation unit is obviously trying to pin somebody they suspect as a crime down on that crime. That literally is what they're doing. That's their job, is to incriminate you. And if they think you did something, they're going to try to incriminate you on said thing. It is inherently predatory.
And you guys keep forgetting. I keep trying to mention this. We get 50,000 false confessions every year in America. That's 50,000 people that faked confess to something because of interrogation shit. Probably shit they shouldn't have probably been talking about, right? You know, like
on top of that, that's not on the people. That's not on the individuals doing that. That's just literally systematic. That is how our police system or law enforcement.
If you think you're criminal, you think they're not going to try? Like, what do you think? What do you want them to do? If they think somebody like murdered somebody, you think they're just like not going to give a fuck and trying to get the guy to confess to it?
Yeah, like, man, you want a donut? Yeah, you want a donut, bro? Yeah, let's just sit and talk. It's like, no, dude. Like they're trying to literally manipulate you.
How the fuck else are you going to convict somebody? You have to try to get them to confess to whatever, or get them to admit to something.
We get it. So let's try to change up the framing of it, right?
So would you guys? Would you guys say there's a need for police reform then?
I mean, not necessarily. Like, again, they're doing their job.
I think there's a need for judicial reform.
If Jetstream's framing of like predatory is it like it's like
I agree. There's a need for judicial reform, but
the entire argument is that you're saying that police are predatory.
No, I'm saying that their interrogation techniques are inherently
criminal investigation units. Yes, yes, they are.
I would argue that like the Reed interrogation.
What's the bigger issue? Police misconduct or overcharging?
Is probably antiquated. I agree that they could probably.
I'm not mad about it at all.
Adjustments.
I think that's their job to do. I think criminal investigations should try to get people to confess, but you should also know your rights in getting a fucking lawyer.
When you're framing it as predatory, it's like they're trying to do their job, right?
No,
like,
but like,
maybe like the interrogation method is so good that like someone who's completely innocent, like Pravok was saying, you could still catch them. Like, oh, you said you were here, but you were here this day.
Read techniques.
Tell me what is good predatory. What can be good that is predatory?
I'm not against it. Like I said, I literally am not against it.
No, I'm asking Jetstream specifically. Name something that is predatory that is good.
I mean, I would argue that their interrogation techniques are good, but like I'm just saying to the average person, it is not good because like I said, it's
who are these people interrogating? They're interrogating average people.
If you just did not commit a crime and you were thrown into a fucking interrogation booth and you just started fucking talking, good luck, dude. That's all I'm going to tell you. Like, good luck.
And I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying the framing that you're trying to make it out that all cops are fucking predatory, which is what you were saying earlier. That is what you were saying earlier.
I said commenting so hard, dude. Like, incredible.
Is this like a reading comprehension? I'm
actually going to start recording these conversations with you, Jetstream, because you fucking roll this shit back so much.
I'm talking about techniques. I'm talking about the procedures and how they conduct it, not the individual people.
I would say there are reasons that a cop would do an interview with someone, though, other than them suspecting him of a crime. If you say you have a solid alibi, you say, hey, I was at a club somewhere when this event happened.
No.
Written statement on a car crash. Like, I'll give a cop a written statement on a car crash that I seen. I got no problem doing that.
Well,
you know
Jetstream.
Like the other day,
wait. Jetstream, you're saying don't do that, right? But what if he's like, what if they're like, oh, we suspect you of robbery, right? And he's like, I was at the club, and they go to the club and check the camera and say, okay, he was there.
No, I'd say I just wouldn't talk to him.
Yeah, but I mean, you're doing the hypothetical, right? Like, okay, this is bulletproof. Like, what are they going to do then?
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, they go check out the club. Like, oh, he was here at this time. Robbie here at this time. He couldn't have been there.
Yeah.
Why even risk it?
At this point, I'd probably be free to leave. And if I'm not free to leave, then I need a lawyer.
Jetstream, risk what? You're innocent.
Yeah, but why
and
risk
proof that you were there?
Also, I'd like to say, if you're in interrogation and the police are not allowing you to leave, if you ask them, "Can I get up and leave this interrogation?" and they look at you and say, "No," you need to get a lawyer. I promise you.
Right.
Dude,
I assure you.
I hope none of you interact with police. Like, I'm sure you guys are good people, but like,
again,
you guys are gonna get fucking destroyed in the court system.
Again, no one is.
I mean, these are not. Most people
No
are
one's
interacting
no
with
one
police
no
like
one
that.
is saying not to get a
Nobody's
cop.
disagreeing with you. You should talk to the police on your own, all right? Like
Dude,
you
at
said,
least
we
get a public
understand that
defender.
Your job, but we're saying in this hypothetical, you have a bulletproof alibi.
I don't care. No, I'm not gonna. I don't care. I'm never. Even if
you're
I
in an
had,
interrogation room, in that case, you definitely want a lawyer.
dude.
Go to my
Yes.
the other day, a
What
cop
do we
came to my
not
front
understand
door
about criminal
because
investigation?
Yeah,
they
like
found some
I don't.
kids and they didn't know where their parents were. My
I could
wife
have-
knew where their parents were, so they said, "Hey, this is the house that they live in."
I could be
Just 'cause the
streaming
cops
the
interview you
entire.
does not mean.
I could be streaming the entirety of my events to prove it, and you know what? I'm still not going to talk to a police officer without a lawyer.
Because they're what?
The system inherently is trying to
It's
incriminate-
predatory.
Not
Like
the
I was saying
individual-
earlier.
not the individuals. the
Yeah, I don't
system
agree with this.
That's
I
literally what you were fucking saying. That everyone's saying a fucking straw man, but here we are. You're fucking
do you
saying
wear
it
a
again.
seatbelt when you drive?
Can you actually like give it like an actual disagreement to this?
Fucking
Instead of
I'll-
your serious position?
Here, I'll give one on his back.
I got a hypothetical.
That this guy's saying that
Hold on,
police
let
are
Church go.
inherently
Church, what were you gonna say?
predatory. Somewhat.
Okay, it's not
That's my
inherently
entire
predatory. An inherently predatory system would be guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
Okay,
lot
you
more
can-
nuanced.
I mean,
to
I
that
don't-
point, hold on. When it's
Those are free on YouTube, by the way. So I mean, I don't know. Go watch them.
Thank you for coming to my TED talk. That was actually very simple. I don't know why nobody said it.
Well, I mean, that's the point, though. Like, I'm assuming the police are treating it as if you're guilty. That's the whole point of the interrogation, right? They're trying to see.
Well, they're trying to gather evidence, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they don't really care if you're guilty. If you have information that could lead to the person, they're going to interrogate you.
They're looking for confessions, and whether you answer that,
They're
that
looking for
winds up-
information.
No,
What? Exactly. That's the verbiage you're using. You're assuming that they are being predatory by the very verbiage that you're
because
using.
they
You just
are.
said they're looking for a
The
confession.
scenario we're talking about is literally sitting in a criminal investigations room, getting interrogated by police officers on a crime. If you don't get a lawyer, or if you're even attempting to make an argument to not get a lawyer for that, you do not know what you're talking about. Go and speak to any lawyer in America. Any lawyer worth salt will tell you you need to call a lawyer immediately.
We're not
Every
saying.
single.
We're not.
Marky
saying
Mark is
that
just
getting
like,
a
dude, you're
lawyer-
anti-police, dude.
Hold
This
on,
guy
wait,
fucking
wait.
sucks.
Jacob, we're not saying getting a lawyer is a bad idea, but what I'm saying is maybe there's
What's
certain
the argument?
circumstances. Hold on. Maybe there's certain circumstances where it's not necessary, depending on the on the severity of the crime.
I agree. Like there's certain circumstances where you're interacting with a cop where you do not need a lawyer. I totally agree. I gave an example, like a written statement on something I'd seen out in public that a cop just wanted to know about. I probably would give it. I have no problem doing stuff like that. But if I'm in an interrogation room, in a criminal interrogation room, I need a lawyer. It's that simple.
I don't disagree. But you made it out to sound like if a cop walked up to you and said, "Hey, is that your white car over there?" and you just went, "Lawyer." Like, yeah, that's fucking crazy, right?
Not at all. I said the entire scenario was inside of an interrogation room.
I mean, it depends. I mean, if he's asking a question about my white car, like I'm gonna be like, "Am I being
And now we're at the
detained?"
core of it.
Well, I'm gonna say
No,
to
it-
earlier point too. I have seen like clips of like people getting interviewed and stuff like on YouTube where like police are like lying to the dude, like, "Oh yeah, we have like fucking a photo of you," or like
Turn it over.
him and shit.
I don't want that to be me. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that, man.
Dude, if
They have a photo of me
to
doing something I
Turtz's
wasn't
example of a
doing it.
police officer walking up, asking if something's my car, like, yeah, that's whenever you lawyer up, bro. They suspect you of something.
I was say if it ended up being like a white
See,
car
now
was a
we're-
murder,
now
was a
we're
murder
right at the
suspect's
core of
car,
what
you
I was
don't
saying
know with
earlier.
the guy with the white car,
Dude,
right?
you don't just scream lawyer. You go, "Why are you asking?" You're
No,
allowed
you
to
say-
ask questions back.
Well, exactly, but that's my point, though. Is like, oh, well, even
We're
then,
right at the core of what I was saying.
you can say, no, you can ask them, "Hey, am I being detained?" And then they're just like, "No, we're just asking blah blah."
Because you inherently think the
Explain-
police are predatory.
So do you not think that we can strike a balance where we
I just said earlier, but that was a straw man.
Of course we can. Like,
There are
it just depends on the
yeah,
vibe.
but I'm just trying to get it through, or at least get recognition, right, from Jetstream
Probably
and
not
the
gonna
other
happen.
dude, right? There are times, absolutely, where you want to play the fifth. You don't want to talk to them. You don't want to engage with them where you don't have to.
Dude, you don't know
just
American
want
law.
to seek.
I don't care what you have to say.
Dude, I'm talking to
Well,
you
we
about the
care-
Fifth Amendment.
we-
I clearly
we
have an
care what he
understanding
has
of
to
the
say.
American
We
Constitution.
care what he has to
We
say, and you're not the
care.
only motherfucker in the room. So shut the
Yeah.
fuck
Wait,
up
but
and let him talk.
You're appealing to the other guy then, because obviously that's
Absolutely.
been
Go ahead,
Jetson's point.
Lutches. Go ahead.
Right. At the end of the day, right, there are
Hey,
times.
you addressed your question to
don't
me,
wanna
and I said
talk
I
to them,
don't
Can you
care.
let him finish?
No, but he
There are
addressed
times
me.
where
I'm
you
just saying I
that's
don't
true.
care.
Shut the fuck up for
Let
2
him
seconds, dude.
Right, then I'll make a
never
point.
does. He
I'll make
doesn't
a
know how
point
to.
to the chat. Right, doesn't just have to be you. I bow down before you, Almighty. My
You addressed
apologies.
it to me, but
But
okay.
there are times, absolutely, where you want to use your rights, plead the fifth, don't engage. I agree. But if we want the police to remain effective or to be able to do any kind of investigation that's meaningful, there are times where you have to acknowledge, hey, am I just being difficult here? Am
That's
I
not my
being a
job.
thorn in their side? No,
That's not my
absolutely.
job.
You
I'm
don't
not
have to
getting paid to do
help them investigate yourself, but there are times where it is meaningful to cooperate or to talk to them. The way you phrased it and put it earlier, before that one recognition, was just never ever talk to them, ever, always out to.
Walks up to me and says, "Hey, is this bloody blah 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 blah?" And I'm like, "Dude, am I being detained? Why are you asking that?" And if they if they explain the reasoning why, and I know it's not because of a crime, okay, yeah, I can answer that.
Well,
but
Oh,
if
but you didn't-
if it's
you didn't
ever
say
for
that
like a
at
crime or
first.
anything, no, because I know how police officers approach and talk to people. Like I understand that the people aren't bad, right? But like how they're trained is to basically be as deceptive as possible, right? Because at the end of the day, you want to catch criminals, right?
Look,
You're
I'm cool with
reiterating
that.
again what I was saying.
I might have
No, I'm
a good
not.
example
You
here.
just said that. You just said it.
Being
Hold
deceptive.
on,
You think
hold on.
cops aren't being
I
deceptive?
gotta-
What does a detective do? Aren't they being
I got a
deceptive?
good-
What do you mean?
I got a good hypothetical.
That's inherent in their job.
I got a good-
How you for example, our interrogationists in our military
Okay,
are,
bro, we get
are
it.
inherently deceptive, right?
We get it,
And
we
you know
get it.
what? That's cool. That's how you track down terrorists.
said that
That's how
100
you
times.
that's how you gather sources. That's how you do all this other stuff.
Okay,
How
I got
police
a
can gather
hypothetical. I got a
Evidence for
hypothetical
court
for
is
the room.
inherently being deceptive. And it's like,
Now-
okay, I'm cool with that.
I have a non-hypothetical.
Play ball.
I got a hypothetical for the room. Okay, now let's say, right,
Oh my
there's a
God.
child molester going around in your neighborhood, and you know who it is, right? And the cops say, "Oh, you fit the description. We're gonna go interrogate you." Are you gonna be like, "Yo, I need a lawyer up immediately," or are you gonna be like, "Yo, I know who the fucking real child molester?"
Yeah, if I was being
This
suspected of
motherfucker
like
next
child
door to me-
molestation, I need a lawyer immediately, bro.
Yeah,
What are you talking
And then you
about?
can make a
Wait, hold
statement
on,
after.
wait,
What are you talking about, dude?
hold on, I didn't finish. Hold on, wait.
Just the other day, an officer came to my house.
Let's go get them
because
together, guys.
Wait,
They were surveying
wait.
the area.
Why is this a question?
Hold on,
Get
hold
him
on, bro.
finished.
Let me fucking finish.
They're not gonna
You
think
would-
you're just trying to
Hold on,
put it off
bro.
on someone else.
Hold
Like,
on,
they think
hold
they
on.
got the guy, man. They think
Can you shut the fuck up for a minute? Anyways, what if you're like, yo, I know exactly who this child predator is. This motherfucker's been doing this and this and this, and I got video evidence.
I know that. Yeah.
Hold
Why
on,
wouldn't you have turned it in before that? Is my question.
Yeah, that was.
I don't know. This is just
You
a
really
hypothetical. Okay.
already
Yeah,
knew
kind
about
of a
this
weak
guy.
one.
You're
In
just
that
being
hypothetical,
pedantic.
I would get a lawyer and then make a written statement to the cops with the lawyer's approval, saying that I think that this guy is the
Correct.
guy, is not me. That's how you would probably
Yes.
handle that.
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
just-
I'm saying.
people.
Yes.
There
I
are
just
times
hope-
that you will protect yourself, but still cooperate.
Yes, that's the whole
Yeah,
point.
you
You
can
can get a
do
lawyer
that.
and still
Okay,
cooperate. I don't know why you guys think that
We're
we
into
can't be
understanding
both.
then.
For 2 fucking seconds, can anyone here acknowledge that maybe lawyers are financially incentivized to say anytime a police officer talks to you, to ask for a lawyer? Do you think that they might have they might have a
Good
financial perverse incentive to say that?
Public defender.
Well, that's true.
Of course they do.
Not a
And
public
they also
defender.
just they also have that
saying
experience of
sure.
like people getting
I
fucked,
think it's good
and like not the
practice
experience
to
of
ask
people
for a
who just like
lawyer. I
went on
think
with
they're
their
just
day and
saying
nothing
a
happened.
common sense thing.
Oh,
It
absolutely,
does
it is a common sense thing. But every lawyer on planet Earth is going to say it because they have a financial incentive for you to call.
Yeah, but how many
It's also
people,
not.
how many
It's also
people got
not the
fucked
core
over?
of
They
the
recommend
argument
you
that
get
was
a
being
lawyer
made.
too.
The core of the
Like,
argument stems from the fact that people are claiming
not
that police are
moving
just
business
inherently
by-
predatory. which is not true.
That, bro.
It is.
That's literally what Jetstream's.
Yeah,
he literally said it right there.
Exactly what you guys are saying.
Yeah,
that's literally what he's saying, and you keep saying he's not, and he's said it like 6 times that he is.
I mean, you could
like I just told you, you could fucking lawyer up and still cooperate. Why does it have to be black and white? Why does it got to be either or?
There's situations where it's adversarial for sure.
It is situational. Everything's situational.
I'll give you a situational where it's kind of fucking stupid. Okay, an Amber Alert goes out. There's a missing child in your neighborhood. A little 4-year-old girl is missing, and the cop knocks on your door and says, "Hey, have you seen this 4-year-old girl?"
Yeah, you talk to the cops then.
Do you think it's
Right,
in your it's in your lawyer up interest to go take me down to the station and ask me questions?
But I will say this. No, but it goes back to this. If the guy had a white car or something, and I have a white car, I might fucking get a lawyer or not answer because I could. Make it look like me.
If he walks up to my fucking door asking me if I've seen this kid, no, I'm gonna lawyer up. I hate to break that. That's the worst goddamn excuse.
I'm saying for me it depends. I'm saying if they say, hey, you have a white car, the person we said has a white car, then I'd be more like, no, I'm not going to answer.
If a cop walks up to your fucking door and say, hey, have you seen this little kid?
I need a lawyer right now.
Like let's say you're like walking around outside already.
Realistically, what I would do is I would probably
it's more of a random
Why did he come to my house? All right, I need a lawyer.
I think Lex is correct in his assessment that Jetstream is pretty extremist because think about it. A cop, cop walks up to you and be like, "Hey, you seen this guy? I need a lawyer right now." Like what?
I mean,
that's not even reasonable,
bro. If there's if I see like if there's like a fucking mass shooting, cops are coming to my fucking door. And they're just saying like this, that, or the other, and I'm just like, I need a lawyer for this.
I need a lawyer right now.
Hold on, we're just completely changed the entire premise of the question. Well, hold on. A police officer walks up Jet, hold on. If you're having an interaction with a cop, in really almost no scenario outside of him detaining or arresting you would you say I need a lawyer. You would try to probably presume silence, and then. You know, if you ask them
honestly, even doing that would make you look more guilty.
Go ahead.
How would asking the cop if you're detained make you look more guilty?
No, not that. Immediately asking for a lawyer and or refusing to speak to them. For a simple question.
It's not even about looking guilty. It's about being unnecessary.
Why, like, bro? Listen, what I'm putting forward is if a cop is detaining me for something I know for a fact I have not done or otherwise even, I'm probably going to be like, okay, I'm probably going to plead the fifth, and I need to speak to a lawyer probably. Yeah, if the cop's trying to detain me and or arrest me, yeah, I would say so. Literally, the only case where I need a lawyer, from my perspective, is if I believe the police are trying to get me on something. That's it. If I think they're trying to get me on something, I'm gonna shut up and probably get a lawyer. If I think that they just need some help because something's going on and they just need some info or something, like I'll probably cooperate. I really don't got a problem doing that. It's only when I think that the cop is being predatory that I would then need a lawyer.
Which is kind of what we were saying on the other side from the get-go.
Right. That's called
striking
the balance.
I think Jetstream's position of like, oh, if a cop asks me one question, I'm gonna lawyer up is kind of schizo.
Right, like, dude, so Chet,
literally just the other day.
Think about the consequences of the cop going door to door saying, hey, the last time anybody saw this girl was in this area. Have you seen her? And you say, take me down to the station. I need a lawyer. And now this cop who's going door to door has now been pulled back to the fucking station, is no longer looking for the little girl.
It wastes.
That literally just happened the other day to me.
That's fucking nuts.
Again, there has to be a
balance. You're an anti-citizen at that point. You're going against the citizen, the citizen concept.
I'm anti-citizen. The virtue system.
That literally just happened to my wife earlier. These kids lost their parents in my neighborhood. My wife knew where the parents were. The officers came, was going door to door trying to find the parents. And my wife called them and said, "Hey, yeah, I know exactly where they are. They're at this house." And the kids went back home.
That's all. That's all that needs to be. That's it.
Yeah, I think there's no ridiculous to say that you should cooperate with the police in that situation.
Exactly.
Right, let's just make it like really simple. There are times where you want to protect yourself from the law and judicial system, and there are times where honestly, you are just being a fucking pain in the ass. Right? It's that.
You can stay in the UK, bro. You can stay in the
line
UK.
is so simple. The line is so simple. It's suspected of crime. If the answer is yes, lawyer. If no,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
No, and I agree with that. No, I agree with what you just said right there. Like if I assume if somebody's like fucking coming up asking for like, you know, this, that, or the other, and like they say I'm not suspected, that changes the dynamics drastically. But even then, depending on how serious it is, sometimes, you know, I just that's not my fucking concern.
If I was asked 20 questions and the cop's talking to me for 20 minutes acting weird, yeah, I might start to shut down a little bit and be like, okay, this is getting a little odd.
Right, where you then come over to our side of the argument.
I don't think someone's bad for not. I'll preface by saying someone's not a bad person for just saying that it's not their fucking business. Because you know what, our laws allow that, and like you using your rights, like that's not bad.
Yeah, but now you're you're also now potentially hindering an investigation.
That's not my fucking business.
Nobody is saying that you will be forced or have to engage.
Yeah, but I don't care about your little moral arguments. Hey, these are your rights. You're allowed to use them.
We want to hear what he's got to say, bro. Lutch, go ahead.
About the UK guy caring about some shit he doesn't even know about.
Shut up.
Again, right, I've already shown you in this conversation I have an understanding of the American Constitution and amendments. I absolutely do. I have family.
You can't help yourself.
Sadly, live in a shithole state that is California, but I understand the Constitution and what it's there for. All I'm saying is you are right. There are times where you want to defend yourself and use the Constitution to your benefit. Absolutely. Nobody's disagreeing. But you have admitted there are times where you will engage or will cooperate. And you started off saying, never ever talk to the police ever.
Yeah, if you're looking out purely, like, for example, if I decide, like, if there's like a police...
You've your argument like 5 times.
It's that simple.
Yeah, but if you were to state that you wanted to use a lawyer, that is probably the wisest thing, and you're never going to be convicted of a crime, or you're
never. Oh wow!
It's gonna be pretty fucking low.
Oh okay.
Yeah,
well, unless you actually
how
do
many crimes are you doing?
I mean, engaging with the police officers, like just as a lawyer said, like it inherently opens you up to some level of.
I mean, I can call Momo back in here, who was in here earlier, and you can go ask a fucking lawyer. How about that? Instead of you just fucking babbling off.
Ask him.
Momo is one of the fucking admins on the server, and she will fucking tell you.
Yeah, go ask them.
She's a server owner.
Yeah, she's a fucking server owner, bro.
Bring them in.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking
bring them in. Wow. Bring them in.
Yeah, Jay, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know why you're not
conceding. I don't think Momo's coming in here for no way mask.
Yeah, honestly, like I started
off. I barely ever see Momo in here no more.
Jay, like you
Momo
just
was in here an hour ago, just being quiet.
What am I conceding?
What
am I conceding?
Jacob,
what should I concede? I already stated.
Hold on, wait. There comes, like I said earlier, when I said his position is immoral, but now you can say his position is irrational because he's doing it just for the sake of flexing his rights, right? And it's getting to a point to where most of us don't agree with his position because it's just unnecessary.
Yeah, like from a legal perspective, obviously he's in the correct. I don't think anybody's arguing with you about any legalities. It's just that, like, I don't know, man. Like, if you can actually be of benefit to society, you probably should. And I do use the word should.
And that
I think
becomes
there's even situations where
that becomes a level of just personal philosophy versus actual
no.
counsel.
No, dude, like nobody's arguing whether you can or can't ask for a lawyer at any time when interacting with police, because that's the legal argument. But you said you shouldn't talk to cops without a lawyer present. And shouldn't makes it a moral argument versus. Did you understand that?
And to be fair, if you're afraid of predatory behavior from police, disregarding any interaction you possibly could with your local police would probably make that worse for you. So I would say
that becomes
if they ask you unnecessary questions, then it's good to invoke your rights. But if you go into it preemptively saying, "I don't trust you, I think you're bad,"
Well, nobody's going to say that.
Don't expect good interaction.
That's literally what you've been saying.
No, it's not.
There's been like 3 different instances people have given you where you immediately say you're gonna ask for a lawyer.
Yeah, that's okay, dude.
Someone gave the instance of knocking on your door. Someone gave the instance of coming up to you and asking about a white car, and you immediately said, "I would ask for a lawyer."
I've talked to my cop friends, and like even
that wasn't me. That was what other fucking.
That is what they would do.
I was talking to Jetstream. I'm aware.
Go talk to like police that have been like in the force for like 10+ years, and they're gonna say the same thing. Like if they were in that situation as just a citizen, they're gonna invoke the same rights.
You're telling me that if a police you really think that a police officer, an ex-police officer,
fucking moron.
If an ex-police officer has a current police officer walk up to him and say, "Hey, have you seen anything going on with this white car over here?" That ex-police officer is immediately going to say,
"That wasn't
lawyer."
what the original question was.
That's what the question proposed to you was earlier. That was one of the Next question.
No, but
let's use the next one.
Jetstream cum dumpster. How about you stop avoiding the question for once?
No, but that was it.
Let's do the same. I'm not twisting it. Everyone heard you fucking say it. I'll move to the next one. Okay. Let's say you're right.
I already had problems with this fucking clown.
Let's say you're right.
Accusing you guys of this, like, yeah, he's bad faith, guys. Just write him off as that. Trust me.
Let's move on to the
painful.
Move on to the next one that you also agreed upon was when Turch said if a cop comes and knocks on your door and says, "Hey, there's a 6-year-old in the area that went missing," and you immediately said that you would get a lawyer.
No,
right?
Yeah, that makes you look guilty.
You're twisting what he said. You're twisting
what you said.
That's exactly what you said.
This is why when I say that people need to record this guy.
No,
because you say things and then you roll it back and act like you didn't fucking say it.
He's pretending like this is like
there's 20 people in here that heard you fucking say it.
No, it's because you don't have memory. His exact words was, "Have you seen this kid?"
Hey, it wasn't how you put it. If cops come up to you asking, there's a missing kid in the area, and you go, "Hey, I need a lawyer," when you ask me that, you're implicating yourself, you fucking retard.
That was literally what you said.
No, you
There's
can't.
15 people in here that heard you fucking say
You're incorrect.
I can't confirm that is what you said.
I'm starting to feel like Jetstream is being bad faith here.
You assume focused on
guys, come on. He's not bad faith. He's just mentally retarded.
Dude, asking for a lawyer is not implicating yourself. You're incorrect.
Well, so King Donald, come on. We
just the goalpost again.
Jetstream. When you say I want a lawyer, right? You are implicating.
You went from a reasonable position, right? You are. Okay, you're being interrogated. I need a lawyer to like. If the police ever ask me a fucking question, I need a lawyer. Like, don't you think that's kind of extreme?
Bro, can you mute yourself, dude?
Now he's gonna come back and say he never said that.
Jetstream, I agree that it's not implicating yourself, but what you are doing is now wasting police resources by demanding a lawyer.
You're also giving them a
wasting taxpayer dollars.
Jetstream is half right in saying, yeah, there are times, absolutely, where you want to utilize your rights. What he isn't willing to admit,
I need a lawyer when the cops ask him what day is it.
Again, despite the fact that he has already said a couple of times
I've assisted
where you would cooperate.
I've assisted cops.
Hang on.
I've assisted cops.
No, hang on,
debate, bro.
Right? Despite the fact that you have already several times admitted there are times where you would cooperate or where it would be meaningful,
that I'm not suspicious,
you are essentially saying you are so focused to the point on your right you will reach a point that you will willingly reach a point where you are not only detrimental, but you are being difficult. Needlessly.
There's times where I can... There is times where I can concede that I do things that I think are more moral, but at the end of the day, like if you're just following wise legal counsel, looking out for yourself, so you're not incriminated.
Yeah, do you agree with the statement? Do you agree with the statement? Do you agree with? Do you agree with? Do you agree with?
Yo, Donald, you can't say that word here, bro.
I don't care.
What do you say?
All right, you don't
call him what he is. I called him a faggot.
Oh,
okay.
Jet, do you believe that you should draw the line?
Like I said earlier, though, right? Again, you're taking the regular position. Like, okay, I'm being interrogated. let me get a lawyer versus like, hey, did you see a shooting? And you're gonna be like, well, I need a lawyer.
Yeah,
like
exactly. If they take you into custody, then yes, invoke your rights. If they're booking you, yeah, invoke all of your attorney rights. If they ask you a question like, did you see this happen? And you're the first one to say, I want.
Jet, dude, the line is pretty easily drawn at cop suspects me of something, cut it off. I think everybody can agree that's a pretty good line to cut it. You don't have to wait till you're inside of an interrogation room, but the moment you suspect that a cop suspects you of something, that is a totally applicable time. I believe that's really the first time and only time you should.
I agree with you, and like I said, I've assisted cops in the past when they say, you know, they state like the reasoning why they're like approaching me, because they like whenever they're not.
Any cop would do that. Tell you why they're approaching you. Hey, this is what's going on.
Whenever they explain exactly, hey, I'm doing this investigation, blah blah blah. I was just wondering if you've maybe seen anything, and like they'll be like very clear. But if they were to just, you know, if they say, hey, is this your white car? Hey, have you seen this kid? That's where it's just like, okay, well.
Is it weird if they ask you if you've seen it?
Do you think maybe it's inherent if a cop asks you, hey, have you seen this kid, that maybe they're doing an investigation into a missing kid?
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, if they don't approach you with that open-ended, if they're not
being
honest,
just gets back to the main point that I was making, that you think cops are inherently predatory, that you apparently thought was a straw man.
Again, let me finish. But like, if a cop is is basically asking you like a short question that's like open-ended, that's where they probably suspect you of something. Whereas if they say, hey, I'm working on this investigation, I'd like to know blah 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 this, I don't suspect you of doing anything, I was just wondering if could you assist with this, and that's different.
I mean, what a cop say that,
can I just ask,
I can understand
you going about it?
Like, hold on, I can understand the reasoning, right? If you're saying like, if a cop says, hey, there's a missing child, have you seen them, versus like, have you seen this missing child? Is that kind of the separation you're trying to go for right there, with the way they question you?
Yeah, exactly. For example, hey, I'm working on this investigation. I'm looking for this kid, and I was just wondering if, like, maybe you've seen like X, Y, or Z. You know, like I'm just trying to figure out.
The goalpost repeatedly. That's what he's really doing.
No, this is what I'm saying. What you need to look for that way, so you understand when they suspect you. No, I'm shut up, dude. I'm telling you, when they suspect you, versus whenever they're basically opening like an investigation and they're just looking for cooperation from the community.
You're like definitionally being pedantic. You really
are. The problem here is, I think like, this would have been over like 10 minutes ago.
You're like, well, if you asked me that.
Well, you're just getting into like weird scenarios where the cop has a specific attitude towards you, so you might feel a little bit like it's like, bro, you're just getting like too deep into this.
But the line of questioning. Well, hang on. The line of questioning matters greatly.
This could have been over 10 minutes ago. But instead of just saying, yeah, there's a middle ground and you can strike a balance, you say yes, and then you double down again.
No, because I'm telling you the line of question. No, because the line of questioning matters. The line of questioning of how they approach,
and then doubling down.
The line of questioning on how they're going to present it in court matters fucking massively, is why.
It is. It's basically saying, I'm wrong, but I have to be at least somewhat right.
Again, so there is a nuance in what he said. He has a point. There's a difference. They can question you like, oh, you're not suspected. Can you help us? Where it's like, oh, we need help and we suspect you. That's all he's trying to say.
Yeah, but look, we acknowledge that where there are times.
To be fair, he has moved the goalpost like twice, and now we've gotten to this point.
I'm not. Hey, I maintain my original. I maintain my original stance that like no. Dude, I'm saying the wisest. I'm saying I've already stated that like I deviate from the wisest and like most logical point over my moral dilemmas with that, right? But like that doesn't change the fact that like inherently, if you're looking out for yourself, you should never fucking talk to the police. That is fact.
Your original point
Oh my
No,
god!
I'm going to
What I'm saying, I can diverge from that because I have
Jet.
nuance, and I'm sorry, I have the ability to have two different ideas in my head.
I
can have a world
I'm going
I
to
sometimes am
prove your
sympathetic
actual
with the
fucking
police.
point because I wrote notes on your fucking user profile. It's really fucking simple. All you fucking said, this is verbatim. Oh, excuse me. If a cop talks to me, I will always ask for a lawyer. That was your original stance.
Mm-hmm.
That is the wisest stance that you should take. I will keep that.
Jetstream.
And what is the core? What is the reason that you have that stance?
Just ask me if he advocates for people doing that.
Jetstream. So let me ask you a question, because you said if a cop knocks on your door looking for a little kid that went missing, you'd lawyer up. But let me ask you a question. If you seen that kid, walking in the parking lot 5 minutes earlier, you would still say, I need a lawyer up, instead of saying, hey, yeah, the kid's right there.
Yeah, he might be responsible for that kid. He's negligible in the. He ain't seen that kid.
Again, I don't understand. Am I the retard here, or are you basically just saying you have conceded? You have conceded, but then you double down again, right?
He has.
I don't think that you people have the capacity to
We're
have
all
two
wrong in
ideas.
except you.
Again, that's not the point. Can you answer the
Because
hypothetical?
our point was that you can vary. There has to be a middle ground. You can strike a balance. You then concede that only to double down again.
I'm saying that there are instances. No, because I hate to break it to you.
It's
but
an ego thing.
Okay. No, we're gonna
is not rocket
The goalpost is about to get moved again.
Step one,
It's
Jetstream.
so silly.
Step one,
You're being
Jetstream.
so
You made the
pedantic,
statement:
that's
if a cop talks to you, you will lawyer up. Step two, we provided scenarios. Step three, you said, yeah, I probably talked to the cop there. So you conceded the middle ground, and then you doubled down again.
I'm saying that's my moral choice, but that doesn't mean that it's the most logical conclusion.
So your moral choice. Hold on. Your moral choice is
your logical choice.
Hold on,
you weren't making an argument from complete safety.
Something. So your moral choice is to let that little girl continue to be missing and possibly get hit by a car. Hold on, I'm talking.
I am saying that I am putting myself in inherent risk.
Shut up for 2 fucking seconds, bro.
He doesn't fucking know how to shut up. He just wants to control the narrative every fucking conversation he has.
You're saying that
does this bullshit.
Your moral choice is to let that little kid continue to put their life in danger by getting hit by a car or kidnapped or something, and lawyer up instead of just saying, "Hey, I care about the kid," and I'd seen it 5 minutes ago in the parking lot. You're immoral.
You're opening yourself up to inherent risk in doing that specific
Actually, I would argue the opposite in this scenario, Judge Streamer. Hold on. If you were to see a child, if you've seen a child 5 minutes previously in a parking lot, and a police officer comes up to you and says this child's missing, do you know where he's at? And if you were to say no, I need a lawyer, and then have your lawyer tell them that 24 hours later, you could maybe get indicted for not revealing information that was crucial to a child's safety. You probably
that is also actually very true.
If you provided it and immoral.
Oh, if he doesn't talk.
Yeah, if you provide an answer to a police officer, that's entirely different. Not police officer to a lawyer.
All stems from the fact that you think they're inherently predatory.
Again,
you can never.
What are you opening yourself up to by saying you saw
so irrational?
Honestly, I would take the slight bit of risk, Jetstreamer, that I may lose a little bit of time or money in court to be able to save a child that may be missing at this very moment. I'm going to be honest.
Are you willing to accept that there's inherent risk in doing that?
Yes. Yes.
But it's so small.
There's inherent risk.
I would say that inherent risk
if the cop, where you just tell the police officer,
the cop doesn't suspect me.
What exactly you're opening yourself up to? When you say
if the cop doesn't suspect me and they're just trying to gather intel, yes, I would say it, because the small risk that I would get locked up for that is minute enough for me to take a chance on just telling the cop that I just.
You now understand my position. That we
don't.
We're in agreement.
There's inherent risk in literally everything you do.
You're gonna inherit the next time you breathe, you inhale a fucking spider and choke.
I get the argument that like to be maybe not even in the scenario, but I get like in general the argument that like if you shuttle down, you probably have the total highest likelihood of getting out of things. But in certain scenarios, that may work to your detriment. That's the issue, especially
that nuance. Nobody wants to.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you don't tell a police officer, I don't think if you don't report a kid's missing, despite knowing the kid's missing, that could be really fucking bad, dude.
Not if you provide a written testimony to a lawyer. But what I'm saying,
24 hours later, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but what I'm stating though is like you can. There's instances where you could do like a risk management and say, you know what, this isn't worth doing.
What if that risk? What if that risk could involve that child?
Eventually, what I hear here is that you must so focus on your
everybody. Pause right fucking there. So you do acknowledge that there's a risk. You have to do some risk analysis when talking to a police officer and understand that maybe you should talk to the police officer instead of saying I need a lawyer. Yes or no?
If you're so like the baseline is
I think
that
you're
like
just really selfish,
you need
bro.
to lawyer up, right? Like
You sound selfish as fuck.
That is.
No. I asked you a yes or no question. I don't need a fucking sentence. Yes or no.
Nobody disagreed with you at the baseline.
But what I'm saying is like the
Yes
inherent.
or no.
Jetstream. We're
Yes
staying
or
in the
no.
specific.
Yes or no, Jetstream. Holy fucking shit.
I gotta turn you down. All right, I'm putting
Jetstream,
you
no
at
one
30%.
disagreed with you.
Well,
That you should
They actually did.
Just by everyone's reaction to Jetstream, I agree he shouldn't talk to
Jetstream. Nobody disagreed. You should lawyer up. Nobody disagreed.
No,
We're
actually,
saying in the
people did
specific
disagree.
Hold on, I wasn't done. We're talking about in the specific hypothetical. You saw a kid like literally 5 minutes ago. The police ask you, "Where's the kid?" Would you still lawyer up by just saying, "I saw the kid at fucking X spot 5 minutes ago"?
Depending on his line of questioning.
Oh my god.
Jesus
Oh
fucking
my
Christ.
Again, right?
Okay,
So
no,
again,
no.
like I said,
I will press this right now. Is there a scenario where you won't lawyer up?
Let me ask you a question, Judge.
Don't give him an off ramp. Don't give him an off ramp.
Is there a scenario if the police officer hang on. If the police officer knocked on your door,
35%.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how they inquired. I just want to know that there's a scenario in which the cop could inquire to you that this child is missing. Have you seen anything in which you would not ask for a lawyer?
I mean, it depends on their line of questioning.
No,
I mean, yeah.
oh my god.
I just gave you all the fucking argument in the world.
If you didn't eat breakfast this morning.
He did say yes, guys.
They're gonna ask the perfect fucking question.
He has conceded. He kept saying yes. He said it a bunch of times with that question down.
Yeah, the problem is though, right? Is he will concede and then double down again. You're not saying
exactly
yes.
what
He's saying that it comes down to situation. He's saying
situation. No. What Lux is saying is true because every single time Jetstream says yes, he follows it up immediately.
You guys are
with
trying
a
to
but.
make this into like an axiom.
Nuance.
Like you're trying to say that
you're scared that we're trying to get you in a gotcha, but put your fucking
I'm saying that this isn't
rational here.
This is a gray situation.
I'm trying to be Jello on a fucking tree and answer the question, Jetstream.
No, because it's a circumstantial thing.
Your ego is so brittle, you don't want to walk in truth, okay?
Jet, is there any scenario,
he said yes.
any scenario in which a cop will walk up to your door and knock on it? Any scenario in which you would answer the cop and not ask for a lawyer?
He already said yes.
I need Jetstream. I need Jetstream to answer it, not you.
It's circumstantial, bro. Like
I give you all the.
So yes,
I'm going to repeat the question again.
But that exactly. Yes. But
that's what we're talking about. The circumstance. We literally, Turts. He bro. The question is so simple. Is there a scenario in your life where a cop questions you? Like, would you talk to them? It literally is a binary. It is yes or no.
It's circumstantial, and let me tell you.
He's literally controlling circumstance.
I'm saying it is circumstantial, and let me have the caveat and say that is not the wisest thing to do.
Jetstream, I'm going to ask the question one more time. I'm going to be very slow when I ask
he won't fucking tell a cop about a missing child that he just saw 5 minutes ago.
You're the smartest guy in the room.
I
Jet
don't
stream.
think I am.
I'm going to foot stomp on a
But I'm
specific word in that
people
question.
screaming in their mics.
Yeah, well, I fucking have to scream because you're not.
That's how
You're
church
like to
is,
talk
bro.
over everybody.
Deal with it.
Okay, so I'm going to be calm for a second. I'm going to be very calm for you. I'm going to ask the question one more time. And I'm going to foot stomp one word in the sentence, okay? Because this controls for your fucking answer. Is there any stop circumstance in which a cop would knock on your door and you would not ask for a lawyer if there's a missing child?
Can you use it in yes or no terms?
And yes or no?
Yes. Yes or no?
You're looking for yes or no.
Kurtz literally controlled for circumstance. He literally in the question he controls for it.
My subjective beliefs allow it, but however, I will say that is not the wisest thing to do.
Just say yes or no. Planet Earth, and you won't answer it.
Insane, dude. Like, this is just like high-level self-preservation, dude. You're just like you're fucking scraping the walls right now.
Scraping the walls. I maintained the position.
Double down and double down again.
It's not doubling down.
Okay, yes or no?
Because you could just say yes or no.
I've already said that.
Given you the context, right? It is circumstantial. You don't need to.
You guys are looking at this weird gotcha, and I've maintained this position.
Oh my god, he thinks it's a gotcha.
Church gave you the easiest question ever, dude. He literally controlled for circumstance, which means it literally is a binary as a question.
Okay, he said yes. Done.
The whole time.
He said yes. That's all it took. It took 30 fucking minutes on top of a 20-minute
I've stated it
conversation.
30 minutes ago, but you guys just
he thinks that we're trying to get him in a gotcha to feed our own ego. Because he's just
how many times have I said it yes?
Right?
How many
he can
times
only see the world through his own perception.
How many times have I said that? Like I admit fault in my logic
because he's blinded by his arrogance.
Yeah, but let's just acknowledge the fact that if you're going to talk about circumstance, you're going to talk about definitions. There is also a difference between yes, no, and yes, but.
Yeah,
that's important. We've already given you the circumstance. You've said yes. That's all it took. It's fine.
And
okay.
I
get about 40% of your argument. Right, that much I agree with you. The rest, needless.
If you're a Christian, right, like you follow the 10 Commandments, right?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And so, like, this will be brief, but like, I'm just saying that, like, there's you know these beliefs, and sometimes you err and like say like you adultery, you just look at it like titties. You know what? At the end of the day, like you know that's inherently wrong, but you did it anyway. And like that's the similar thing to like talking. I know that like talking to a police is a bad idea, right?
There's
times where I'm sympathetic with your specific.
This is an awful analogy.
Can I ask you a very
you're saying
he just stated an absolute.
Later, it's like, hey, have you seen this missing child? Even though you saw that child get kidnapped, right? You're saying, no, I don't know anything, or I want my lawyer.
Oh my god!
Then that
would probably tell you that you need to help the child.
Again, I just have to ask, and I think it's a really simple question, right? Not necessarily wholly related, but it ties into your answer. Jetstream, are you by chance on the spectrum? Because there is no way on Earth that somebody would overcomplicate an answer to such an extent and be so anal unless they're autistic.
This isn't an autism thing, I can guarantee it.
I thought it is like the rights.
I think it could be both.
This is just self-preservation, is what it appears.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a window licker.
I think maybe a little bit.
He doesn't seem like he doesn't seem like he's fully fucking retarded. It just seems like he's
just
he's just very stubborn and
arrogant. Not a black and white answer. That's what he's getting.
Well, hang on. He just stated an absolute a second ago. After I gave him the out of any circumstance in which you talk to a police officer, 2 minutes later he went, "I would never trust a police officer."
I'm saying that I err in that.
You understand that you've contradicted yourself yet again.
Yeah, I'm saying that I contradict that based off of my sympathy.
And since you want to use your ego, I just want to say you got completely annihilated. Okay, how does
guys?
that
Can I say something? So you think that talking to a cop to help save a child is a moral error?
No, I don't think it's a moral.
That's what you said. Though.
I'm saying
that was your statement.
No,
that was your statement.
No, I don't think it's a moral error.
No. Just because you say no doesn't mean that we're wrong here. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I think
it is a logical error.
Yeah, it's a logical error, but what you're essentially
You shall
also
not talk to
saying,
cops. That's one of the
right?
commandments.
Yeah, thou shalt not talk to the police ever.
Kinda.
Right?
Kinda.
But again, right, like I think all you're really saying here, right, is you are so focused on your rights that you've reached in a logical point of prioritizing your safety and comfort, especially legally,
and someone
over
else's
an active investigation or over somebody else's right to their safety.
Yeah, stay in England, bro.
This is a prime example.
I'm just going to sum it up simply.
This
You're
is
an
a
asshole.
prime example of how absolutism can be retarded.
I have already stated that like I will contradict logically in favor of like morals in like certain, like for example, if it means helping a child.
We get that, bro, but it just took you so long to be able to. Just,
I stated that from the get-go.
No, you did not.
No, that's the problem.
You stated the opposite. Remember when I said earlier about how you say things and then you claim that you fucking didn't say things when there's 15, 20 people in here that listen to you say the things.
That it depends on the line of question.
This is why when I said earlier that people should record you when you speak, even though yes, you can't fucking record whatever. I'm saying I'm proving the point. You say things and then you walk it back and say, "I never said that." Yes, you fucking did.
I also was very clear in saying it depends on their line of questioning.
Again,
but it's
literally
we're
about
detracting.
30 minutes to give you or to collect all of the circumstantial, contributions that you would need. Then it took you another 20 minutes on top of that to get you to just say yes.
Dude, it's like 4 in the morning.
Completely logical
bed,
and
dude.
reasonable, not at all schizoaffective on your part.
It is 4 in the morning for you, and you're like, go to
4
bed.
in the morning. Dude, it's like 8 a.m. for him.
Yeah, some people work from home and are awake later. I'm one of those people, so what's up,
You've
man?
been here for like 3 hours, dude.
Bro, stop trying
Get
to
outta here.
gaslight them to try to distract the fact that you're completely.
No, I just don't. I
egotistical
don't care what a British
and
guy has to say
insufferable.
about state.
That's not a good
state
argument, bro.
State
Anyways,
laws in America.
Move on.
Like he didn't even.
You're just trying to target him.
Preface, you guys
and
came here.
appeal to
You
his-
guys joined
to
after the
him
fact.
being
Jetstream, how does it make you feel? How does
trying
it make you feel that there's like 10 other people that fully agree with what Lux said?
I don't care. But
There's 10 Americans that agree with what he's saying.
Now, just to be a little bit extra
I'm
funny,
sure there's
right?
there's
Now
10
that
Americans
there's
that
a-
think that like are in favor of like it being fucking annexed into Canada. Like who cares?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who cares
There's a
what
bunch
10
of people that
Americans
say a lot of stupid things, right? Yourself included.
That's
but
cool.
Can I just say, you called me a British dude. That's not how you referred to me earlier before the mod showed up. What was the term you used?
Called you British.
No, you didn't. You used an extra word that starts with F and ends with G.
No,
and
I
it's a
didn't.
three-letter word.
No, I did not. You're
Yes, you did.
referring to that Lord Donald guy.
Remember that
you.
time when I said that he says things and then he lies and says that he never said those things?
Hey, you're referring to
And
a
I said
guy
that an
was
hour
like
ago?
repeatedly calling people F slurs. I did not do that.
I think you called me a slur.
That's cool. I called you a retard. I guess that's a slur.
No, but that's one we don't care about. That's not funny.
Yeah, I didn't say that then. That's as
Alright,
derogatory as I've been.
Well, you know what?
Mozilla, I got a question for
I will
you.
do the
Has a
thing at least.
dumbbell ever fallen on your head before? Just wondering.
Crazy the amount of people that actually agreed with Jetstream at the start of this, and he somehow has managed to make himself the sole person that is defending the most like indefendable thing ever.
Yeah, and you know what? Like,
and he refuses to back down off that
He
hill.
is just doubling down and shooting himself in the foot. But you know, I will at least give Jetstream something that he apparently wouldn't do to the judicial system or the police, especially if it were necessary to potentially save someone. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
He's a freak.
Dude,
I think you would ultimately. That's what's crazy about it. I actually don't believe you on a lot of this stuff. I think you actually would probably cooperate. And be honest with
It's
you.
all circumstantial.
That's
what he
just an
keeps saying,
assertion,
honestly.
but.
Well, he's saying it's comes
Yeah,
down to
and-
circumstances. It comes down to
Yeah, and we
individual
all
cases.
agreed with that. We just wanted him to say yes or no.
I stated that
And
from
that
the
was
beginning.
including.
And I'm saying I have two. Like I understand. You think linear. You are a very linear thinker. That's cool.
Jetstream.
But what I'm saying, no, shut up. I'm saying like overall, it's
This
like
fucking guy,
you can
dude.
have,
I don't think you have a
can
right to
have
tell anyone to
multiple
shut up.
fucking
Jetstream,
opinions
I
at
asked
once.
you the same question 7 fucking times before I got a yes or a no out of you.
Yeah, because your original thing was, hey, have you seen this kid? And then you said,
No,
hey,
it's because
then
you're being pedantic. That's why.
Talking about the latter
You were
question.
being pedantic, so I gave you all the grace in the world with a follow-up question. I had to ask you the
why are you
same
trying to bring the
question
conversation back?
7 times before you got a yes or
I gotta
no.
lower you, bro. You're started like we've already moved past this. Why do you want to bring this back up?
Because we want you to.
Because we're going on an hour that you've now been
fact
defending
that
the
you're
point that
being
you would not talk to a
difficult
cop
and
who's
willing
trying
to
to find a 5-year-old or 6-year-old girl.
Oh my god.
Yes.
That's the reason that this is not being dropped. You've been defending your position for almost an hour now, and it's fucking ridiculous.
I got one more question, Jetstream. If you said nope, I'm not answering any question, I'm lowering up, and the kid ends up getting hit by a car, is that going to be on
cool.
your conscience?
No, it probably wouldn't.
No? Okay, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, you are a fucking garbage human being.
That's cool.
See,
I hope that never happens to someone in your life that you care about.
That's
I
cool.
hope you never find yourself in that position.
Yeah, I don't think
I guarantee you.
You've somehow,
I guarantee
you've somehow gone from having like half the people. Whoa.
Who said that?
Who the fuck said that?
Hey, yo, hold on.
Okay, calm down.
Wait, fuck that dude. Continue, Mark. What were you saying?
I don't even remember what the fuck I
guarantee
was
you
saying.
that
That shit was out of left field.
I guarantee you guys have witnessed somebody stealing something from Walmart, and you didn't go call the police or fucking notify their asset protection. Like there's so many things that I guarantee you that you've
Stop trying to
witnessed.
gaslight us.
No, but then it's just
you
the
wouldn't
reality.
care.
Screaming.
You wouldn't
Yeah,
care if a kid got hit by a car due to your lack of cooperation.
If
There's
there
a
was
dude streaming
something,
gay porn. There's a dude streaming gay porn up here.
I doubt that like my
streaming gay
decision
porn
would
again?
I'm not gonna.
This guy's a kid killer.
I doubt that
What
like my
channel was it?
contribution in that specific instance was going to save that kid from getting run over in this hypothetical scenario.
Well, that's the hypothetical, right? Anything can be said.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, in this
determine-
weird hypothetical thing, I guarantee you, I would rationalize that, like, okay, that I guarantee you, my specific involvement wasn't going to be the sole reason that kid.
What
got
if
hit.
it could have been?
Okay, Jetstream. What's the purpose? Jetstream. What's the purpose of a hypothetical?
Yeah.
Can someone kick this fucking ketamine kid? He's like 13.
I was the sole
Jetstream.
reason.
What's the
because I
purpose of a
didn't answer-
hypothetical?
Because
Thank
I
you.
didn't answer a police officer
Jetstream.
expeditedly, he got hit by a car. What type of retarded logic?
Jetstream. What's the purpose of a hypothetical?
You guys are
Jetstream.
silly,
What's
bro.
the purpose of a hypothetical, Jetstream?
I have turts on 45%.
Right, so essentially,
Jetstream. What's the purpose of a hypothetical, Jetstream?
When it's some sort of hypothetical or circumstance or factor that benefits your argument, it's circumstantial. It's circumstantial. It depends. It depends. When it doesn't benefit your argument, oh no, because that doesn't make any sense. As if factors don't play a role in these things.
I mean,
we're talking about hypothetical is a question designed to test your logic, and you failed.
Get him out of here.
You failed, Jetstream. You fucking failed.
Get him out of here.
Honestly,
And you
guys
didn't
agree
only
that's
fail
crazy.
yourself,
No way, I guess it.
you failed all of society. You bastard.
That's cool.
See, again, right, like, honestly, I would give him the benefit of the doubt to some extent, right? Like, I would partially agree on some of the points he's made. What I don't like is the doubling down and the obnoxious aspect of deflection.
Cowardly.
I don't
behavior,
appreciate
yeah.
that shit.
That's
Because it
not
shows
like-
that you aren't trying to
Well,
argue
to be
this in good faith.
To be fair, it seemed a bit contrarian. I'm going to be honest with you.
It was super contrarian.
He was
And
weaseling his way out.
And so
of the
contrarian
conversation.
that he couldn't answer hypotheticals with any
Yup.
logical sense.
He's
Mm-hmm.
real quiet now.
Oh, I
I mean,
stated
honestly,
that
just
like
bite the
there.
bullet sometimes. I mean, the thing is, you just gotta say yes, but like I said, you gotta say yes and then
We don't
like
need
say
you
yes and
defending
then
his
show why
actions, okay?
why it's not always yes.
He quiet now. That's for sure.
No, like as Dank Side has said, like there is times where I'm sure we compromise on our personal beliefs out of being compelled at a
You let that kid get hit by a car, though, bro.
circumstance.
Good job.
For example, I'm sure a lot of people here are Christian, but I guarantee you that you know inherently that you're sinning, right?
I wouldn't let a kid get hit by a car.
Compromises your overall beliefs.
But
And,
I
like,
would
so
I would never make
I
statements
know
like
that,
all
like,
of the
for my
time I
own
do anything
preservation,
Jetstream.
how to deal with police, and you know what? I err in
You're an
that over my
absolute
specific
retard, bro.
sympathy in circumstances. Like that's not crazy. I don't know what.
Oh, whoa! Don't pull out the phrase.
Bro, you're trying to sit in moral absolutes and you don't really know what you're
This
doing.
isn't moral absolute. I already stated that I err in like my own logic, right?
Why'd I get muted? I didn't say
being
it.
compelled over certain circumstances, but that is me being illogical.
No,
right?
but it still took you like 50 minutes to reach that logical fucking point.
I tried stating it, and you guys like would scream and scream and
There was
scream,
a lot
and
of
like
people
I
talking
said,
over him a lot, honestly.
yeah, like, and I would provide this point of view that like I know that it's inherently illogical, right? Talking to a police officer opens me up to like literally being incriminated, but you know what? Sometimes I'm willing to risk that to assist in like society, right? But at the end of the day, that's inherently illogical.
Jetstream, talking to us on the internet opens you up to what do you mean? You talk to anybody.
Yeah, it is.
When you talk, do you talk to everybody under the counsel of a lawyer? Because anybody could be like, well, he said that he made a death threat towards the president.
Hold on.
And
he
just
claimed it's illogical. Why would it be illogical? Is it illogical to get in your car and drive on the road despite knowing that people die constantly?
Over that
from car
tiny
crashes?
risk to incriminating.
Is it
yourself.
illogical?
Like you're just
It's not
valuing that
illogical.
higher. It's logical.
It's just a value judgment. There's no logical contradiction in helping a kid despite knowing this may increase the chance of getting incriminated by like 0.001%, you know.
Well, if your whole
You're just
goal
valuing that over that increased risk. It's still logical.
It's just a value judgment. There's no contradiction. Yeah.
No, it is. If like the
not.
goal of if your goal of interacting
If you have
with
like this
the police-
closed like one rule system, then it's illogical. But
Sure, yeah. In that case, yeah. And if that's the case, then more power to you, but that's fucking stupid as fuck. Because you don't do that with anything else, dude. Like I'm sure you're
obviously,
okay
like,
with
you're even
driving
saying you don't
vehicles.
have that.
Like, you're more likely to die in a car crash if you commute 30 minutes a day probably than be incriminated by one interaction with a police officer about a kid missing. You know what I mean? Like, but you still drive, you know? Like, so like why apply this to here? You know what I mean?
It's just risk assessments. That's all it is.
Like he was
Do you
getting
not
at, he
understand what
comes
I
out
just
with
asked you?
questioning. That's what he was getting at. Like if the cop goes, "Hey man, like we see that you have this kind of car, this kind of thing. Do you want to talk to us about this?" Versus, "Hey, your next door neighbor's missing a kid, or the kid's missing. Can you help us? You know anything about where he was? Or you seen him or anything?" Like they're two different kind of questionings. I think that's his whole point.
And by the way, you don't get to quote Christianity and say, "Oh, but Christian ethics say this because Pontius Pilate was judge, jury, and executioner, and Jesus talked to him." So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What are you talking, dude? I'm saying that like there's times where we know we have like these beliefs.
Jesus was
there's
not
times we
silent before
contradict
Pontius
them.
Pilate, right? He didn't go, "I need a
literally-
lawyer," or did he directly answer Pontius
You're
Pilate's
changing
line
the
of questioning?
conversation. I mean, if you want to change it,
No,
I'd be happy to change the
You kept
conversation.
trying to bring it back
I mean,
to
I'm cool with
Christian
that,
moral
but like
ethics
this
say
isn't
this.
related.
No, it is related because you kept trying to point at Christian moral ethics as a reason as to why you shouldn't talk to cops. Well, Jesus talked to fucking judge, jury, and executioner. The fucking Pontius
You
Pilate.
completely. I mean, this is
Hold
completely.
on, hold on, Jetstream. You're the one that brought Christianity into this to begin with.
You brought it up.
I brought Christianity. I
don't know either. It was fucking retarded, but he was the one that absolutely brought it up.
I brought
Essentially
Christianity.
saying there are times where you'll compromise on your beliefs, moral, ethical, or otherwise.
Like his point actually did kind of follow when he brought it up. Like he's saying like that's his rule. It's like just not to talk to the cops, just like the Ten Commandments are a rule, even though you don't actually follow.
If you weren't in here for the original start of the conversation, for much of it, I
I'm the
should
most
say.
retarded VC
It's the most and
get stupider.
Genuinely,
So you're saying you could agree with
5 minutes, you know?
Truth, are you also saying that you could agree with if a cop knocks on your door and asks you if you've seen a 6-year-old that you saw in a parking lot 6 minutes before, and they say this is a missing person, you would immediately say, "I need a lawyer."
Overall, I agree. There's situations where you can't talk to cops. Like,
Right.
I'm only. But what I'm saying is his connection to Christianity did actually.
Right. I'm only pointing out the Christian ethic.
Brought up Christianity, and here's Christian.
The Christian ethic is to speak the truth before authority, not to be silent.
Correct.
Yeah, but I didn't bring up Christianity for that.
Yes, you did. You're the one who said, "Well, in Christianity and the Ten Commandments." You did.
The amount of things you say and you say you never said is fucking insane.
No, I
do it
brought
like
up
every 2
Christianity
minutes.
relating to like me having this rule and me bending it right over specific circumstances. I'm not talking about Pontius Pilate. I'm saying that you guys, a lot of you guys are Christians in here, and you sin, even though you know that that's inherently.
You are the one who brought up Christian ethics, not me. I'm only pointing out that Christian ethics demands you tell the truth. You do not bear false witness. And if Jesus talks to the authority and speaks the truth
what are you getting at? It's literally in the Bible. It's literally in the Bible that everyone sins. What are you actually fucking getting at with this? The only person that has never sinned is Jesus.
You guys,
and I think Jetstream was trying to say that you will compromise in your beliefs at some point, especially when it's logical to do so. So you can believe.
I don't compromise my beliefs by telling the truth to an authority. I do not.
No, I think it was a bad example he gave.
It was a terrible example. I just want to go back because I want to go. You should I'm just trying to give advice. If you come into this conversation again, you should not bring up Christian moral ethics as to why you should not talk to a police officer.
No, I'm saying
it's a bad
similar to you how you value.
I'm trying to give you advice and help you.
No, I'm saying that I'm not a Christian, so again, I don't care about Christians.
I know you're not.
We're all fully aware.
But I'll say that you guys, you have these set of beliefs. However, you still sin, even though you know that that's a logical thing to do.
It's in the Bible that everyone sins. There's one person that has ever lived that has never sinned.
Okay,
There's people who sin and endeavor to try to be better, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but
absolutely. Well, the point you're making, Jetstream, though, doesn't make sense. That's what I'm getting at.
Did you say okay, but go kill people?
I know essentially what you're trying to say, which is you can believe a thing but compromise or, reach a middle ground when you need to. But the analogy you gave, the way you tried to put it forward, was just really poor.
You see, that the problem is, though, him willing to let the kid put themselves in danger and not being on his conscience, right, isn't very. I don't think him using Christianity as an analogy is actually helping him, right? Because
the analogy was about beliefs, dude.
I understand, but the thing is, you should if you were to go by Christian beliefs, you should be willing to compromise.
I'm not Christian.
Okay, then why bring?
You're the one that keeps bringing up Christian beliefs. Let him fucking talk, Jetstream, for 2 fucking minutes, bro.
Because he's trying to say that I'm Christian.
There's no one in this room that has been able to talk for 2 fucking minutes.
It's cool. Anyways, Jetstream's muted. Finish your point, folks.
Like if you're willing to let the kid get hit by a car and it not be on your conscience, right? I think that's pretty unacceptable. Even living in a society and cooperating with people, right? Because that's what we're supposed to do in society. So at what point would you be willing to compromise and talk to the cops about something if you're not even willing to talk to them about a cop and save a kid's life?
Are you not listening to the conversation?
Of course I'm listening to the conversation. I've been here the whole time.
Can other people fill them in that we've crossed that bridge?
Have we though?
We haven't.
Because you've watched back on it like 10 fucking times.
Oh, I've heard cops saving kids too many times. This is the propaganda in here.
It is. This is propaganda.
Yeah, but didn't you say earlier?
Get the point.
It's a hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
Why is it okay for you to use it in this way, to use a hypothetical, right, or a theoretical piece of speech.
I've
Somebody else
already
does it,
stated-
it's then suddenly a problem. I don't get
I've
it.
already stated that depending on the line of questioning, and if I'm not being suspected of a crime, out of me wanting the desire to help a child, I would assist a police in their investigation. However, depending on their line of questioning, and if I was under suspicion, then I would lawyer up, even if that meant endangering a child.
Yeah, so
Guys, the
again,
kid's in his basement. That's just
not only are you a terrible person, but you are again overcomplicating it.
That's cool.
Right? You
As I
had all of
stated.
that given to you, literally handed
cool.
to you
Stay
for
in your
your
country.
benefit. Right? Okay, yeah, whatever. Literally handed to you for your benefit in this debate, and
That
then you
is
just
the rights
double
of our
down
country.
anyway.
That is the rights of our
Fantastic.
country. If you have a problem with
can't
it,
possibly
stay in the
be going
UK.
to
Yeah,
an
you have a right to be terrible. I'm not saying
yeah.
you
You guys
don't.
just have-
And you can utilize it in any way you see fit with the Fifth
You even tried to
Amendment or
argue with him
seeking
about
legal counsel. Absolutely, but
Cool.
again, you literally
judge just
conceded
like-
anyway.
Yeah, whatever. You dumb Brit.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like stay in your country.
Yeah,
Okay.
stay in your country. Like you're saying a person is bad for exercising
Him
their rights.
being from another country is irrelevant.
Yeah,
No, it
completely
is
irrelevant.
because
Not important
these
to the
things-
point I'm
Just a
making.
deflection.
I think I'm gonna be honest with you, Jetstream. I think there's more people in here that originally agreed with you that no longer agree with you that now agree with this guy.
I mean, I still
That's
agree with
cool.
him, but there's better arguments to be made, or like there's better ways of saying it, I guess. Because like he is saying that there's nuance. Depends on the question. I guess you guys just keep.
I feel like everyone technically agrees.
Yeah,
It's
and,
just,
you know,
they were like
everyone
rehashing like what
agrees.
somebody
Well,
said
the
before.
problem is
and
they're
his
drilling
attitude on it.
they're drilling this like, oh, dude, think of the kids. It's always the fucking kids, and it's
Yeah,
just
it-
like,
we
Okay,
agree
Jetstream,
with
there was multiple examples or hypotheticals given that you did the
Yeah, you
exact
just,
same
you just
thing
didn't bite
for.
the bullet
You
faster.
did-
Like I said, all you had to
yeah,
do earlier
the
was
other-
say yes, but this is where I wouldn't. If you'd have added those like nuance and stuff
I,
at the beginning.
already stated with the if like, but they were.
I wasn't
poorly
here from the
wording,
very
like,
beginning,
saying-
so I don't know what was said and not.
Like,
Like,
they were saying-
It's not poorly worded. Someone literally asked you if a cop came up to you and asked you if you've seen any suspicious activity with this white car over here. You said your immediate response would be, "I want a lawyer."
That wasn't no. The original
No.
question. The original question was, "Is this your white car?" And in that circumstance, I would lawyer up because again, they're suspecting me of like suspicion, right? But if they were to state, "I'm working on this investigation, blah blah blah, this that or the other. Have you seen X, Y, or Z? It would be real big help. I don't suspect you, blah blah blah." And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, sure, why not?" But again, if they're pinning, saying, "Is this yours?" that becomes concerning to me, right?
I agree. I mean, like I said, it depends on the questioning and how things come up, like the conversation in general.
Again, it's very circumstantial. Like you,
It
is
is.
it actually your
Hypothetical
car?
Was the
when they're asking about the white
hypothetical
car?
was
That's
literally
pretty important.
given.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if somebody just comes out of nowhere, "Hey, is this your white car?" And like I don't know what the secondary question is. What if he starts asking about like, "Hey, can I search this?" Because blah blah. It's like no. Like the reasoning why like you should be aware of your rights, bro, and when you're possibly in danger.
And
again, you're just hung
your
up on this
assertion was that you're immediately in danger as soon as a cop approaches you. That's been your stance this
Depending on
entire
the
time.
depending on the
I
line of
agree with
questioning.
that. Yeah.
Depending on the line of questioning.
Yeah, and again, we allowed for that, right? We said, and we even agreed, right, at one point, because you conceded, so obviously we agreed. It was circumstantial that there are times where it's in your best interests,
Yeah.
depending on how
Mhm.
things are put forward to you, to not necessarily cooperate or to seek legal counsel. Okay, that's fair enough. But then again, you double down on that one single area every fucking time, despite the fact you've already conceded it.
What?
Yeah.
I've,
So
I've
let it
maintained the
go.
same position.
No,
I think that
no, you haven't.
inherently, if you're looking out for your best, if you're looking for self-preservation,
Do you have short-term
Well,
memory loss, Jetstream? That's a
If-
genuine question.
if you-
Because
if
you
you're
actually
looking
say
out-
things all the time, and then you claim that
if
you
you're
never said
looking
them.
out for your best interest, you should always lawyer up. It's as simple as that.
But why would you need a lawyer up? I mean, like,
I would actually agree with that claim, but that's like kind of.
Why
I think
would
there are
you- I
situations
feel
where you
like-
can help yourself by
I
being.
feel like you would want to lawyer up in
talked about those
in
Well, hang on.
irrational
No.
situations,
I want to repeat what he just said.
But
He
it's for
said,
very minor
hang on.
things.
He said it's in your best interest to always lawyer up. He made the absolute that you should always lawyer up.
I mean, if you have unlimited
hang on then, let me finish. So after I ask you, is there any circumstance in which you would not ask for it, not demand a lawyer, and you say yes, you have contradicted yourself from the always statement.
This whole argument started because hold on, wait. We're challenging his position of absolutism. That's what this whole argument was about.
Yeah,
right. But he's saying he's willing to compromise on that absolute rule
after an hour,
like, in detriment to himself.
After an hour and almost an hour and 15 minutes that he has been standing on this fucking ground.
I am conceding that I'm opening myself up to danger, though.
Okay.
That isn't a contradiction. Then that's just me saying, like, literally, I'm taking a risk in doing said thing.
But you were saying under no circumstance you shouldn't. You were saying,
I guess in general you overrate the risk.
I might not is conceding it.
No, but the
goalposts have shifted, Jess.
The point I'm getting at, though, is again, there are certain circumstances where I know that the risk is like minimal, right? But there is inherently risk in interacting with the police officer.
Okay,
that's just true.
And that means nothing to our point of you saying always to sometimes.
So, like, technically, this conversation could end up with like you in handcuffs, right? But
what's up?
Like, technically, the conversation could end with you getting booked for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're overrated.
Every time you get in the car and drive, it could end with you getting hit by a fucking drunk driver.
But like again, like I make the rational judgment of saying that's unlikely. You know, I'm willing.
It's irrational judgment, dude. At a certain point, it becomes irrational judgment.
You can say that, but like,
you've admitted as much because you said sometimes it makes sense to not demand a lawyer.
I didn't say it makes sense. I'm saying that it's irrational.
It's not, though, because it's the basis of.
But which one is it? Is it rational or irrational?
Lower level.
Dude, if you had unlimited money and you could just afford a lawyer to just stand next to you, you'd be delusional not to utilize them at like any given time you talk to a police officer. That's just facts.
Nice switches.
Like, am I wrong?
Sound of that keyboard, dude.
Am I wrong in my thought process? If you had like a personal lawyer on standby for any time you talk to a police officer, you would never. Your chances of being charged would be marginal.
There he goes again with the absolutes, because you've already conceded that there is a circumstance in your mind in which you would not need a lawyer to talk to the police officer.
I can afford a lawyer to just be on hand all the time.
Yeah, again, right? Like, when you started this Jetstream, right, the people in here will agree with me, I hope. You said definitively, absolutely, never, ever talk to the police without legal counsel.
Never said that.
Right?
That's
how you started it. Then you've reached the point where you've said, yes, but actually, in certain circumstances, you should. Yes, but depending on how they approach you, you should. Yes, but if they're just asking for directions, you should. So you've literally backed down from your position.
Yeah, and I'm saying that that's stupid on my part.
Okay, so can we just stop there? Right, that's the end of the debate. Right, we've reached the moral.
It is the
end.
It's been over for like 30 minutes.
It doesn't need to keep going on.
Yeah, it's been over for 30 minutes, but you guys keep it like.
Yeah.
What about the
It's been over for 30 minutes. You haven't said that you've conceded the debate. You've just gone, I haven't really conceded the debate because.
Oh, you guys just keep. You talked about Pontius Pilate. It's like, yeah, we can talk about Pontius Pilate.
What?
And then you guys just
it was an analogy.
Mr.
Christianity into the argument. You are the one that brought it in to begin with.
Exactly.
And now you're getting upset that it's being brought up when you are the one that brought it
in
up.
comparison with beliefs, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for wasting our time.
And again, I get the analogy.
Not
I get the analogy and the point that you were making, and I think
Nah,
most
Marky
people
Mark
get it.
doesn't. Kurtz don't. But
Well,
it's
I
all
think
right.
I think they do, but you
No,
just
they
put
don't.
it forward in such a stupid way that it's easier to like point out the
Literally,
illogical aspect of the
you
analogy.
understood it. Truth understood it.
Consistencies in his
Fucking,
argument.
I think several other people got it.
I
but
just
you know
want to
what?
clarify.
Kurtz didn't
that
get
when
it.
I asked you the question,
I understood your argument. I just told you it's a bad one to make, and I tried to give you advice on why not to
You
make
started
that
talking
argument.
about Pontius Pilate, bro. I wasn't
Look,
talking
all
about
we were doing for the most part is probing your line of logic and then pointing out the flaws in it. That's what we were doing.
That's cool.
And I just want to say, from my point, I'm not asking you these things to drill it into you or to try to beat you down any further, because that doesn't benefit me. It was the clarification so we can just simply say, okay, yeah, middle ground reached. All right, let's move on, because it's really fucking boring now. You know?
Yeah, you can change the topic. I do not care.
Are we still going on about this?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's where we've now reached the point
Hang
where
on.
now we don't have to keep
Guys,
it.
hang on. I know we don't have to go on any further, but could we please go on for like 5 more minutes?
Oh,
Canada should be the 51st state.
Again?
Why are you
Thank
the
you.
fucking kid that reminds the teacher about homework? Shut the fuck up.
Bring up Smith again.
I'm sorry. Was the person who conceded the last debate trying to bring up a new subject? You should probably just sit down and shut up and use his Fifth Amendment for a little while.
Better lawyer up.
Right? We don't need to remind the teacher that there's a pop quiz. All right, we just want to go to recess.
You probably
what's
should
the
have
new
asked
topic?
for a lawyer in the previous debate.
Dude, you know what's the new topic? I just got my NCOER back, and guess what? Most qualified.
Excellent leader,
baby.
yeah, most qualified. I've heard of this. You told us like 3 days in a row.
I'm so excited.
Proud of you, Jethro.
And nobody
one
cares
more-
about any
one
subject
more,
that you're
and
about to bring
I
up.
get to become
We're
a
going to talk
lawyer.
about something else, is what we're going to do. We're not going to do anything that
I think-
Jetstream wants
I
to
don't
talk about.
think
We're going to do
Kurt's
what
got
somebody
more
else wants to talk
qualified.
about.
Okay, I want to talk about Trump. Let's do that. That should be
I
fun.
want to talk about computers because computers
Did
are
you
really
guys
cool.
see his like
We're gonna
little
talk about your
ad
mom.
thing?
Did I see his Tesla ad? Yes,
I've heard
it's
enough
bad. I
about
don't
Trump
like
for
it.
10 lifetimes.
It's basically
pretty
what
silly.
Hitler and Volkswagen did from the looks of it.
I'm not gonna jump as far as to say it's
I'm
Hitler,
not
right?
calling him
but
Hitler.
it is. Yeah, I
It's
know.
very
It
silly.
is.
Same
It
thing.
is using the White House as advertisement, and that's
It
kind
is propaganda, a little low
Did Joe
key.
Biden not do that?
No,
With
so
a,
Joe
Jeep
Biden
Rubicon?
did it. No. Joe Biden did it to push, not to push, but to bring up
EVs.
support for an initiative on EVs. He had, which of course Trump
Like
signed
Rivian
out
or
with an
something?
executive order, but he had a plan to make some percentage of cars on the road electric vehicles by 2030, and so he brought a bunch of different brands of EVs to the White House, and he was like, "Oh, look at all these options." Whereas Trump did it because Tesla stock tanked. So.
What
There's
Trump
a difference
do?
there.
That's
using
not
the
that's
Tesla
not
in the White House.
quite why he did it. It's not just Tesla stock tanking.
it
There's
kinda
literally
did it
there's
once.
literally terrorist attacks on Tesla. Tesla.
Oh
fucking-
my god.
But yeah,
They
you
need protection.
don't think planting bombs at a Tesla dealership twice counts as a terrorist attack?
I'm gonna love this
Maybe,
argument,
but
dude.
It does.
Wait,
so
what do you mean? What do you mean? Maybe like literal
There
bomb?
was.
It does depend. If it's for a robbery, it's not a terrorist attack. If it's
No.
for terrorism, it's a terrorist
It's
attack. There's
specifically to blow it
Okay,
up.
are
but not
you
rob it.
gonna pretend these people planting bombs outside Tesla dealerships aren't doing it to rob the Tesla dealership? Is that gonna be your assertion here right now?
I don't know anything about this. I haven't heard about it.
I'd like to point out
Yeah,
that
it was in
Trump
fact.
said, "Boy,
If
Okay,
you don't know
I'll
anything
drop
about it,
something.
why are you talking to it?
Why am I
would like-
talking to it? I'm talking about the actions that Trump did to promote Tesla. I'm not talking about
What about the
occurring with
torchings
Tesla.
too? Because there's been like dozens
Torchings.
of
This is
those.
still irrelevant to Trump advertising Tesla.
I'd
I
once
mean,
again like
you
to point out."
specifically
No, it's not.
said it was because the stock tanked, and I
Well,
told you
why
there's
would-
a lot
hang
more
on,
to
no,
it
no,
than
no, no.
that.
Why would
I
why
mean,
would
it
doing
is
an
you're not gonna say
advertisement for
it's a big part of
Tesla
it.
help
Well, it's
fix the issue with Tesla? Why not like mobilize the
It's to
National
help
Guard
out
or
his
increase space
his
prices?
boy, his top donor.
It-
What do you
no,
mean?
I'd
hang
like
on,
to
hang on,
point-
hang on.
Yeah, that's-
Hold on,
that's
hold on.
most of it.
Hold on.
What
Shush.
benefit
I-
does it
hold-
serve to advertise Tesla if they're being terrorist attacked? Like, how does that stop the terrorists?
Here.
What
I'll
did you
give
do
you. I'll
with
give you a
that
very.
It's,
Hang on. I'll give you a very
literally
easy
in
point.
response to a violent boycott.
Buffy-
like, are you
Buffy-
just being
Buffy.
intentionally obtuse?
What did I do?
Okay,
with the
what did he
response?
say? What did he say
I'd like
at the
to point
meeting?
out-
What was the information he put out at that meeting? Did he maybe
Can I
announce
speak?
that it was domestic terrorism and that he was going to start labeling it as so?
Well, he
Did
also
he
read
maybe
off
say that?
Hold on. I'm trying to speak
Yeah,
here.
shush for 2 seconds.
No, shut the fuck up. I've been trying to speak for a while now. So shush. Anyways, Trump said that boycotting is now illegal.
Yeah.
Do you not see an issue with that? No,
Do you think maybe? Do you think maybe? Hold on, what was the word? What was the word that was before the word boycott? Did it say an illegal boycott?
What's illegal about boycotting?
Yeah, there's nothing illegal about boycotting.
Do you think maybe? Do you think maybe? Hold on. Do you think maybe just possibly he was referring to the fact that people's Teslas were being firebombed and
That's
that
not
bombs
a
were being
boycott.
placed outside of
That's
Tesla
not
dealerships?
boycotting.
So which
Do you-
boycott are you
See,
referring
this is the
Well,
most
you're saying it's
this is like the
terrorism,
most actually thing I've ever fucking heard.
Well, you're saying
Actually, that's not the meaning of boycott.
Which
Actually,
quote-unquote
Blowing up
boycott
a
are you
te-
referring to?
blowing-
Because the
blowing
inside of
up a
Trump Tower
Tesla
is
isn't
not
a
a public
boycott.
space. If you're a private
we're
citizen
fucking
who owns
aware
Trump
of that.
Tower and you want them removed from the inside of your building, that's completely up to you. I mean, you let them protest for some period of time, but he had them removed. If you're firebombing Teslas and you're firebombing Tesla dealerships and destroying property of that dealership, then I don't see how this is boycotting.
Was BLM boycotting Target when they blew it up?
That's just
hang on. Is boycotting allowed on private
just
property?
vandalism.
No, I'm asking.
Is
Was
boycotting not
BLM
vandalism, it's
blowing up car
terrorism.
dealerships and shit, or Target or whatever? Was that boycotting?
I mean, boycotting's not.
Is that
not
boycotting?
doing-
No,
it's
no, I'm
not
talking
gonna be
about.
illegal.
Boycott. What boycott are you referring to? What?
Well, because you guys are saying that if you blow
I'm
up a
not gonna
Tesla
buy your
building,
thing.
if you blow up a Tesla
You're
thing,
not
then
gonna
it's
find
boycotting
Boycott
instead of
is just
terrorism.
saying,
I'm
I'm
saying
not gonna
that.
buy your thing.
What I'm saying that.
boycott yet.
No, I'm saying because you guys are saying that blowing up a Tesla is now boycotting. So I'm saying it was
That's not
BLM
boycotting
blowing
now.
up Target. Was that
Yeah,
boycotting?
it's not boycott.
It's
That's
not
not
boycotting.
boycotting.
So why would this be?
Yeah, I think-
Why would this be boycotting all of a sudden?
the whole
Why
point
did
that he's
Trump
trying
call
to
it
make here, the whole point he's trying to make is that we all know what the real meaning behind what he was saying, what actually was, and you're trying to fucking straw man it. Be like, actually, that's not the real definition of boycotting.
you
And
guys brought up
everyone
boycotting.
fucking
Sounds
knows
like another
he's very
first term.
clearly referring to the fact that Teslas are being
just-
firebombed
Yeah.
and that bombs are being placed outside of
Sure,
Tesla
but
I'm
dealerships.
using the words that Trump is using.
Yeah, you said
The
the word
definition
that
of
Trump was
terrorism,
using.
right?
You said illegal
But
boycotts, and you guys are saying that this is boycotting. So I'm
guys,
saying, how is this boycotting
let's
if
not
BLM's
waste
not?
time on someone who's being intentionally bed-faced. Yes, okay. Either you have two choices here, Kira. You're too stupid to actually infer into context here, or you're being bed-faced. Pick one.
Doesn't matter.
That's not
No, I'm
true.
being pretty good faith.
No,
No, you're not. That wasn't optional. So
Yeah,
made a choice.
Kiara, I'll read the actual
These
statement
both-
that he made
both these things are true.
before we go down the fucking wrong path and make a bunch of speculations. I'll read the actual quote. The radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla, one of the world's great automakers and Elon's baby, in order to attack him and do harm to Elon and everything that he stands for.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, what's illegal
In that
boycott?
statement, does he afterwards clarify what he means by illegally boycotting? Because that's the concern people have.
I think
What is an
it's
illegal boycott?
I think it's pretty inferred that when bombs are being placed outside Tesla
That's
dealerships
not a boycott.
and
That's
the individual Teslas of not even Elon doesn't even fucking own these, right? He's not in, okay, but you're not listening.
This is like
you're
when
you're
this is like the
literally
claim y'all
you're
made when
being
he said illegal
disingenuous.
protest.
No,
No,
you're
I'm not.
being
It's
disingenuous.
unrelated to whether or not.
No.
Can you honestly
Okay,
gonna take
no,
a stance?
listen,
You
Marty,
don't think that
Marty,
Trump,
if I'm
that Trump,
actually being
when he says-
disingenuous, you should let me speak so I can walk myself into a
because
hole
you are
of being
you are being
disingenuous.
disingenuous.
Okay, well,
Everyone
then let me
fucking say it.
show all the people that I'm being disingenuous then.
Okay. Give me an example of an illegal boycott that is a boycott.
Yeah, so that's the issue. Is if you commit a
Oh,
crime.
give me an example
in
of
the-
that.
What's the question?
I'm not
Give
claiming
me
that
an
there is a such
example.
thing.
Oh, give me an example of an illegal boycott that is in fact a boycott by any of your definitions.
I'm not claiming there's a such thing.
That he just said
Oh,
illegal.
okay. So every illegal boycott
that's how
is
Trump
not a
talks.
boycott, right?
He's like, these
No, not at all. What I'm
very
saying.
bad,
If you
terrible
let me
boycott
explain,
boycotts against
if you
my
let me
guy.
explain, I would.
That's what Elon said. He said they boycotted my stores, man.
let him
by your
clarify.
own
I'm not making
definition,
money anymore.
Let me
by
let me
your own
speak, and I can tell you
definition,
my definition.
no,
Yeah, if you let me
no
explain.
illegal boycott is actually a boycott at all, right?
Not what
By
I
your
said, no.
own definition, I gave you the opportunity.
No, you didn't actually. I'm trying to
I
speak,
actually
and y'all are
did.
cutting me off.
No.
I'm trying to speak, and it's not being allowed. But here, if you commit a crime while trying to boycott something, that is criminal. that doesn't make the boycott itself illegal. That means you committed a crime.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
What does the boycott? What does the boycott consist of? If Trump says that something is illegal,
that's a false dichotomy. At which point do you draw the line? At which point does the law enforcement move in? If somebody burns down several cars, if somebody burns down a business, at which point do you break up this protest?
That's right.
You can't just allow them to go and they just burned down that one thing. They won't do it again. Let's just go find the 3 people that burned that down and spend all our time doing that. Like at what point do you draw the line?
What do you mean draw like stop protesting? Like
allow anarchy
disallow
to
protest?
take hold. You have like
boycotting.
protests not just go unchecked.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
I don't think. I don't think.
Property.
And I haven't run into a situation where I actually think it's worth sacrificing the right to protest just
You're not
to keep
sacrificing
a
the
few
right to
people.
protest. The people
Okay. No, what you're
who
suggesting.
protest sacrificed the right to protest when they destroyed property.
Yeah, the
Buffy,
people who
just answer. Buffy, just answer my. I have one question for you.
It's unlawful.
What's
Now
up, Marky? I'll answer your question.
Do you think that there's even a slight chance that when Trump says that Tesla is being illegally boycotted, that he might just possibly be referring to the firebombs and the literal bombs being placed outside of Tesla dealerships?
So no,
it's possible. Yes.
Okay. So you just said it's possible, and let's be honest, it's probably fucking likely. Right. So to say
you don't have to go this far,
President.
guys. Literally, none of you know the law. Like straight up, the Sherman Antitrust Act. Like, look into that section on boycott, and you will see something very clearly apply to what exactly is this situation, and that it's probably an illegal boycott. It doesn't you can't just like do anything in a boycott. You could choose to not buy something. That's fine.
Yeah.
But if you're using like coercion, for example, as a group, or if you have like, I don't know, multiple company entities that collude even remotely, and they don't even have to directly meet, that could be an illegal boycott as well.
No,
there's also been letters. There's been
illegal
letters
boycott is
that are getting passed around to people who have Teslas as well, telling them that they need to sell their Teslas or quote face the consequences of not selling their Teslas. That's literally fucking terrorism and illegal.
You guys better not go after
Here's
guys
what
who
I'll.
actually
I mean,
make cars.
I feel like I've been pretty reasonable on this. I'm saying I think boycotting is allowed and should be allowed. But if you commit a crime that is a crime, you should go to jail.
I agree.
The way the boycott works could very well be a crime.
That's not the
No,
discussion.
I don't think that you. I don't think
discussion
you
we're having is that
Buffy,
somebody is
you
making a
say
bad faith
because
argument
somebody
that-
did this, now the whole boycott is
bad faith
illegal.
argument
No.
is being made that
Buffy,
they're out.
That's literally how it works, but okay.
Boycotting. If these
You've
Trump
moved
if
the
these
goalpost.
boycotts had taken place on public land, on public sidewalks, and had not broken windows, gone into dealerships, disrupted business, attacked people, destroyed property of the private business that is Tesla dealerships, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
That's
they would just
right,
be allowed
yeah.
to boycott.
And also,
Right, yeah.
your Sherman
it's
antitrust thing,
the
FY, it
the
says a
original
group
assertion-
boycott where competitors conspire to refuse business with a third. So that means like it would have to be Toyota and other electrical car.
that's
under the Sherman Trust Act.
That's not
like you said, it's antitrust.
It's a group
Yeah,
boycott.
I'm where you're
competitors
Googled at. You're reading one paragraph. Read the part where it says one example of it off that same page that you're on legalmatch.com.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
only
so
if
Buffy-
that's companies,
I'm
That's
just-
one example.
like companies
Buffy, I'm pointing
colluding
out the
against
fact
another
as
company.
well that you've moved that the goalpost was
People being like, I'm not
because
going to
the original
buy.
assertion
When did I
was
move
that
the
Tesla
Trump-
is not an illegal
because the
boycott.
original assertion was that
Talking
Trump
about.
said that boycotting is illegal. That was the original assertion.
Blowing up Tesla
No, I
isn't a
said
boycott.
that. Dude, somebody
actually did.
read out what he said, which was, if this is paraphrasing, but that there were illegal boycotts taking place. And I asked,
Right.
what is an illegal boycott? I never made an assertion.
But the
asked
original
you
assertion.
specifically for an example of an illegal boycott that still remains as an actual boycott, and you could not name one.
True, 'cause
I
they probably
unloaded
become
your
riots
loaded
then,
question,
right?
and you don't like it.
you're.
I unloaded your loaded question and your butt hurt.
For that to be a logical question, there has to be a such thing as an illegal boycott,
Yeah, so I'm
which
saying
I just
that probably
denied the
turns into a
existence of.
riot. Then honestly, a boycott that turns
Jim
violent
gave
into whatever.
you the resource. There
literally
is such a
fucking
thing as an
semantics.
illegal boycott.
Semantics
There is.
don't matter when there's firebombs being thrown, when there's
Yeah, but then-
Molotov cocktails
again,
being thrown.
it's like I said,
People
BLM
are
was
being
like I
stomped.
said,
BLM was a
if you
riot,
Police
right?
officers are
Commit a
being dragged down to the ground and beaten by multiple
I
protesters.
feel like y'all are very
Semantics
much
no longer
glossing
matter.
over the fact that I'm saying if you commit a crime, you should be in jail.
Jesus Christ! No one gives. Yeah, that's great. That's fucking fantastic.
So then
You're
what are we
just-
even debating
You are
about here?
literally just arguing semantics to waste time.
How am I arguing semantics by saying that if you throw a firebomb or like plant an explosive, you should go to prison? Like I feel like is that not the disconnect here? Because
Yeah,
I do
it's
think that
nothing to
if
do
you
with a
commit,
boycott,
if you
though.
do
Like,
something
it's not
illegal
a-
during a boycott, you are committing a
If
crime.
this is like
but
if
that
there's
doesn't
like
make the whole
organized,
boycott illegal.
like
It by
Yeah,
definition
exactly.
does. Your
No,
protest.
the fuck
organized
doesn't.
violence
not.
against
Oh,
Tesla
yeah.
because people hate
You guys want
Elon,
to take away the
like,
First Amendment
then
right to protest
that's
now?
illegal. And yeah, it's like
That's what it seems like.
I
they're
don't
gonna
see
do.
why this means Elon should have like Teslas
Hang
at
on,
the White House.
I
don't
hate to
get
like
It's
rephrase
an
it into like a.
American-made business that is literally being domestically terrorized for political reasons.
I hate
So, of
to
course,
like
I don't know if you're trying
reframe
to be.
things
I don't know if you're trying to be like intellectually,
you're
like you know,
making it
like
more
an intellectual
political
savant by like spending
doing it
time on this like
this way.
point
Like
that
you're
is
being like
wasteful
they
in
are.
time. But
No,
it's
okay,
literally
Mordecai,
just
Mordecai.
semantics.
I'll
Like
put it
if you
into a-
like,
I'll
oh,
put
it's
it
an
into a
illegal
better
boycott.
lens
That
for you.
terminology means absolutely nothing. If it doesn't stand up in court, it doesn't stand up in court. If your gathering, which isn't of itself is a boycott, turns into violence, it is now by definition an illegal gathering. It doesn't fucking matter if it's an illegal boycott by your fucking legal or fucking
Now you're moving the
linguistic
goalposts by
definition or not.
changing to illegal
It's
gathering,
just
which is the
ridiculous.
defined
It's a waste
term.
of time. It's
It's
ridiculous.
not a waste of time. It's a very
it is a
important
waste of
distinction
time.
to be made.
It is a waste of time.
Okay, here I'm gonna reframe it for you.
No, you don't
Let's
have
say-
to reframe it for me. You
let's
don't
say-
like take it to court on this fact that we called it an illegal boycott, and we'll put up the videos of what happened during this so-called illegal
Yeah, but
boycott.
what
when
is the
property
illegal
was damaged,
boycott?
people
I'm
were
sorry,
attacked,
Mordecai.
and fires were started.
At the
And see if
beginning of
that
your
act-
sentence,
and see
Yes,
if
I don't
that
understand. So
issue
so
goes
fires
any
being
further
started
than
at
all these
Tesla
other-
means
That doesn't stop.
You're down,
so that
Trough,
is the
you're
point here.
you're downplaying this so much. It's not even funny. Immediately, I can tell you're trying to downplay this. You said that fires are being started. No, people are throwing fire bombs on fucking cars, dude.
You're right.
People are
That
shooting
means
at
that should
Tesla
be
dealerships.
showcased.
What makes it
People are
illegal
placing
protest? That's the
explosive
question.
devices outside
let
of
me
dealerships.
reframe it.
You're downplaying it.
Inside of dealership.
Let me reframe it to something
Yeah,
else.
I believe
If
that.
this was
Some
if,
of these,
if this
like,
was a
leftist
protest and somebody
guys are
like
wild.
somebody starts throwing firebombs during a protest, yes,
They're
they're
like,
going to
yeah,
disperse the
programmed.
protest, but they're not going to say that now the entire movement has to be ceased and the entire movement is illegal.
Okay,
Like,
what
let's say
if the
we had
movement has now become centered around these firebombs on Teslas, graffitiing Teslas, putting notes on people's cars telling them they have to sell their cars or face consequences, placing bombs inside Tesla dealerships? At what point does that no longer become a protest and does it become literal domestic terrorism?
I believe it would have to be considered a terrorist
That could
group, and I
be-
think
You
there's
can,
legal
you can
proceedings
think that
behind
you can think that all we
Yeah,
want.
you
but
you
we
could
didn't-
you could classify those groups as terrorists. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
like
that
you
still
can think that
doesn't
all we
make the
want. We,
protest
like
illegal.
after
Again, I don't
9/11,
see how
we-
that's the same
Boycott.
are connected necessarily.
after 9/11, we passed
Then
the
we
act
had
that
to
gave
sponsor
us
Tesla.
Did you really just try to say it's not connected?
Like it is now a defunct legal.
I mean,
gathering.
obviously,
like, you
sponsoring
cannot
Tesla is
organize under
connected.
that
It's
name.
all-
Like get a new umbrella to organize
Elon
under,
getting attacked
and then
is
do it
'cause he's
peacefully and
connected to
don't
Trump,
fuck it up
and
again.
Elon
But you
getting
can't organize under that name anymore.
Sponsored is because connected. to Trump.
Okay, so it's connected
It's
to Trump.
actually that simple. It's not
there's
domestic
physi-
terror.
Yeah,
Well,
so the
that is
Secretary of State and the Attorney
definitional. That
General
is
would have to
definitional.
make it.
Hold on, no. That is definitional domestic terrorism, though. You just
No,
said
but it-
that,
but
that
that-
he's being attacked because of his
So,
political
people-
affiliation with
Again,
Trump.
this
and now
sounds like
people are
semantics,
having
but it is an
bomb
important
throws
distinction.
and
It
girl
could-
cars
yes,
being
People
firebombed.
That
committing
group could be
terrorism
domestic
doesn't
terrorism
constitute the entire
by
group being a
definition.
terrorist group.
Yes, they could be domestic terrorism, but it still doesn't make the boycott, like a boycott, illegal.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
Here's
that
hang
fact
on,
sheet you can call
itself is not illegal.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Nobody. I don't think anyone reasonable is denying there probably is domestic terrorism occurring. The issue is because, like, just to say that a few people that are aligned with the movement have committed terrorism, therefore the whole group is now terrorist. It isn't how that works. You have to have the Attorney General.
Would you say if someone was in the KKK, and out of those 50 people, and then only we'll say 10 of them have ever done something that would be considered racism or a racial attack, would you say that labeling just those 10 people is reasonable, or would you say labeling the KKK as a
talk about legal proceedings?
Absolutely,
it's not about reasonable. It's about
Hold on. Let me counter this.
No, that's a
Well, the
retarded
KKK is a
comparison.
group.
We're talking about two.
Yeah.
We're talking about two political parties.
Yeah,
it's like when
if they
Democrats
have
are
1,000
like,
people,
"Oh, well, not all
and-
Republicans are racist, but all racists vote Republican."
Like it's an organized.
That's the same retarded argument.
Yeah, it's a weird comparison, and also it's not about what's reasonable; it's about what's legal. Like I said, it's about getting the Secretary of State and the Attorney General.
I'd like to point out that the people boycotting aren't an organized
No, what are, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean,
what
legally
group are
it's
you
also
That's why we couldn't
labeling
get
as
Antifa
a
classified as
It's like all
terrorist?
like, it's
No,
like,
Trump-
like, well,
Like you could
Trump
probably
said
label
that-
these.
Trump said it was illegally and collusively boycotting. So they're colluding, meaning that they have to be an organized group, right?
Does everything Trump says turn out to be true? It's not Toyota. It's not Acura. It's not other companies.
Let's not forget. Let's not forget. This is also still in the early stages, and they've already announced that ActBlue is currently being placed under investigation for this very collusion against Tesla. There's currently an investigation being put out.
Sure.
Obviously, they have some information that is not out to the general public yet.
Here, Marky, dude, I'll concede to you that if they do their investigation and the Secretary of State and Attorney General consult and decide to mark it as a terrorist group, then therefore they will be a terrorist group committing terrorism. Like that's. Yeah. But until that occurs, it hasn't occurred. Is my argument.
So your argument is that you need some judge to tell you that placing bombs in a dealership and firebombing Teslas.
Like when legal proceedings occur the way they're supposed to.
That's crazy.
That person is definitely a terrorist. I'm just wondering what's being labeled a terrorist group.
The people protesting. Basically, like there's.
And who are we talking about? These people protesting?
No, not the protest.
All of them.
No, you can't. No, I disagree.
When hang on, no. I'm not arguing that like you can totally be tried for domestic terrorism and be found guilty for it. In this case, actually, I'm sure that they will be found guilty for domestic terrorism. However, they have not been declared a terrorist organization, and that's an important fact to take into account when deciding whether or not to allow them to continue protesting and gathering.
Also, being a member of a domestic terrorist group, if labeled, is not a crime in of itself.
It's not.
Well, hang on.
A lot more, actually.
Buffy, can the chief executive unilaterally declare whatever group he wants to be a terrorist organization?
I don't think so. I'd have to see.
Absolutely, he can. Absolutely, he can. He already did it with the fucking MS-13 gang.
I don't think that because you did something in the past.
It's called an executive order. They can name whoever the fuck they want as a terrorist organization.
But again, it doesn't.
It even says in the U.S. Department of State that an FTO has to be named by the Secretary of State and the Attorney General. So no, what you're saying just isn't the case.
You can't be charged for just being in a group. Like that's also the.
Also, what you're saying is not the case, turds. Like go to the U.S. Department of the U.S. State Department website, and they will tell you about this.
Be right back.
Yeah, and actually, funnily enough, the MS-13 is not currently considered a terrorist organization. So,
is that the Mexican one? Which one is that? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's the Mexican one, the ones that are common in DC. They have they tattooed the 13. Funnily enough, who would have known?
Terrorist groups like more useful. Foreign,
yeah,
because then it's like, oh, we're at war with you now, basically, because you're not.
I don't even really. I actually don't have an issue with sending people to jail for doing illegal things at all. They should be in jail for doing illegal things. My issue is I don't like the possibility that we could end up just classifying things that are against the current administration as illegal, and then making it illegal to say those things and protest about those things.
You're doing that thing where you're completely downplaying.
What generalist argument are you making now?
I'm actually not downplaying it. I have conceded to you that there have been firebombs and explosives planted and probably people hurt in these protests.
What
I'm not downplaying that at all.
Argument are you making?
What generalist argument am I making? That I think that the freedom of speech is more important than safety.
I thought we were free speech absolutists.
That's not even what I'm asking. I'm asking you what generalizations are you making? Because it just sounds like you're making a whole totalitarian argument with not a lot of standing.
You'd have to be more specific. I don't know what you mean.
Well, you'd have to be more specific because I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, great. We can both not understand.
Listen to you, and you've just been rambling.
All right, sweet.
Like you don't think what they're doing is an attack on freedom of speech?
I think protesting is an attack on freedom of speech? No.
No, Mordecai, not you, Buffy.
Vague. No. That was a vague question with no.
Do you think the Trump
It's a very clear question, actually.
Do you think the Trump administration, especially Donald Trump saying, what is it? What is his actual quote?
Is violence and hang on. Are you instead of asking a loaded question, let's unload it. Are you advocating that violent violent acts are freedom of speech?
No.
Okay, so then reword your question.
What did Trump say that you're contesting as a violation of free speech?
There was no pretense to that question. Like I don't even know the fucking context of it. Like
He can't even follow up because he doesn't even fucking know.
No, because
I'm looking for the exact
rambling the whole time, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I didn't say
what Buffy was talking about. Then Buffy made no fucking sense for the last 5 minutes.
Brother, he asked a very clear question. He said, do you think that what the administration is doing is an attack on free speech?
Again, that is a question with absolutely no context.
That was a loaded question. I tried to unload it, and I haven't gotten a follow-up.
I don't.
The answer
Hang on.
can be
I don't
no.
think- hang on, dude. It's only a loaded question if it's a loaded question. Like, do you think it's likely that every like is asked?
The sky's only blue if the sky's only blue, my guy.
Yeah, I know,
okay.
motherfucker. He's
The fucking
saying
coffee's only
that
coffee if it's
every
coffee.
question he doesn't like is a loaded
It's hot
question.
outside.
Once again,
It's not every
once
question.
again, what has Trump or Yemen said or done that is a violation of free speech?
Yeah, that's a good question right there. Do you want to take it? Whoever made
I'm asking because I genuinely don't know, so I guess this will be enlightening for everybody in the room.
He called the boycotts illegal, right?
He also mentioned the concept of an illegal protest, which is another.
Hey man, the boycotts are only illegal if the boycotts are illegal. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, some
He has to
protests
actually take action.
Also, he's suing.
Aren't literally some protests illegal? Don't most protests require like a permit? But like the city.
He's also deporting people with green cards because they protest.
I mean, he's only deporting people if he's only deporting people. You know what I mean?
What?
Yeah,
exactly.
When he deports people, he has
no
deported
fucking
people. You're right,
context.
okay.
What
do you
question
mean?
are you asking?
You figured it out. Congratulations.
What do you mean? What
Jesus
context? You literally
Christ.
said deporting with green cards. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
unless like Trump has the power
So-
to do something.
I can grab his name for you if you want even more context.
I genuinely seek enlightenment. Is
Okay.
there like a link?
Okay,
I could just,
okay,
like,
here-
read on
here's
to
the-
fucking deafen myself.
Here's the exact quote from Donald Trump's tweet/truth social post. But the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla. One of whatever.
No. Did he say in that statement right there? Did he say boycotting Tesla is illegal, or reread exactly word for word what you just said again?
Trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla.
Okay. So
what
let's
action
use
has to be
basic
taken to make it
English.
illegal? He needs to clarify.
What?
Let's use basic English in that fucking statement, right?
Okay.
Read it again.
Illegally and collusively boycott Tesla.
Okay, so they are illegally doing something, right?
What's illegal about it? That's
What
the
is
whole
in
point.
the
That's what we're
yes,
asking.
that's what I'm trying to say. What is what makes it an illegal boycott? Because illegally like a boycott is just not buying something.
Does it not imply that it's the
conversation
means they are
about
using?
bombs being planted and fire bombs being
boycott.
thrown on
That's not a boycott.
Terrorist organization. That's not.
That's not. Yeah. Like I can boycott Tesla from my apartment right now. I don't need to do anything.
Are you gonna stand on the ground that you seriously think that he was not referring to the fact that Tesla
No, because he
dealerships
should
are
say
attempting to be bombed?
He should refer not to a boycott. He should refer to the people that are firebombing the
Okay,
dealership.
what's the reason? Why are they trying to firebomb the dealerships or bomb the
It's not about
dealerships
that. We're
or
not
the
talking-
Teslas?
the
in
whole
Why are
It's
you
not about
asking me about why the domestic terrorists are doing domestic terrorism? I don't know.
What is the reason? You're
Nobody's giving an answer to what makes you illegal. What makes a boycott illegal?
We're all talking.
Conditions they're arguing.
Guys,
We're all
let's
talking.
all talk over each other. Let's all talk at the same
Okay,
time.
hold on. Marky Mark was Marky Mark was saying something.
The people that are throwing firebombs on cars and placing bombs in Tesla dealerships. Why is this guy talking about?
I don't know.
Like this is literally how Antifa.
Mordecai, Marky Mark is talking. Okay.
This is how Antifa conducts their arguments. Like these dudes are literally educated by Antifa.
Okay.
Nobody's back in NT. We're calling them a terrorist organization. So
So
we're calling
what is
them
the
shitty human
reason-
beings.
Okay. Marky Mark, finish what you're saying.
What am I?
Jesus Christ. What is the reason that Tesla cars are currently being firebombed, graffitied, and the reason that bombs are being placed inside of Tesla dealerships? What are the reasons for that?
Why are you asking him?
I don't know. I'm not a member of the. Are you asking me to try to like think about why they're doing it? You're asking for my opinion on it.
The question is,
because I don't know the facts.
You know the answer to the question. It's because they're doing it to get at Elon for political reasons.
That is
Yeah, but that's not a protest.
I mean, sure, but that's not a boycott. That's not a boycott.
That's the whole point.
Okay. Exactly. So he said it's an illegal boycott. What they're doing
That's
is
not a boycott. That's not a boycott. That's not a
That's the
boycott.
whole point. That's why nobody here's answering what makes a boycott illegal.
argument is
How is
firebombing
hang on, pause.
Hang
on. We really need to focus
disingenuous with the single word that's being used.
Marky, hang on, dude. Hang on. We do need to hammer into this really quickly.
No, it's not.
You
Absolutely.
said with your own words, Marky. You said with your own words, exactly, it's not a boycott. That's why he said it's an illegal boycott. If it's not a boycott, it can't be an illegal boycott. Like,
if it's not a boycott, it can't be an
how did you
illegal
reach the
boycott.
conclusion that if it isn't a boycott, it's therefore an illegal boycott?
So if Trump puts out a tweet about Tesla right now and brings Teslas out onto the White House and does whatever that you think was horrible, right? Okay, he did, right? What do you think the reason was that he did that?
To raise stock prices.
Anything I can tell you would be a guess.
paying $1 million.
Anything I can tell you would be a guess.
You don't think there's any possibility that it's because one of the largest, not one of the largest, the largest electric vehicle
In the
producer
history
in the
of
United
America,
States.
in the history
you're
of
gonna talk
America.
over to me, or are you gonna let me fucking speak for 2 seconds?
Okay. Yeah, 2 seconds.
Do you think it's at all possible that he's bringing out this dealership, right? This American dealership, the largest EV producer, I think in the world. I might be misspeaking on that, but the largest.
Hang on, and it's also the only.
What do you think's more likely?
It's the only car 100% built in America.
Do you think that it's probably pretty likely when the president of the United States?
Is this a loaded question, by the way? Is this a loaded question?
Mark, I'll answer your question.
No. Do you think it's
I'll answer your
possible?
question,
Do you think it's possible that when he tweets that they're being illegally boycotted, that he might be referring to those things going on?
Mark, I'll answer your yes or no question, but you can't cut me off immediately after my answer because there is elaboration that needs to take place. Of course. Yes, of course it is possible, but it's in the same sense, it's just as possible that he's doing it because Elon Musk is giving him blowjobs. Like, everything is a guess. Until he says something about why he's doing it,
I could walk outside and be struck by lightning. What the fuck's your argument, dude?
You're asking him if there's a possibility.
I'm not gonna wait.
My argument is that your guess is only as valuable as my guess. They're all
we can only talk about what he said and done, right?
Exactly. Whoever said that, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed what Truth said. Truth, what did you say?
Just connect the obvious dots here.
Of
and
what?
it's not that he's giving him blowjobs. Although close.
Well, no shit. Yeah, it's an exaggeration. I'm saying that anything that we like, any conclusion we can reach, is just a guess.
Any conclusion we can reach is a conclusion we can reach, guys.
Yeah, of course.
No,
we cannot guess that Teslas are being fucking terrorized.
I can also guess that it's because Elon's a reptile.
And that there's a very obviously coordinated attack.
And I wouldn't be able to tell you you're wrong.
We can also not guess that there's obviously a coordinated attack against Teslas right now that is absolutely being classified as domestic terrorism. As it should be.
Coordinated attack? How do you have the leaders? Like, how do you know it's coordinated?
What do you mean? How do I know it's coordinated?
How do you know it's coordinated?
Because it's happening across
Do you think it's
the
just
country
convenient?
at
You think it's
multiple
just-
Tesla dealerships.
Exactly.
Jackalope. It's not happening at one Tesla dealership, one singular fucking time.
So the pre-plantation of a bomb
Hang on, no,
to
pause,
explosion
dude.
is coordination.
Antifa was decentralized. It didn't have a leader. So, like, if you think that's possible without a leader, then obviously this is possible without a leader.
What do you mean? The mainstream media is holding to do something. They go do it.
You need a leader to coordinate.
You think the leaders are the media? That's an answer. Even though I don't like your answer, that is an answer.
Coordination that doesn't disprove the argument.
I'm just asking how he knows it's coordinated, and
It
his
clearly
argument
has-
is
You're being disingenuous. You're being completely disingenuous when you say, "How do you know it's coordinated?"
Oh my god, everything's disingenuous. Everything's a loaded question.
Hang
You can't say anything.
hang on.
Because you are being
The Republicans
disingenuous.
are a threat
I'm
to
asking you a
democracy.
clarifying
It
question.
should be
I'm like,
stopped. That's a call to action.
oh, dude, at least Alpha. I think Alpha's wrong, but he is telling me how he knows it's coordinated. I can support that.
I don't give a fuck what you support.
I can go on, hang on. I can go on Reddit right now and find posts saying we should all go to Tesla
Show me those.
dealerships and boicott.
Actually, I'll do you one better. No. I will do you one better. I will do you one better. I will post a literal screenshot of someone who said it yesterday in the side chat.
You guys, what is
Said
it?
what?
Alright,
Said
yeah,
what?
What's wrong with you?
Did they say boycott?
You guys sound like the UK guy.
Someone literally said that it is justified.
gonna defend
Sure,
us all
they're
as
probably
well.
terrorists. That's not the argument. per
Wait,
se, though.
hang on, pause,
I mean,
Marky.
yeah,
I
that's
asked
not
how
really
you know it's coordinated,
How's that an
not
example of
what
coordination?
Eduardo said yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, Eduardo's
yeah,
the
I'm laughing
leader.
because I think it's
What
funny.
is that fucking
Eduardo's
laugh?
the leader. Eduardo's
Like
the
a
leader.
grown ass man. What are you fucking
Eduardo's the
12?
leader.
Hold on,
Eduardo's the
tomorrow,
leader.
tomorrow, if somebody killed like Hillary Clinton, I'd probably say, yeah, she deserved it. That doesn't mean like it was. What? Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Wait,
I
what?
mean, just because something happened, it doesn't mean it's coordinated. This is true.
Alright, peace. Oh, here, that's boring. What up, Mitchell?
Yo.
Fucking arguing about some things are stupid though. Like nothing like. All right, what were we? Dude, we spent like an hour on like, should you talk to the cops?
Really? That shouldn't. It's like.
Because these people won't understand. This guy had like a nuanced answer, and I kept having to back him up because he'd always be like, sometimes no, sometimes like. Kind of, like his whole point was like, it kind of depends on like how they ask me a question. If they go to me like, hey, like your next door neighbor's kid's missing, can you help us, with any information kind of thing? Versus like, hey, can you answer me about this missing kid right now? Like, I don't know. Like, they're two different kind of questions, and trying to just basically give a nuanced answer. And everyone kept being like, so you're saying it's like, dude, it's not what he's saying, guys. Jesus Christ, like, what the fuck? How do you guys not understand? He's telling you this
and
nuance.
It's funny. This is funny because, because my roommate, I've been watching.
I know.
Wally.
What up?
But my roommate, we watched a lot of the interrogation, like in the interrogation
Yes,
rooms.
I went through a time where I watched a lot of interrogations too. It's fun.
Yeah, it's just like it's fun, just like the little psychological and little speech things.
Do you know what it's called? Do you know what it's called? The technique they use, the cops.
Criminology?
Yeah, the criminal is called the Reed technique. You can Google it and actually like.
Oh yeah, Reed, yeah.
It's an acronym for 4 different things.
No,
but yeah.
and then, but we also watch like body cams, like people getting arrested for like shoplifting, and they turn a simple citation into a felony pretty fucking quick.
I know that's what me and the dude were trying to basically argue. It's like because I was telling them like because they're like saying something like, well, if you're innocent, blah blah blah. And I looked into it. I'm like, dude, there's 50,000 people a year get false confessions because they get pressured by cops to answer something. And they say the wrong thing at the wrong time, whatever the fuck it is, and now they're in jail.
Yeah.
Like how are you gonna say this doesn't happen? I mean, it doesn't happen a lot. Like I get that, but it's 50,000 people still. That's still quite a bit of people that went to jail for no reason because they admitted something they didn't know they admitted to. And then like we use the analogy of like if again with a kid, like someone goes like, hey, there was a crime here. They were driving a white car. Do you know anybody that has this kind of car? Versus like, oh, I see you have a white car. Do you know what? Like fits the description and shit. Like, no, I don't want to talk to you because fucking, kind of thing. Like there's circumstances where you'd help and not help.
Well, yeah, obviously it's all about how you approach and your wording and your demeanor. Like,
that's kind of what we're getting at.
It's like, honestly, I give cops great respect, but every time I get a traffic stop, or I did get a traffic stop, I would only roll my window down probably about 2 inches, and every time it's like, can you roll the window down all the way? It's like, nope, I don't legally have to. It's like, then they always come up with the question, may I ask you why? It's like, bad anxiety, I just don't like cops, to be honest. Like, I shut up before, like, I don't like cops. It's nothing personal,
It's just I get
and
anxiety.
I'm always cordial. Yeah, it's anxiety thing. And he's like, yeah, fair enough. And then obviously go around and they see I don't have any notations about being confrontational, resisting.
For
it's
sure.
It's like, yeah, all right, yeah, fair enough. It's like at least he knows his rights. He's what do they call it? Protecting his rights without stepping on my rights.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to impede on him doing his job, but I am protecting my rights, what I can do.
Yeah. For sure, I get it.
Yeah, but so many of these fucking people we've been watching. It's just like, dude, it's as simple as 4 words. Shut the fuck up.
You know, I know. Like I said, that's what me and dude were basically arguing the whole time. It's like if this guy asked me this kind of question, like, yeah, I would go. I need a lawyer.
No, no, it's not. It's not even that. It's just like, people, you see it at bars and shit. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I know.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Don't run your mouth. Don't run your mouth. Don't try to resist. If they throw you in handcuffs, accept it. Accept it.
I know, dude. I've seen it plenty of times. But yeah, I know.
It's like,
Dude, it's even when I have to fuck up somebody, but like back in the day when I used to bring up fights, dude, like I get someone down to the ground, I'm like, dude, stop fighting, dude. Like I can already beat your ass. Like if I wanted to, you'd already be dead. Like just accept it. Just learn. Like stop resisting at this point.
Botables too rapey.
So yeah, you think 9/11's still an inside job?
Yeah, honestly, I will. That's like the one conspiracy theory. It's like it's just physics alone.
All right, what's your so you know a crayon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, a crayon. If you bend it, it breaks, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you put it in the oven, right? It morphs. It bends. It doesn't necessarily have to melt. It just has to get hot enough where it can bend it. It will break in half, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the thought process with the jet fuel and shit like that.
Yeah, I know, but it wouldn't explain why the whole tower went down from a strip like a demolition. Just
no, I know that part is kind of weird. Well, so like the building was made in thirds. I know that.
Yeah, but the jet fuel would eventually like melt like butter eventually, and then the whole like wherever the hell it snapped off between where it got weak in there would eventually bend over, and then gravity would take over and just snap that top part off, and it would land on whatever section.
I mean, I have to remember. I have to try to go deep in my brain because I looked at all this shit, of course, at one point. Because I mean, I used to think all this shit was true too. But
yeah,
there's so many things that have to go together, though.
Yeah, and it's just like, and then there was like the whole like insurance bio and that conspiracy with that, which I also believe maybe.
Well, like so, the argument for that though is that they just got firebombed like 5 years before, so they already were on high alert of fucking people attacking the building. So I mean, it would make sense that the new owner would be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get insurance on this bitch. We've already been terrorized before, you know." So I mean, like that one's a lot easier to understand, at least from that perspective, because I didn't know that before I looked into it, but then I looked into like, oh yeah, this guy just bought the building in 98, whatever the fuck it was, and the building got bombed in 94. No,
it was 93. It got bombed for the first time by Osama.
Yeah, 93. Okay, I just knew it was early 90s,
yeah,
but yeah.
And then it got bought and then put a new lease on and insurance on.
Like 98, right?
No, maybe? It was like it was 6 weeks before 9/11 happened, and then all of a sudden, what the fucked up thing is, they were doing like extra security details on the floor. Then all of a sudden, a week before, they pulled all the bomb sniffing dogs out. It was like, dude, they were obviously. It was a big, more or less, insurance scam, I would say, and a reason to invade. That's what it really was about.
So the science people say that because of the heat and stuff, basically things were sagging into the middle of the towers, and that's why it collapsed inward versus the normal outwards, like, you know.
But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense why it would, like, be a controlled demolition type, though. I could see it, but there would be some sort of abnormality within the way it fell. But it fell and it spread debris basically just equally.
Well, I know, but like I said, the science answer is that, like I said, it basically bowed and buckles. So once those top 20 floors basically caved in, because like I said, it was bowing in. Once it collapsed, you had 20 floors of pressure caving in one at a time, just going boom, 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 you know. And that's why they say you see those explosions out the side of the building.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. But also with the top two also hitting it where the weak point is, that would have been like the rest is like frozen butter, and then where it hit is melted, and it's wouldn't you think it would start to curve?
Well, like I said, so like maybe the second one maybe because it hit the side more, but the first one was like dead center. So like that one I could see totally because if it hit dead center, that's where the weight is gonna collapse. So if it collapses in, I can see it going straight in. It's when it just free, like you're saying, like more free falls. Like if it were just like tipped over side, I could see it, falling side to side. But like I said, if it collapsed from the middle out versus outward in, I don't know. It makes sense, at least to me. There's some things that are still fishy, but I mean, like, a lot of it just...
And plus just the government, and especially Bush being truthful.
Well, not even that. I mean, I get all that, but my thinking would be, like,
I mean,
how many people... I'm just saying, but, like, how many people would have to be involved, man? Because you need NSA, you would need all the NORAD people, you would need... There's a lot of people that have to be...
NORAD.
That whole, I know, I'm just saying, like, they'd have to be in it. I'm just saying there's so many things that have to be a part of it. Like, that's why it's one of those Occam razors, like, all these people are fucking in on it. That's, somebody's gonna snitch, especially on their deathbed or wherever the fuck, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
At least out of most conspiracies, this one at least has some kind of grain of stuff, but because there is some questionable things, but
it still has some sort of evidence.
But like I said, when I looked into it, because like I said, the science of it makes sense. Like I said, I learned about the CRAN thing. Like, you don't need like the jet fuel. Like, well, jet fuel doesn't need to fucking melt the steel. It just needs to make it have no support. Once it supports in, and then it goes from the middle like I said, the middle out. Because the outwards is the last part that's the part that we're watching collapse. But like technically, that's behind on the actual collapse. Collapse is probably like 3-4 floors below it. Actually, you know what I'm saying? Because on the inside, it's in the middle of it that's collapsing first. The actual structure of the building. The outside is just glass and shit,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but actually it was made of that steel reinforced rebar.
Oh, yeah, man.
And it was actually designed to withstand, but also that was built in the 70s.
No, dude, that was shit. That was shit that was built in like the 30s, I'm pretty sure.
No, 73 is when the towers were finished.
Oh, was 73? Okay, it started in 66.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Chrysler or the Empire.
Yeah, the first ones are like 30s or 20s, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this one started in 66, ended in 73. So 7 years. 7 years to build this bitch.
Yeah, which actually, given technology, actually,
dude, they did it a year ahead of schedule. It was supposed to happen by April 4th of 73, and they did it whatever the month was. So they actually did it earlier.
Nice. Yeah, plus it's also just like the huge rally around the flag bullshit.
No, I mean, yeah. No, there's things, like, obviously, I will say the government in general did a whole, like, if there's a crisis, you take advantage of it and gather power. Like, so there was some shady shit. I'm not saying
they took advantage.
Yeah, I'm saying, like,
at
there
least
definitely
at the
was some
most they
shady
took
shit.
advantage.
But, like I say, like, I don't know. I have to go into all this shit, but fucking... I don't know. Like I said, there's so many people have to be involved. But like I said, once I researched the science of it, then it made more sense. Like I said, it just has to.
Yeah.
It's from the inside out, not the outside in. That's why they collapse like that.
Yeah. That's what made me is like I didn't even pay attention to the political shit. It was more or less the scientific
No, I know.
the force like.
Oh, I used to ask
this
all these
doesn't
questions.
make
Like,
sense.
up until probably
like,
like
it
4 years
doesn't-
ago, dude, I believed all this shit for sure, dude. And like I would argue everything. I'd be like, what
And
about
then
this? What about this? What about
Bush
this?
Yeah, but it's all about like the physics. Like it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't act like this. Like jet fuel shouldn't be able to destroy that because they even show like fucking skyscrapers building for hours on end.
On fire. Yep.
And what these were burning for maybe
2 hours.
give or take.
I think,
Yeah,
I think the
maybe
first
at
one was like an
max.
hour and a half. The second one was like 2.5 hours. I don't know. I mean, actually, there's fucking engineer classes on it now, and at Arizona University, going over like the whole.
Really?
Yeah, it says 20 engineering students is still learning from collapse of World Trade Centers at ASU University. And like they got, oh man, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Like they even have like they have a computerized graphic of like what the layout of the where the plane hit, like dead center. They're saying like they have columns 200 to 100, and they have it all fucking like they hit it from the 91st floor to the 101st floor, and I think it was 120, right? 130 maybe floors.
I don't remember what floors they hit.
And it fucked up over half the columns. So you fucked up half the columns and 20 floors with that one plane.
But it still wouldn't have free fallen like it did, like straight down. It would have bent.
Yeah, well, like I said, if it goes from the middle though, it does make sense, right? Per se. Like, you know, think about like.
But even still, if it went through the middle, then all the energy is put in the middle. That means the exoskeleton is still there. I mean,
hold on, let's see here.
It should have stood. It should have stayed. It still shouldn't have collapsed the way it did, like straight down. There should have been some deviation. It should have like spread out to one side, regardless, because even the force, the kinetic force of hitting it, should have put that shock wave and rock something. That's what doesn't get me. It went straight down.
They're talking about the fires. Hold on.
Am I wrong?
No, I mean I had those questions too, but like I said, but to me, if it bows in the middle, because like I said, that's your structure. So the structure falls apart. Like I said, the outside's gonna be the last part because that's where it's gonna fall down, like basically with gravity, in the sense of like, because once the whole floor is basically flattened, there's nothing, there's no structure holding it up.
Right. Yeah, all right.
Like, you know, think about it. If it has like that thing probably had like 25 main studs holding it all the way up, and let's say this fire, the plane and shit knocked out like over half of them. So those those studs are gonna fall straight down. So that's gonna be the first part of the collapse, and then the outside is gonna come with it after.
I can see that. Oh yeah, now I see it.
And also, how about this is fun? I didn't know this either, but the fires from the.
But it shouldn't collapse at the speed, though. It shouldn't collapse at the speed it was collapsing as well.
Yeah.
Like you should have been able to drop a basketball at the same exact time, and you and the basketball, you could catch the basketball.
Well, it wasn't exact, but it was close. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, so that's iffy.
Yep. So how about this? So when the fires were burning, right? The outside steel of the building where we're talking about, it was so hot it ended up bowing out. So like the structure on the sides were already like pushing out to fall down straight. Like it's crazy when you actually like explosion of slab force framing outside leverage. Yep. Buckling columns. Here, I'm just gonna show you. I'm just gonna screen share so you can see the fucking picture. It's just easier.
Oh yeah, I see. Because the heat and the gas heats up,
Yep. And then it gets crazier because then it starts showing like the one falls. That's just breaking. That's the first part of it. And then eventually, like it says, like see how it's all buckling down, which is forcing these things to collapse in because this bowed out.
But it's still at that time it still shouldn't. But I guess it was mainly steel, though. It was mainly steel instead of concrete or brick.
Because the thing is, once these steel columns here, once these steel columns got bowed like this because it's so hot, they're warped. And then once these things got literally hot enough where it fucking broke down, like I said, it's just gonna. Because like I said, you can see this angle; it's kind of going in.
Yeah,
I mean,
still, there should have been some deviation. It was too uniform. The collapse was too uniform.
I mean, like I said, I have to look into like exactly how fast it dropped because I know it's not exactly the same speed as what a free fall, but I mean, it was close. I know. Do not.
It definitely was a demo. There was something. It shouldn't have collapsed like it did.
And again, this built 50 years ago, so maybe it wasn't the best made. You know, too. That could be part of it too. You know. Focus on this.
Yeah.
Because it says even here, you focus on the design of the building, construction engineer's perspective, including the interaction of the foundation with the core, the steel columns, and the floor system. These topics are the bread and butter for understanding the design process for evaluating how the failure could take place. The concepts are tied to current design learning, the study of tension and compression, fracturing bolts and buckling columns, Mo Basher says. The principles are the same as if they were in the late 40s when many buildings were designed this way. So yeah, kind of. So they kind of, it was just the way they were built, you know, too. That doesn't help.
Yeah.
Because again, they're more primitive to what we are now, obviously.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that does make sense, but also,
But like you see this
there's a lot
picture,
about
like you can see like right here, the fucking plane, like exactly how many columns it hit.
Yeah.
How many floors it hit. Looks like Batman, kinda.
I know. I was thinking that.
I'm just saying it's pretty neat when you actually start to see some smart people fucking try to explain this. Because thing is, there's probably gonna be some things that are unexplainable. Because like that is.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Like another piece of evidence they throw out is like why on that day what was it, like 8 out of 7 black boxes, all but 1 black boxes were destroyed, and those were made out of the strongest alloys known to man. But yet, a passport of Altam Al-Sakami, I think I might have been butchering his name. And anyways, the main hijacker flew out of the airplane doing 400 miles an hour right before it hit the tower, was found unscathed. How do you explain that? How do you explain that?
Hold on, I was reading something else. I'm gonna free fall. So if the building would have been free falling speed, it would have been at 200 kilometers per hour, and the building took 300 kilometers per hour. So technically, it was 100 kilometers per hour off in time compared to free fall speed. But yeah, okay. What'd you ask?
No, but you know, black boxes, they're made all on that day, all but 1 were destroyed.
Blackhawks?
The black box, you know.
Oh, black
data
boxes,
recorders.
yeah, that is weird.
All but 1.
I
But
mean,
yeah.
I guess I would go to the. Oh, there's 4 of them, right? There should have been 4 of them. Yeah, I don't know how the one in Pennsylvania is that the one that got found? No, there's one in New York. So I don't know how the one in Pennsylvania didn't get found. That is probably the weirdest one out of the bunch. Is the Pennsylvania one? How is there no ship?
Yeah, and also the weird thing is right, like a standard B cop found Altam Al-Sakami, whatever, the main hijacker of the first plane. His passport was on the ground, somehow going out 400 miles an hour, and during the fireball and all the gas explosions, unscathed, perfectly found. It's like,
I know. I mean, I get it, but I mean,
like there's some sort of shadow secrecy. I don't know what it is. There's some sort of bullshit going on. There
maybe.
definitely is on 9/11. There definitely is.
Well, like I said, at a minimum, the government took advantage of it, which is never good. So,
Yeah,
like,
at
I'm saying, like
minimum.
at the minimum, they knew. Like I said, they were like, "Oh, we have a problem. You know what we do? We take advantage of the problem."
That's best case scenario, but there's definitely something the government was
There could
doing
be.
something.
I'm
shady.
saying there's no smoking gun, so I can't truly believe it. Like I said, there are some things that are
Yeah.
questionable. I'm not saying there isn't.
Yeah,
but like
but
there's a lot of things
no-
that we
Yeah, yeah.
we can explain too. Like it goes both ways.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm the same way, but I've done so much research, and I have a person because also my birthday too. But I've done, and just like the physicists don't really, and just everything doesn't really match what the government is trying to say. And plus, also when the plane hit the Pentagon, they've only shown 5 frames of the helipad footage, and no other camera footage can be found pointing towards the Pentagon at that date at that time. It's like, if you have nothing to hide, then why are you only showing 5 frames? It was some kind of cruise missile that hit the Pentagon.
I mean, I know.
it's like
I've heard that. I don't know. Again, there's no smoking gun. I get it. I'd have to look into all these things again.
Where the fuck did the 6-ton engines go? They
I
don't
know.
instantly vaporize, not 6 tons. Not even the most powerful foundry can do that. Maybe if you threw it into plasma, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd have to look into all this shit again, but I don't know. Like I said, there
What
are
are we
definitely
doing here?
questionable things. But
like where the wing marks is like it's literally like a center hole, like
I know.
cruise missile hit it.
Oh, I know. I mean, I get that. I've heard that thought process. I probably used to believe it too, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, some of these things are crazy though.
But like I said, this is like the only conspiracy theory I think. But because I like you said, as long as I can like articulate and like say why I believe in it, I've been showing you evidence and you've been looking it up.
Well, like I said, I used to believe all this stuff too. So like I know the questions. It's been a while since I've like gone back into like trying to figure out like what are the actual like evidences for it being the other way around or whatever. I guess. I know. I don't know. It is crazy. There's no video of it though. That's like real video of it. I mean, that is always the crux of the position. It's like,
I know. It's like, why are you so afraid? And plus, also the lawn too. Obviously, if like 2 jet engines came and a 747, it came that close. Obviously, the lawn would be torn up just from the back blast.
Yeah.
But it wasn't too torn up. It was literally just torn up in one trench. That's it. And lined up right with the main line.
See, these people say thousands of people saw the plane circling and then flying into the Pentagon. So I mean, like, it would be nice if like I could see or listen to some of these like claims. Because I mean, that would be nice evidence to be like, oh, dude, there's like 500 people that saw a fucking plane do like 3 twists in the sky, and
Yeah, but yet that was the first thing I've read too. It's like, but yet I haven't heard a single claim of that though.
Yeah.
It's just like, no.
Yeah.
It's definitely a fucked up day.
For sure. For fucking sure. We got out of school for a day though.
Yeah.
I just remember we went to the library and we all watched it for like 3 hours and like, all right, everyone go home.
No, I was just after lockdown saying like, all right, go home, and all the bus drivers got rallied back. I just went home with like, sound like, well, buildings are being destroyed. Cool. Fucked off and did my own thing, and then came back. Why are the Simpsons on?
All right.
It's like, and then the recap. I'm like, oh shit, damn. Something ain't right. Like from the get-go, 11 years old, I just knew from the get-go something did not smell right.
No, I know. I mean, like I said, I used to think all this shit too. I mean, I thought almost every conspiracy was true, but
yeah, this is the one thing I've only pretty much conspiracy other than aliens. But that just I was like, I believe in life and because it's mathematically impossible.
Now my new theory after talking to Brandon about it one day was, like I said, I think because evolution is probably speed and stuff, just the way we are. I think that if something evolved to live, I think it's exactly the same pace as we are because we came from all the same Big Bang. So I'm assuming that we all, like other galaxies, are probably similar but different. And if they have evolutionary traits like we do, they're probably gonna be just as slow. Like, why would I assume that they're gonna evolve like 1,000,000 years faster than us? Why? What would be the evidence for it?
I mean, there's no evidence to support that, but also one could argue maybe that a little bit of life, like that ended up here on Earth, grew up in a nitrogen-rich environment instead of oxygen-rich.
Maybe, but again, we don't know.
Maybe instead of
vast
being carbon,
universe.
they're nitrogen.
Well, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, we have evidence of life. And this is what we have. So I'm saying I would assume, unless it's different, which again I can't prove or nobody can technically at this point, but unless evolution or stuff like that is different in different galaxies, I'm assuming they're the same pace as we are. I guess that'd be my new argument.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if they'd be
I would
more
say-
advanced. That's the whole point, because everyone keeps saying they're advanced. I'm like, I don't know what makes them really more advanced. Like if they, like I said, I'm assuming they probably evolve same pace.
I would. My whole thing is, I think more towards the center of the universe is the more advanced. It's technically, goes outwards.
Maybe. I mean, that could be true.
Like,
Do we
be like
do we technically know
theoretical
where the Big Bang started? Like what part of the universe it is? I don't think so.
Nope. We have the W map, but we don't know where the fuck it is.
Mm-hmm.
We just know what the background radiation is. We have the cold spots, like we have the basic map.
Uh-huh.
That's about it. How you doing?
That's my fucking daily. I get to do this on New York Times. It's a fucking 4 of these words connect somehow. It could be any way. It could be whatever. So I'm trying to think. I was trying to go with like flop, turn, spin. Like I was thinking flipping around, turn around, but it's not. Wave. Wilt is like withering, dying, slowing. Angle's like a slant. So these two probably connect.
No.
See, that's flag. Like you can wave a flag. Yesterday I did this so easy. Today's a hard one. Hail. Hail Mary. Hail is like storm. Hail is like cheer, praise. What is a non? Like a non-factor? I think it was QAnon. Voodoo. Voodoo. Hole. Whistle. River. River winds. Rivers. Water. I know. Like I said, it's stuff to help keep your brain sharp. River bend. River. Art. Thou. What the fuck does thou mean? Like me? Thou?
Yeah.
You? It's like you almost? Like thou does this? Might be another meaning of it though. Thou.
If I see a poker, because I see flop, turn, river.
Ooh, there you go. Flop, turn, river.
But what's the fourth one?
All right. Oh, the whole, like your whole card, maybe?
I've never heard that term.
No? I have, I guess. Spin? No, that has nothing to do with it. You try it. Bam, it was a whole card. There you go.
Oh, it is.
Yep,
nice.
cards in a text. Oh, yep, there you go.
Nice.
There you go.
Flop, turn, river. Flop, turn, river. It's like, I never, what's a whole card?
Those are your 2 cards. Your 2 cards you get.
Oh, that's what they're called. Oh, that's what
They're called your whole cards.
I just used to call the hand.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're called your whole cards.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. See, there you go. That's how you do it. There you go. It can mean, like, these words can mean anything that connect in any way. That's why I try to, like, look at words and try to think, like, 3 different meanings. I'm like, all right, it could mean this, it could mean this, and this, and try to figure how it fits together, you know?
River, flop, I'm like,
You know?
turn. I was like, wait a minute.
Right.
Poker, 3 out of, it was like, it's like 3 out of 4. It's like, there's got to be a poker term.
You know, totally. Flag and whistle, maybe. Like, referee, maybe. But I guess got.
But that's 2, though.
I know. Like I said, I guess there's things I can see 2 3-way connections. I'm just trying to figure out. Wilt is like dying, right? Wilting away.
I know. Yeah, I knew wilt, bias, and thou and art were not an anon.
Well, I know that, yeah, these are old ass words. I guess you want to go with wilt, thou.
Mm-hmm.
What was the other one? Art. What would be another old ass
No
one?
bias. No bias.
You think bias is an old world word?
No, they just didn't belong. That's where I think first is like, yeah, those don't belong.
Yeah. Yeah, probably be Anon. I'm gonna try it. We got 3 wrongs. Yep, you're right. Shakespearean words.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't even know that was even the thing. What the hell?
I was just going with old words, but that's what I'm saying. It connects with that. It's Shakespearean words.
Yeah.
Oh, this football probably whistle, slant,
Yeah.
flag, spin maybe. Could be angle. No, fuck. Oh, it's not? Oh, fuck. Okay. I was thinking football scheme, but never mind.
Hail, football, flag, hail, wave, whistle. Maybe. Hail, definitely, I would say, but I don't know.
Angle, but it could be like angle slant.
Spin, wave, whistle, hail, maybe spin, whistle, wave, hail.
Whistle.
Gestures.
Whistle,
I'm thinking.
wave, hail.
Yeah, spin. No.
You think like gestures, like laughing, wailing of it, or wave? Fuck, hold on.
Flag, hail, wave, whistle.
Whistle's like wind, so like maybe like.
No, like whistle for a taxi, wave, hail, and then flag down a taxi, whistle, wave for hail,
Yeah,
flag.
that's a good one. You got it. Signal down a taxi, so it's the last one. This spin.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is
I was
it?
thinking scientific terms.
That's all right. Let's see. Well, partialities. Hold on. I'm on 2 in a row now, bitches.
Yeah, nice.
Partiality, angle, partiality. What does fucking partiality mean? Just like partial words? Or like in bias? Partiality. Hold on. Unfair bias in favor of one thing, or a person comparing to another, favoritism. An attack on a partiality of a judge's. She spoke openly, not concealing her partiality for him, so being biased. Okay, that's what bias literally. Okay, so you have your angle, like from my point of view, it's good. Slant, yeah, slant, and your spin. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, you can do this once a day on New York Times. Once a day.
I didn't even mean to. The Shakespeare one, I was like, that sounds about right. For
Well, once
something.
you said these 3, like I said, I went with the old words. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this has to be an old word because it's the only one that's not new. You know, like.
So technically, I solved this one for you. You're welcome.
That's all right. I'll take it. I'm at whatever percentage now. I'm at 29% times.
Although you figured it's like.
Hey man, teamwork makes the dream work.
So they say.
So they say. What's gonna be there? Let's see. There's any cool news today that I didn't pick up on today?
I have no idea.
I don't know yet. Oh yeah, Chuck Schumer is gonna make the Democrats gonna keep the government open. They're not gonna shut down the government.
Good.
Yeah.
Good, because the GOP would automatically blame it on the Democrats, but the Democrats shut it down because they're trying to get a very, very bad bill not to be able to be passed.
He says that
It's their last resort.
He says that every program, every part of the government would be at their disposable. They're wicked disposable if they shut down. Because once it opened, it would be all in their shit. So he's like, at least we'll keep it going the way it is.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm glad there's so many lawsuits against the bills he's playing, because it tangles it up in red tape where they can't technically be passed.
Yeah, do you see that Putin said no to the ceasefires, proving like we've been saying this whole time that it's not about ceasefire? Oh, you didn't see that yet?
Nope.
Oh yeah, he basically says Putin suggests U.S. ceasefire idea for Ukraine needs some serious reworking. AKA, he's not going to do it. Like I said, dude, the thing is with Russia right now, they can't quit this war, because if they quit, their whole economy
way too much.
Yeah, their whole economy is going to collapse, and he knows it. So they're basically pot committed in the sense. It's because of this dumb
basically. Basically, what he did was turn a siege into a siege against himself.
Kind of.
It's going to be a
well.
huge
When he started the war, like he said, his idea was he was going to win in 2 weeks, which they had money and time and shit. But once it became 3 years now, good luck.
And there's so much aid going to Ukraine, and there's many like
the whatever.
Even the U.S. like judges froze.
Well, I'm saying the EU took away $200 billion of their money too. Like that's a big deal too. You lose $200 billion. Like, so I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things.
It's like Putin, you're gonna be pole. It's like I'm surprised. I mean, how many body doubles that motherfucker has?
John Hopkins. You know who John Hopkins, right? The college.
Yeah, John Hopkins University.
Yeah, the super smart school. Yeah, they're losing 2,000 jobs because they're losing $800 million in federal cuts. So like, they're cutting one of the top colleges in the world for like
what?
Yeah.
Why?
Saying laying off 2,000 workers across the globe after Trump's administration cuts $800 million in federal grants because they don't have enough money now. Like now we're about to lose $50 million project to treat HIV. It says
what?
Yeah.
Oh my God! This has to stop. This madness has to stop one way or another. This is like we can tie up in the legislation and just keep on trying to delay this shit till next election, but that's
at least till 26. You gotta delay till 26, so then the midterms, and then we can hopefully get enough power where we can stop this. That's the whole idea. We gotta win 26. We gotta win at least. You gotta at least win the Congress or the House. If you can win at least the House and not the Senate, like if you just win one, it's a big check.
Well, yeah, and I've noticed a lot of Trump pansies around this territory have been putting out a lot of Democratic shit. It's like, yeah, they're in the find out stage.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I love watching those videos of the people that fucking are regretting their votes. Like, oh, you're finding out it was your job he was talking about, not just these other people. It was your job he was coming for, your shit. That's what people always thought. They're like, he's not coming for me. You know that fucking old, you know that old poem with the Nazis where it's like they came for the Jews until this, and then like they came for the Germans or the Russians, and they came for this, and then at the end they come for me. Like I didn't say nothing the whole time. I didn't stand up for anybody, and then at the end they came for me.
It's just like the whole entire fucking campaign where we were saying this shit was gonna happen.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Democrats be playing too nice. And then if midterms don't work out, then violence has to happen. It's the only thing that will stop them at that point.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, unless the courts keep doing what they're doing and shit, just fucking... Trump says, I think we're getting Greenland. I think they were going to vote for us to take over.
Yeah, all right. But it's like, they must pay for the transgressions.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, Greenland response like, yeah, no, you're not.
Trump threatens 200% tariff on alcohol from Europe.
Ooh.
Dude, that's going to fuck people from the bar if this happens. So, if you're like, oh, you know that Rumplemans you're drinking? It's like $20 now.
Well, good, because fuck Rumplemans.
No, I know, or Yeg, or fucking Absolute.
No.
There's a lot of fucking Europe shit. Grey Goose.
Not in the place. Not in my place, really.
I bet you guys have like Svetka, Smirnoff.
No, we're mainly a Napa Valley wine.
Wines. Okay. Maybe not
from Napa Valley.
No, I get you. That's different then, yeah. Even then, French wines is the number one. Over $2.5 billion of French wine is sold in America. Italian wine is 2.2 billion, 2.1 billion. So I mean, like,
oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's gonna be the wine drinkers.
No, you don't see Dutch wine on there.
No, not Dutch wine, but Dutch spirits. And
I
Dutch
know,
beer.
they
Yeah, I
make
know.
nasty wine.
That's probably why nobody drinks it. But yeah,
Irish beers. Well, I could see Italian vermouths.
Yeah, vermouth, gross.
Italian spirits. What's Italian spirits? What are they known for?
Italians. Di Serono, that's a big one. I know that one. Amarettos. Amarettos.
Oh, I thought those were always Mexican.
Mm-mm.
Amaretto, Texas.
They have like, I'm guessing this is like a tequila, their version of tequila. Sambuca, Frangelico.
Oh, Sambuca. Oh, Frangelico, yeah. Sambuca is too.
Yeah.
I thought Sambuca was always like Caribbean.
Yeah, I never looked at it either, but yeah, apparently it's Italian.
Oh.
So,
Oh,
yeah, these
the
are
more
big.
you know.
No, I'm just saying that's
Oh,
the list.
Huh. Strange. Because they all have more or less Mexican names, don't they?
Well, because
Am I not wrong?
Italian is kind of Spanish. I mean, they had a little,
Yeah,
they had like
so
help
is
from
French.
yeah, I'm saying they
Yeah,
had
so
some
is French.
influence. So yeah, protesters arrested,
yay.
storming Trump's tower demand. See, people are stupid. Like, there's a way to protest and do stuff. You can't be fucking. It's hard to get people on your side when you do that. I'm just saying, like the moderate people,
Yeah.
they're gonna look at you stupid. It's like the whole BLM thing. Like, your movement's good, I get it, but when you blow up buildings and shit, it's hard to get people to fucking be like, "That's
I
the
mean,
good side."
it was Trump. It was a Trump, so yeah, they had a specific. So yeah, I don't blame them too much, but you gotta have everybody on your side, and just enough is enough at that point. Like anger is rising in this country. Anger, we are getting sick of this shit as a modern populace, like just general. We're getting sick of this shit.
Of course, I bet he did. Drug trafficking.
Who?
Oh, Canada again. It's like, dude, the thing is, again, why we're putting more tariffs on our friends than we are fucking China, who's like technically our enemy. It's funny.
Yeah. So we all know who bought this country.
Oh, I know.
Yay, we're commies. Yay, we're commies.
What's it called? What were we talking about? Now I lost my train of thought. But I lost it. Oh yeah, no, we're arguing.
Wait, that ad go up for Black Friday.
Yeah, this one.
Do they realize what date it is?
I know, right? Fucking a little late for that ad, right? That's funny. Yeah. No, we were arguing earlier about Trump put out a tweet or truth earlier today saying like illegal protests or illegal boycotts will be whatever, right? And me and Deal were just like, what's an illegal boycott? Because
there's no such thing.
Well, that was our whole point. Because then they try to argue like, well, look at Elon, his shit's getting blown up and shit. You're not gonna say that's not terrorist shit? Like, yeah, we can call that terrorism. Now, what part of that is the illegal boycott? Like, they're not illegally boycotting; they're doing terrorism. Cool. Like, I can agree with you. They probably shouldn't do that. That's fine. But we're talking about how can a boycott be illegal? Yeah. Like, those two things are contradictory, basically. Or like, there is actually a way. I looked into it, but under the Anti-Sherman Act. Like I was explaining to them, like,
Sherman Act.
Well, I'm saying like if Toyota and Hyundai and whatever they led a boycott against Tesla, that would be illegal because they're in the business. They're trying to make so like that's illegal. But this is not how it is. It's just people fucking being retarded and blowing up the shit.
Oh yeah.
Like
that would be like antitrust or some trust bullshit.
That's the only time that I can find where boycotting is illegal is in the Anti-Sherman Trust Act. So when I explain that, they're like, well, yeah, but what about this? I'm like, dude, no, we keep asking, like, they keep trying to pivot. We're like, no, dude, we keep asking the same simple question. What boycott is illegal? And how would you determine that a boycott is illegal?
General populace. It's a general populace. It's the whole country that's saying, fuck you. Because you're a fucking Nazi.
Yep.
God, that one salute just fucking brought his downfall.
Oh my god, I know that. I mean, yeah, being pro-Trump was bad enough, but then doing that was pretty bad. And again, I'm not even sure if he is a Nazi or like that. I'm just saying he's dog whistling to the people for their support and vote. Like no matter what.
Yeah. No, but you seen that little clip? Him like on the verge of tears, explaining about like his how he's gonna survive with his empire.
Oh yeah.
He was like on the verge of fucking tears.
That's funny.
I was like, yep. That's a man that's cooked.
Dude, yeah. What'd I do? Oh, whoopsie. I gotta play one round of fucking... Unless I die right away, then I'll be able to play 2.
This is what it is.
Well, like I said, we got 2 years to try to win it over people. Like I said, chick ditched me today. She said it's her co-worker's birthday or something. So I was like, all right, well, let me know when you want to talk, because like, she's a chick. So like, she's like the opposite of me. Like, she's like, I was left wing my whole life, now I'm right wing. I'm like, well, it's the opposite for me. I was right wing-ish kind of my whole life, and now I'm left. So you know what? We can talk about it. Difference is, I'm gonna come up with a bunch of facts and evidence, so we'll see what the fuck happens.
Yeah, that's my thing, and also global human rights. Everybody.
No, that's
has
a big
right
part
to
of it.
equity.
That is definitely a part of it.
It's like I really wish FDR would have survived long enough to get the second Bill of Rights passed.
Right.
Like, everybody has a right to a decent job, a decent wage, a decent home. And also, you think of today, how many foreclosed homes, how many abandoned homes are there in fucking America that are livable, and how many people are homeless? No, it's all tied up in that greed, banking, fucking property owning bullshit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's just like, dude, it's literally sitting there decaying. You're not making anything on it. You just let somebody live there, like, basically write it off and forget about it.
Maybe it all depends, I suppose, if they can actually use it or not. And also, there's a lot of variables. Like, if we don't allow homeless people to be there, which is cool in a sense, they can't be the fucking ones that fucking just trash it and fucking be like, it's not mine, so I don't give. So like, it's a lot of variables.
Yeah.
But I get it. I get the sentiment. How about, but
yeah, like a program for, like, people living on the street that are actually proving their
well, like I
worth,
said, honestly, what we should do, honestly, for like homeless shit is like make like rows of fucking like 1-room studios where you can live as long as you go to mental health. You talk to psychologists. You do these things. If you do these things, you can live in this house for free for like a half a year to get yourself back on your feet, to get a job, or to get off drugs, or whatever the fuck.
Oh,
you know? Things like that. Like, there's things like that we should probably do.
But what about, like, shit in my circumstances? I just got kicked out. It wasn't like drugs, mental. It was just shitty circumstances. And I had to learn, like, oh, all right, I guess I'm homeless. All right, cool, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow I met a couple of cool people, and I survived and didn't really lose my mind or did any hard drugs. I never did any hard drugs.
No.
Never actually really drank or even smoked. I just...
I never really did.
Ventured. I just ventured.
I mean, I did some hard drugs, but nothing like serious. Like, I never really got like meth and heroin and shit. But
no, I never.
But even like the hard drugs, I made rules for myself so I wouldn't be addicted and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be like, I'd do this like once a year, or this many times, or whatever, because I don't want to
Yeah,
fucking be down that road.
I'm just like, fuck it.
Right.
But then I met a really good girl, and all that shit went south. And everything's here.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. There's, like, I would like to be in a relationship, but I think there's better things I can focus. Like,
Well,
trying
it
to fight
depends. Don't
fascism.
force it. Well, I'm saying it's all about don't forcing anything. Just if
Oh,
it happens,
yeah.
it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah, but I think most of my energy should be focused on trying to spread the word fascism and trying to fight it and plan for it.
Mm-hmm.
And the economic downfall.
Well, like I said, I'm just here to document how retarded people are.
I suppose.
And like I said, my goal is to by 2025 to change enough people. Don't vote stupidly. That's the whole idea.
Yep, don't be a sheep.
Don't go full retard.
You never go full retard.
No, never.
God, this has been moving for ages. So is nobody gonna...
I don't know. Brandon's been arguing with people all day on Facebook, which is it's funny because I try to tell him like maybe you just need a day off to chill out. And he's back on the grind. I'm like, oh, never mind then.
And he wonders why his mental health is so bad. It's like, dude, you need to fucking just shut the fuck up and take a break.
Yeah.
And also now it's getting warmer outside, so now we'll actually probably willing to, like, go outside for walks.
Mm. I didn't realize I was playing this kind of board. It's a different board for me. I can't take over America this time. Did you head out, Mitch, for a minute? I can't hear you if you're talking. Or is it me? No, I see my shit being green. Do 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 do. I'm so spread out. I hate when this happens. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We drafted. He got a little bathing.
Hi. To download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks out.
In a shocking turnaround in diplomacy, the US and Ukraine have just struck a deal that may force Putin's hand. Less than a month after US President Donald Trump branded Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator, the US and Ukraine have come to an agreement. A 30-day ceasefire in the Ukraine war has been negotiated. Now, the ball is in Russia.
Yeah, I'd take a piss. I'd take a piss and sit on my bed. Quote unquote. I just don't understand why people just can't think for themselves. Like, honestly, it just
like I
boggles
said,
the
people
mind.
like to be spoon-fed.
No, but it just isn't the whole thing about breaking free from the animal is called free will?
I personally don't believe in it, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, yeah.
Like I said,
yeah,
personally, I get it, but I get what you're saying. I get the sentiment.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all doomed to do the same thing. You just live, eat, sleep, fuck, shit, die.
Okay, like I said, your goal should be to leave the world better than what you got it. That's my goal.
Yep,
It should be pretty much everyone's goal. Like that's if you break it down simple like that, that's one thing we should all have in common.
Yep. I definitely fucking try to leave the environment better than when I left it. If I see trash, I pick it up.
Yep.
That's why when I had my car, that's why I had garbage bags in the back of my car, because I visit parks and just like, oh, there's quite a bit of trash. All right, just went around with it and just picked it up. It's like, God damn. And it's always fucking goddamn Bush Light cans, cigarette butts, always.
Yeah, it's always cigarettes.
It's always Bush Light. They drink for the balding racist redneck American.
America.
Yeah, American.
America, fuck yeah.
America, fuck no. Oh shit, what are my graphics set at for this game again?
What are you playing?
Car Street City.
Car Street City.
It's a bitch you have to grind apparently for like levels to like other cars. But
Yeah,
it's pretty
grinding's
fun.
fine. I don't mind grinding games as long as they don't like make me have to pay.
Oh no shit.
Like I'll do the 500 headshots or whatever the fuck if I don't gotta pay for the gear or whatever the. I'm cool.
It's like imagine buying skins for Call of Duty.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like that kind of shit. That's stupid to me.
Oh, I just bought a shit ton of skins or gear at least for Killing Floor 2, but it's actually a decent company and a decent game and actually a very fun game.
Yeah.
And it comes with quite a bit of gear.
Ooh.
It was like $12 for that. And a shit ton of cool RGB skins for your guns.
Yeah. Is it something?
That's
Is it something that you could grind in the game and get though?
Nope.
Okay, I mean that's a little bit different, I guess.
Yeah, no. I mean, you could technically get very, 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 very lucky.
Yeah, rare
on getting
drop,
it,
whatever,
but
yeah.
beyond rare because it's already rare enough that you would get an epic level skin or something. Like most of the time, it's like a bandana, eye patch, like a beanie, like basic bitch gear. Fuck off, motherfucker. I was like, oh, all right, cool, I guess. I've also been playing the game for a while, and the new one drops, I think, next week, in a week or two. And I played the beta of it. It's like hero shooter bullshit compared to what it really was.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing I really liked better than it, was the whole new attacks animations by all the original Zeds.
Okay.
And the dodging mechanic was really nice. It was always annoying that you could just, like, sidestep them as you're reloading, like, in real life, you would.
Right.
Yeah. And each character is tied to their own perk. So it's like, oh, cool. I want to play as the OG Mr. Foster. Yeah, but he's stuck on assault rifles. I can't play shotguns with him or whatever. It's like, you fucking goddamn asshole. Ooh, engine swap. Nice. Well, I mean, I guess it's not a bad game if it's like your first, your introductory to the whole series,
I mean, if you're up in 2 hours, you can go outside and look at a blood moon.
I doubt that.
It says 2:26 in the morning. 226. It becomes a red moon.
Nice. My favorite are harvest moons.
Yeah, they cool.
The fucking large ass cookies. I call them, well, the harvest moons. They're cookie moons.
Right.
Eat my shit eaters.
Eat my shorts. Eat my shorts.
Eat my dust eaters.
Right.
Eat my shorts. Ay caramba. Burp.
What? Hold on.
What?
It says Italian scientists have successfully frozen pure light, turning into a solid for the first time ever. So now we got.
Wait, what?
That's what the meme says. That's what I have to verify. What does it say?
Yeah, I don't think that's even physically possible.
Frozen light, Italy. Scientists freeze light for the first time. Let's see what this article says. Two Italian scientists have succeeded to freeze light, proving that it behaves like a supersolid. They believe that the breakthrough research is only the beginning of understanding supersolidarity. Supersolid is a state of matter that has structures of a solid but can flow without friction like a superfluid. However, it needs extremely specific conditions to form.
Strange. Never heard of that.
Okay, supersolids have only been produced by Bose-Einstein condensed states, which is a state of matter where many bosons, like atoms, condense into a single quantum state, a gas of atoms being cooled down to near absolute zero. This is only the beginning of understanding supersolidarity. Italian-based physicist Antonio Ginfate of CNR Decadin and David Negro of University of Pavia wrote in their research summary. It says, at temperatures close to absolute zero, the quantum mechanical nature of atoms emerge and exotic phases of matter appear. They further added, the exotic phases include supersolids. They were first predicted in the 1960s, but were shown by researchers from Massachusetts, MIT, and ETH from Zurich in Switzerland in 2017. So this was just discovered in 2017, and look at now, 8 years later, we're already fucking building off it and making cool things.
Fuck yeah, science. People want to argue about religion.
I know. Yeah. When did God say there's gonna be this quantum field doing this crazy shit?
Never.
Exactly. Okay, now I gotta share this meme because apparently, I lost it. Boo! Because it's true, I was gonna share it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying when I read stupid memes and shit. I'm always like, what? Because if it sounds too good, I have to like actually read about it before I fucking verify.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I have fucking fallen for fake memes and shit. I mean, who hasn't? But I try not to. Ooh, that's fucking crazy though. They froze light. You know, who's gonna jizz in their pants is gonna be Brandon because he loves all that quantum shit. When I tell Brandon about this someday, he's gonna lose his mind.
Someday, just keep it to him. See if he discovers it by himself.
Shit, I mean, it's already been 2 days. I just found out about it. It was 2 days ago this happened, I guess. So.
Yeah, but you'd think that he would already said something.
I would think so too, right?
Hey, you already motherfucker. Found you. Oh my god, there's another one. There you are, you motherfucker.
Everyone needs a motherfucker.
Everything.
I'm still baffled that we froze a motherfucking light.
I know.
It kind of just like blew my mind.
I didn't think it was even possible.
Right? That's what I was saying. Like, oh, that's cool.
Like, what the fuck? So then if we froze it, then light is a particle then.
I think we knew that, but I mean, like...
Well, it's a particle and also a wave function, too. It's a mixture.
Yeah, I guess I have to look up super solidarity or whatever. What does this mean? Super solids. In condensed matter physics, a supersolid is a spatially ordered, i.e. solid material with superfluid properties. In the case of helium-4, it has been conjectured since the 60s that it might be possible to create a supersolid. Starting from 2017, a definitive proof of existence of the state was provided by several experiments using the atomic Bose-Einstein condensates.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
It's a special quantum state of matter where particles form a rigid, spatially ordered structure, but also flow with zero viscosity. Crazy. Man. Only thing I can think of that would be similar in any way would be like if an ice cube was still water on the inside, you know, where it has that little water still.
Mm-hmm.
Like on the outside, it's very smooth and shit like this, and it's solid, but on the inside, it's watery and flowing.
So it basically turns into water tea, essentially.
Kinda. I'm just saying, like that's the only thing that comes to my mind that could possibly think of what the fuck this is actually. And it's crazy that we can put stuff to absolute zero on Earth. Like that's fucking super,
Almost.
so cool. Yeah, basically.
Almost.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is.
fucking crazy.
I don't fucking understand.
Apparently, this happened a week ago. Actually, 7 days ago was an article about it from Newsweek. Oh my god. So crazy. Dude, we're so close to having like a huge, like I said, the fucking
infinite energy, essentially.
That AI. Well, I'm saying like fucking brains in a vat, man. That shit could be happening sooner than later. You know what I'm saying? Like all that kind of shit, dude. Like
maybe we just is.
Well, maybe it is too. I know. I'm just saying, but like all these things were so close to like having some of the biggest, craziest breakthroughs ever. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, we're on the verge, but too bad. Standard people won't get to see it. Survivors will.
Yeah. Fucking crazy. Should we look at the Dow Jones? I think it went down again today. So who would have thought?
Oh, yeah.
We're under 41,000 for the Dow Jones. When a month ago it was up 4,000. So
yeah, honestly, I am so sick and tired of trying to be optimistic. Like, yeah, this shit won't last.
No, the thing is, I hope it gets I hope it doesn't get like super duper bad per se, but I hope it gets bad enough for fucking people to regret fucking voting. Like, you did this, right? Like, you realize this is all you're gonna try to blame Biden, but guess what? Trump was president 8 out of the 12 years, so guess what? He has more say. So fuck off. Don't be blaming Biden or whoever.
Yeah. Do humanity a favor and go fuck off.
I know. I was reading about this one Republican people. They're pissed because they're like, "We've lost $70,000 from our retirement fund." Like, well, we warned you.
I feel no sympathy. Yep,
Right,
I have no sympathy.
Like, I warned you. Like, that's what's gonna happen, man. Like I said, I mean, I feel bad because, like I said, I've lost like $5,000 too. But I'm young enough where I can wait, for the good times to come back, hopefully. But if you're like 80 or so,
are you gonna pull out though?
I don't know. A couple of my stocks have been bouncing back a little bit, so I've actually made money 2 days in a row. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, no.
I don't know. If it gets to even, I might. Like, if I finally break even, it's gonna be like, oh no.
Like, I kind of fucked up really bad.
You fucked up?
No, some guy just totally took that corner way too fast and hit a tree and went like 20 feet into the air and flipped his car. There's a collectible nearby. Woot, woot.
That's for you, bro. The collectible's all for you.
Trying to oh, there it is. No, that's not it. That's just a red car.
Red Solo Cup. I hate that song.
Ugh. Yeah, I can imagine working in a bar when that just came out. How many times it was fucking played.
I know.
I would have shot a motherfucker. There you are. Found you, stupid bitch.
Got him.
Yeah, you can't hide from me.
Not to no more. Here you go. Fun fact. Because it takes longer for Venus to rotate on its axis than it does to rotate around the sun, if you were born on Venus, you would turn 1 year old before you turn 1 day old. Isn't that kind of fucking crazy?
Yeah.
I love little stupid things like that.
just puts all in perspective of how many variables there are.
Well, yeah. Again, that's where I go back to the global warming shit. It's like, why is it the closest planet's not the hottest? Like that just doesn't make sense, right? Like it's illogical until you actually think about it, and you're like, oh, they don't have a fucking
Atmosphere.
They don't have any, let alone CO2 and shit that trap it. So yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure just basically like you're blasting straight up a flame to metal compared to if you put that fucking metal into an oven?
Yep. Now I keep seeing that fucking ad for the fucking, oh, we done this. I'm like, oh, I already read you, bro. You don't need to keep telling me over and over.
You done did this.
Right? You already made me learn. I appreciate it. Starbucks CEO defends company's DEI practices. Now
Oh, fuck him. He's a dick.
Thing is, why do people care if they're DEI or not? Like, how often do people fucking do they get hired for nepotism? I mean, I know it happens, but like, does it happen all the time? Never, or like, seldomly or whatever?
No. Yeah, seldomly. And hell, it really happens.
I shared a fucking a breakdown of how fucking taxes work for people that don't fucking understand things. Basically, how the rich get away without paying taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Because these people act like they don't, or it's like
I love them.
Yeah. Because it says so a normal person, if you got $1 million worth of money, right? Government comes takes $40 or 40%. You get $600,000, right? That's normal, okay? Now it's a CEO of a company owns $1 million worth of stock. He sells the stock. Now he only pays 25% of capital gains tax. So now you make $750,000, which is more. And then how do you pay no income tax? It goes, you get $1 million worth of stock. You use your stock as collateral to borrow money from the bank. Then you borrow the money and use it as income, but it's not income, so therefore you never pay taxes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's not really hard, people.
Yep. It's all collateral.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can take loans on my whatever. Yeah, I know. Even right now, I got 15 grand in stocks. I can go to the bank, I need a 15 grand loan, and they would pay me because I have the stock to fucking back it up, and I can use that.
Mm-hmm.
Mine would just be a lot smaller compared to the billionaires and shit, but I mean, I could do the same shit technically. On a small scale, I could do it myself.
I'll show you small.
Well, like I said, 15 grand to people with billions. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Yeah, do you know that what was it? I think it was either 10 of the last 11 or 9 of the last 10 recessions that America's had have all been under Republican people.
Mm-hmm.
The only one that was a Democrat was Jimmy Carter.
Yep.
That's so funny. But it's funny again. If you told someone that, especially on the right, like they're gonna argue the facts. But like that's not true. Like, what do you mean it's not true? Like it literally is. You could Google it right now. Look at all the collapses and shit, and you'll see.
People just hate just admitting when they're wrong.
That is a big part of it. Even the dude earlier, so like, there's this one point, like I was like the dude I was agreeing with. At one point, I was like, you know, you're right. Like I get your premise and you're right in general, but you word it wrong, or like you just like he just didn't want to bite the bullet at one point when they asked him like a plain yes and no. Like I'm like, dude, you know what you should have done? And said yes, however, and then elaborate instead of saying what, you know, and trying to like argue about it. It's like no, just sometimes you gotta bite the bullet, and say yeah, but here's why, and here's why it wouldn't be that. Here's a situation, you know. Some people it's hard to do that.
Just goddamn ignorant.
Ignorant. The ignorant.
No, you ignorant. Nah, just ignorant. The fucking South Park Michael Jackson episode.
Yep.
I love that.
That's
just ignorant. Holy shit, yeah, people weren't lying. The MR2 is a great drifting car. Like a cap. I gotta pull up my Lambo, go to tuning. See what bullshit I can throw into this motherfucker.
I finally told Brandon about the fucking light thing.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't help it. Because I wanted to share it. I'm like, Brandon, you need to know. Because he just knew. He's like, how the fuck, dude? I'm like, I know, me and Mitch fucking read about it. It's crazy. If you were here, motherfucking Brandon. Just kidding.
Yeah, no shit.
You could have read it with us. But no, you're too good for us. Did you see my story where the one chick's gonna probably die because ICE is gonna kick her and her family out even though she's a legal citizen?
No.
It's so sad. I'll see if I can find it. This 10-year-old girl has like heart cancer or some kind of cancer, and the parents were driving her to the hospital where they got caught and deported.
Fucking bullshit.
And this chick technically, I mean, Trump would say she isn't because it's that birthright citizenship. Her parents are illegal. I'm like, who gives a? Like I said, these people weren't violent. Like these people weren't even criminals. Like the people did like background checks and never even got like a speeding ticket and shit.
Yeah.
So I mean, just like I'm like, I get told people like, you know, like this girl's probably gonna die, and it's probably because you guys voted for the piece of shit that wants to deport people that are not real criminals. You know, like
exactly.
It's just so horrible. I just like what my buddy Bill shared that shit, and I was just like, what? And then I read it, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I cannot believe we're doing this. It's fucking nuts.
Fucking bigotry, man. Fucking hate that bullshit.
Oh, dude, like I'm saying, like people think like these things don't have cause and effect. Like, dude, you can't do these things to people and then think like everything's gonna be fine or whatever. It's like no.
Yeah, there's always gonna be a consequence.
Yeah.
For every action, there's a consequence, regardless if it's good or bad.
Yeah, horrible fucking story. And I gotta live through it. Okay. Hold on. Adrian, turn this down, dude. Jesus Christ, I can hear you over my shit. And I have headphones on. Well, I don't care. Just turn it down. That's all I ask. Jeez Louise.
Kid.
Yeah, I can hear the upstairs TV over my headphones and everything. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you don't need the TV. I'm downstairs. That's already distance. Then, like I said, I have headphones on. Like, I can hear your TV, the TV over everything. Don't gotta be bumping. It's fucking 1 in the morning. Anything else retarded? On Facebook that I gotta find quick. That looks yummy though. I know Trump's like, we just need Canada as a state. Canada only works as a state. We don't need anything they have.
Uh-huh.
I know, like, it's funny because he says all this shit. It's like, dude, I've talked to like 4 or 5 Canadians, like a lot, and not one of them goes, you know what I want to do? Become America. Like,
yeah.
Never once has that conversation even strolled in any of our conversations at all. It's just funny. Don't get why people think that's what they want to be.
No, they really don't.
No, not at all. Precious.
Especially Bill. Bill does not want to be part of us.
Dude, like I said, nobody, honestly, not one person I know that's from Canada.
Or foreigner, for the most part.
Yeah, in general, I guess, yeah.
And, yeah, and they say they want to. I just like, no, you have a glamorized rosebud glass.
Mm-hmm.
In honesty, no, you don't.
Well, like I said, I get it, and they don't. I mean, none of them that I know actually don't.
Yeah.
Brandon's like, it's Star Trek.
Nerd.
Right. God, what a fucking loser. Just kidding. I know the episode of South Park where they make fun of Mormons. It's like written by John Smith, consultants by John Smith, it's consultants by Jane Smith. It's so funny. Like, we can't get sued if we didn't write it.
Consultants by Jane Smith.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, like the fucking 240SX. Doink, doink, doink.
I know. Sleepy Joe oversaw the biggest stock in jobs gain in United States history, while business units crashed it all in 45 days. So true.
Yeah, no shit. Business expert. God, I hate Republicans so goddamn
Pierce titties taste like house keys. Change my mind. That's funny.
Just because you can say it doesn't mean you should.
Right.
You should say it to Bree.
Right. She's sleeping now.
You just gotta remember it. She'd be like, what the fuck?
I will try. I'm not good at it. I gotta try to remember to bring stuff for Bruce tomorrow. For business. This person goes, unemployment benefit application. What's your current occupation? Burglar. Reasons for unemployment. Everybody's home.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, at least that's a plus about the digital age, I guess. Everybody's home. It's harder to burglar people if everybody's home.
True.
Never really thought of it like that, but all right. Yes.
You know, you're absolutely right, Derek.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, Kenny.
Right. I go Derek Zoolander because when he's like, the center needs to be center for ants. This thing needs to be at least 3 feet bigger. He's like, you're absolutely right, Derek.
No, I just think of fucking MXC. You're absolutely right, Kenny.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Fucking love MXC.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I'm not even seeing anything spicy on Face Smash today. Usually there's always some kind of fucking dum-dum saying something stupid as fuck.
On Face Egg.
Yeah. The only thing I seen that I should someday look into is how did Minnesota lose our surplus? Because everyone's, oh, look what we're doing. I'm like, yeah, I gotta look into what happened, because like, what was the actual cause of this? Because it's probably not as simple as you say. But maybe it is. Who knows? Like I said, I'll have to look into it. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow or something.
Joe Biden? Did fraud and improper payments start with Joe Biden? In his administration, was that the first time the government has experienced that?
That is not the first time that fraud was reported.
First time?
No.
First time?
No.
So we got to depoliticize this stuff, because all we're hearing is what happened in the last 4 years. In 2017, $140 billion of improper payments. That's inaccurate? Payments. That's inaccurate? Hearing is what happened in the last 4 years. In 2017, $140 billion of improper payments. That's inaccurate?
$140 billion.
In 2024, we reported $162 billion.
No, hold on.
Payments.
In 2017, $140 billion in improper payments. In 2018, $150 billion of improper payments. In 2019, $174 billion of improper payments. And in 2020, $206 billion of improper payments. Those are GAO numbers. So let me just do some math. In the first Trump administration, there were $670 billion of improper payments. I'm not blaming him, but he is blaming Joe Biden, and so is Elon Musk, blaming for the improper payments for what happened in the 4 years of Joe Biden. My point is, Mr. Chairman, if we do want to solve this on a bipartisan basis, then we got to separate fact from fiction. We got to depoliticize it. $670 billion of improper payments and fraud, waste, and abuse in the first Trump administration. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Isn't that correct?
I don't have any reason to doubt your math, sir.
Okay. Isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Perfect.
You'll be back. Emu can't help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Well, I'll be. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I love Moskowitz. You know who Moskowitz is at all?
No.
He's a House guy from Florida. He's a Dem, but he's really good at fucking being witty and smart, so I like him. He just took down. He's like talking about like, you know, because Doge is all about fraud and shit. He's like, so you're telling me that was fraud only around when Joe Biden was president? Well, no. Well, why is it that Trump had more fraud when he was president? Because I mean, it was dealing with COVID mainly. But the whole point is like, you're gonna blame fraud and shit just on Joe Biden when it's happened for every president and shit. Like, what kind of standard are we setting here?
Not a good one, apparently.
Not at all, Precious. Not at all.
Not at all. Oh yeah. 240SX, one of my dream cars.
Is it?
Yeah. 91 240SX SE. But too bad they're too damn expensive because everybody's like, they're all-purpose drift cars. I know where I go to. They try to sell more than what they're valued. It's like, the fuck? It's all rusted out. It's a 91. There's nothing special rare about it. Just that you're a goddamn fucking piece of shit. The reason why I hate boomers too is they hoard all the good old classic cars.
Yeah, because they're the ones that love them the most. Like, this reminds me of my childhood.
It's like, what about us petrol heads actually, you know, can actually drive them?
Oh, they don't care.
Oh.
What can we find? Hate never made a great nation great. That's true.
Oh yeah.
Bing, 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 bing. Down to absolute zero. Oh, not afraid. This is a crazy fact. Cold years today are hotter than warm years in the past.
Wow.
Like, even our bad years now are fucking way above average temp.
Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me.
It started roughly whatever year this is. Fucking 2016, maybe? 2014?
But no, global warming doesn't exist.
Like I said, the cool La Nina temperatures of 2022 were hotter than the warm El Nino temperatures of 2002.
That's fucking wild.
And, like, honestly, it's not even close. Like, it's probably, like, 10 degrees hotter. That is fucking nuts. Do. Oh, it's my turn. Hold on. MAGA.
Let's head to bed, alright?
Sounds good, brother. I'm just finishing out this game and I'll be heading to bed too. Peace out. Either way. Right now I'm crushing them 93 to 61. I just gotta keep slowly taking over because it's such a big board. Such a big board. I'm gonna slowly collapse on them, take that over, bring those down. God, I can't even get a good cash in ever. I used to be over here. Not well. I got 15. Oh no, not afraid. I guess I can go back to this now.
President Vladimir Putin's court. Either he accepts the deal or faces US wrath. And at least as of March 13th, he appears to be open to the possibility of a ceasefire with Ukraine. But what exactly are the terms of this new US ceasefire pact? Is Putin actually taking this proposal seriously? And what could it mean for Ukraine, Russia, the US, and the rest of the world? On March 12th, Al Jazeera reported that Ukraine and the US had just completed a fruitful 8-hour meeting in Saudi Arabia. Those peace talks saw the US present Ukraine with a plan. In return for a full 30-day ceasefire agreement, Ukraine would regain access to American military aid and intelligence sharing. Both had been cut off in the wake of Trump's disastrous late February meeting with Zelensky at the White House, leading to Russia launching a wave of new attacks against Ukraine. Interestingly, neither Zelensky nor Trump were at the meeting. Both sent representatives, much like Putin and Trump did for their Saudi meeting. This was a smart move, with tensions running high between the two presidents. Having delegates handle the negotiations helped keeping the meeting on track without major arguments unfolding before the cameras. Representing Ukraine were Andrei Yermak, who heads Zelensky's office, Minister of Defense Rustem Umerov, Foreign Affairs Minister Andrei Sybiha, and Zelensky Office Colonel Pavlo Polisa. The US sent a smaller contingent, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz.
Here now, old news. Let's look at this.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
World of American politics, some Republicans attempted to challenge the force that is Donald Trump, but in their quest to undermine him, they found their own careers in jeopardy. Every single one of them underestimated Donald Trump, and every single one of them paid the price. From powerful political figures to so-called principled conservatives, this is the brutal downfall of the Republicans who thought they could destroy Trump but only destroyed themselves instead. And trust me, by the end of this video, you'll see exactly why betting against Trump is career suicide. If you think that's an exaggeration, just ask Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan, from Speaker of the House to political nobody. Paul Ryan was once the most powerful Republican in Congress, the Speaker of the House. But in 2016, when the Access Hollywood tape surfaced, Ryan saw an opportunity to distance himself from Trump.
Two come at the same time. I think you can oppose the president on some issue that you fundamentally disagree with, but also work with the other party on issues you do agree with. That's what I've been doing.
Ryan.
I mean, what's wrong with that? Trying to fucking be bipartisan. Like, I just don't get people. Like, sometimes the other side does have good ideas. Maybe we should accept them, or at least build off it and work together.
Blocked parts of Trump's agenda, sabotaged him from behind the scenes, and thought he could be the leader of the respectable Republican Party.
Trump's not a conservative, he's an authoritarian narcissist. They basically call
Paul Ryan calling him out. Good job.
him out for that. All of his tendencies are, basically where narcissism takes him, which is whatever makes him popular or makes him feel good at any given moment. And he doesn't think in classical liberal conservative terms. He thinks in an authoritarian way. And he's been able to get a big chunk of the Republican base to follow him because he's the cultural.
So now you're calling for unity.
I am calling for unity.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Would have been nice before the election.
He won. Look, he won.
And the other thing I thought was funny that you said was when you said, hey, look, I want Trump to succeed. You know who that sounds like? It sounds like a Democrat. It sounds like...
Just because you don't align with somebody, he's still the president. You still want him to succeed. Like I said, Trump is president. I wish he would do good, but it doesn't appear so. But doesn't mean that I didn't want him to succeed.
Democrat saying,
well,
you know
I hope
what?
the Democrats sound like that.
Well, of course you want Trump to succeed. You're a Republican.
Hey, look, I'm a conservative Republican. I'm a free market, limited government.
No, but you know what I'm saying. That's who I hear.
Yeah, but my brand of conservatism doesn't always overlap with Trump populism.
I understand, but it was binary. But we argued about that.
I know we argued. I don't know.
Binary all along. It was always binary. And a vote not for Trump was a vote for Kamala Harris. Can you imagine?
I know you want to get back to this. Here's the point. A lot of this agenda, my kind of conservatism, Trump populism, it overlaps.
Okay.
We disagree on trade and things like that. I'm not with trade fights on China, but I'm not a big fan of all the tariffs on our allies. But the point is, all this other stuff, the tax policy, the border policy, the deregulatory policy, very good for America, very good for the economy.
Don't sacrifice the good for the perfect.
It only gets done.
Yeah, that's not good.
If Republicans stay unified. And I think it's important that Republicans stay unified.
Okay.
Huh.
But Trump didn't forget. As soon as the midterms came around, Trump exposed Ryan's disloyalty, called him out for failing Republicans, and made it clear that there was no place for weak leadership in MAGA world.
So Paul Ryan was not a talent. He wasn't a leader. When the people in freedom and great congressmen wanted to go after the Dems for things that they did very badly, he wouldn't give subpoenas, whereas Nancy Pelosi hands them out like they're cookies. Paul Ryan was a lame duck for a long time as Speaker. He was unable to raise money. He lost control of the House. The only success Paul Ryan had was the time that he was with me, because we got taxes cut. I got regulation cuts. I did that mostly without him. But for Paul Ryan to be complaining is pretty amazing. I remember a day in Wisconsin, a state that I won, where I stood up and made a speech, and then I introduced him, and they booed him off the stage, 10,000 people. So for him to be going out and opening his mouth is pretty incredible. But maybe he gets paid for that. Who knows? Maybe he gets paid for that.
First of all, Rand Paul shouldn't even be on this stage. He's number 11. He's got 1% in the polls, and how he got up here, there's far too many people. And
Ryan didn't even run for re-election. He saw the writing on the wall, walked away, and became irrelevant. Trump didn't just defeat Paul Ryan, he erased him from the Republican Party. And if Ryan was a quiet exit, Mitt Romney was the guy who just couldn't take the hint. Mitt Romney, the ultimate never Trump loser. Mitt Romney wanted to be the face of the Republican resistance to Trump.
Donald Trump is a phony, a fraud. His promises are as worthless as a degree from Trump University.
Tell him, Mitt.
Mitt Romney not mincing words when it comes to the candidacy of Donald Trump.
But you say, wait. Isn't he a huge business success? Doesn't he know what he's talking about? No, he isn't. And no, he doesn't.
The 2012 Republican president.
Back when Republicans used to be more sensible. What happened to them? What happened to my Republican Party?
Nominee emerging from the GOP establishment to try to take down Trump.
He begged Republican voters to reject Trump, but they didn't. Trump won the nomination.
They should have listened.
Trump won the presidency, and Romney, he was humiliated.
I can't imagine any circumstance under which I would hope that Donald Trump would be our president again. I don't think he's likely to be helpful to the Republican Party if he's our nominee. I'd like to see someone else. You know, there are a number of really fine people that are running. I think character matters and a vision for the future matters. I'd like to see someone from the next generation, not an old guy like me. And by the way, I wish President Biden would step aside too, but you know, my wishes don't seem to be coming true.
But he didn't stop. In 2020, Romney became the first senator in U.S. history to vote to convict a president from his own party.
Allegations made in the articles of impeachment are very serious. As a senator juror, I swore an oath before God to exercise impartial justice. I am profoundly religious. My faith is at the heart of who I am. I take an oath before God as enormously consequential. I knew from the outset that being tasked with judging the president, the leader of my own party, would be the most difficult decision I have ever faced. The grave question the Constitution tasks senators to answer is whether the president committed an act so extreme and egregious that it rises to the level of a high crime and misdemeanor. Yes, he did. The president asked a foreign government to investigate his political rival. The president withheld vital military funds from that government to press it to do so. The president delayed funds for an American ally at war with Russian invaders.
Ooh, see, even back then they were invading.
The president's purpose was personal and political. Accordingly, the president is guilty of an appalling abuse of public trust. What he did was not perfect. No, it was a flagrant assault on our electoral rights, our national security, and our fundamental values. Corrupting an election to keep oneself in office is perhaps the most abusive and destructive violation of one's oath of office.
Trump responded by completely humiliating Romney, calling him a choke artist and mocking his failed presidential run.
He's a choke artist. He's an absolute, and I started hitting him so hard. In fact, people say, why'd you hit him so hard? Because we cannot take another loss. We can't take another loss. And Mitt is indeed a choke artist. He choked, and he choked like I've never seen anyone choke. So ultimately,
fast forward to today, and Romney has announced he's not running for re-election. Just like Ryan, he's done. But if Romney was a thorn in Trump's side, John McCain was an all-out battlefield. John McCain, Trump's most...
You can't call him a fucking... He's a loser.
...most personal feud. John McCain was a war hero, but when it came to Trump, he led the charge against him. He voted against repealing Obamacare, blocking one of Trump's biggest campaign promises.
1:29 a.m. Senator McCain re-enters the chamber. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell stands at the front of the room like he had most of the night. The grin on his face, though, quickly disappears.
Mr. Peters.
Senator Bernie Sanders appears to nudge Senator Jeanne Shaheen as if to say, watch this. McCain waves his hand to get the attention of the Senate clerk, pauses for just a moment, and gives a dramatic thumbs down. An audible gasp on the Senate floor, and then commotion. Some Democrats can't contain their excitement. Senator Elizabeth Warren leans in to get a better look and breaks into applause. Senator Dianne Feinstein, a single assertive clap. Senator Sherrod Brown slams his hand on the desk in affirmation, while some Republicans, like Senator Marco Rubio, stare in disbelief. Senator Bill Cassidy drops his head. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer turns and waves his arms, apparently trying to quiet them, as Senator John McCain turns around and walks back to his chamber desk all alone.
Mr. Reid, when he finally had the chance to do it, he voted against repeal and replace. He voted against at 2 o'clock in the morning. Remember, thumbs down. We said, what the hell happened? He said 2 hours before he was voting to repeal and replace, and he went thumbs down. Badly hurting the Republican Party, badly hurting our nation, and hurting many sick people who desperately wanted good, affordable health care. We would have had it.
Yeah, you don't even still have a plan. It's been 8 years.
This would have saved our country over $1 trillion in entitlements, and we would have ended up making a great health care plan, frankly, with the Democrats, because they would have had no choice.
Trump never forgave him. He called McCain out for years, exposing his failures and weakness.
McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up, crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell.
Silly, like, how can you be pro fucking military and hear that shit? That's just crazy. Fucking nuts.
Do you agree with that? He's a war hero because he was captured, okay? You can have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but right now he said some very bad things about a lot of people.
McCain passed away in 2018, but Trump's movement only grew stronger while McCain's political dynasty faded away.
Mr. President, why are you attacking Senator Trump? I'm very unhappy that he didn't repeal and replace
Obamacare, as you know. He campaigned on repealing and replacing Obamacare for years. And then he got to a vote and he said thumbs down. And our country would have saved $1 trillion and we would have had great health care. So he campaigned. He told us hours before that he was going to repeal and replace. And then for some reason, I think I understand the reason, he ended up going thumbs up. And frankly, had we even known that, I think we would have gotten a vote because we could have gotten somebody else. So I think that's disgraceful. Plus, there are other things. I was never a fan of John McCain, and I never will be. Thanks.
Even though just a little bit earlier you just said you were a fan of it. You gave him millions of dollars. Not a lot, you know, but whatever. It's a good chunk of money.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
But not every Republican who clashed with Trump started as an enemy. Some, like Jeff Sessions, began as loyal allies only to become massive disappointments. Jeff Sessions, Trump's first attorney general and first big mistake. Jeff Sessions was one of Trump's earliest supporters, but he also became one of his biggest disappointments.
Mr. Sessions is a throwback to a shameful era, which I know both black and white Americans thought was in our past. It's inconceivable to me that a person of this attitude is qualified to be a U.S. attorney, let alone a United States federal judge.
When Sessions recused himself from the Russia investigation, he allowed the Mueller probe to spiral out of control.
I am disappointed in the Attorney General. He should not have recused himself almost immediately after he took office. And if he was going to recuse himself, he should have told me prior to taking office, and I would have quite simply picked somebody else. So I think that's a bad thing, not for the president, but for the presidency. I think it's unfair to the presidency, and that's the way I feel.
Trump was furious. He publicly trashed Sessions, mocked him for being weak, and eventually forced him out.
Harshly criticized former Attorney General Jeff Sessions for recusing himself from the investigation, even mocking his Southern accent.
The Attorney General says, I'm going to recuse myself. And I said, why the hell didn't he tell me that before I put him in? How do you recuse yourself?
Sessions was asked.
With AI, if you can think it, you can make it. But the same goes for cyber criminals. Now they can invade your online privacy 24/7. Norton VPN Ultimate. Advanced tech for advanced threats.
To resign November 7th, the day after last year's midterm elections. And
Sessions tried to win back his Senate seat in Alabama, but Trump endorsed his opponent. Sessions lost. Once again, betraying Trump means career over. Liz Cheney, the ultimate Trump hater who got wiped out. Liz Cheney wasn't just a critic. She made opposing Trump her entire personality.
Do you believe if Donald Trump were elected next year that he would try to stay in office beyond a second term? That he would never leave office?
There's no question.
You think he would try to stay in power forever?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, he's already done it once. And in fact, if you look at what he did in the run-up to January 6th in terms of his pressure on the vice president not to count legitimate electoral votes, his pressure on the Department of Justice, on state officials, and then refusing to send help when the Capitol was under attack, he's already attempted to seize power. And he was stopped, thankfully, and for the good of the nation and the republic. But he said he will do it again. He's expressed no remorse for what he did. A vote for Donald Trump may mean the last election that you ever get to vote in. And again, I don't say that lightly.
He said Christians, so you don't need to vote no more. You win this election, we're done with votes.
And it I think is heartbreaking that that's where we are, but people have to recognize that a vote for Donald Trump is a vote against the Constitution.
I was a Republican even before Donald Trump started spray tanning. So I'll tell you, in 1976, when I was 10 years old, and I was sealing envelopes for President Ford's re-election campaign, I cast my first vote ever in 1984 for Ronald Reagan. I served in the State Department in both Bush administrations, and I served in the United States House of Representatives for 3 terms, including as the 3rd highest ranking Republican in House leadership. So, in other words, I was a Republican even before Donald Trump started spray tanning.
She voted to impeach him. She joined Democrats in attacking MAGA. She thought she could be the leader of the new Republican Party.
They want to get the Arab American vote. They want to get the Muslim votes. So she picks Liz Cheney, whose father virtually destroyed the Middle East, right? I don't think it's working out too well. You know, it's interesting. If you give, Liz Cheney, she talks big, oh, I want war. She always wants war. Every time I was with her in the White House, we should attack this nation, that nation, nations that people never even heard of, we should attack. She's a big tough guy, she's a big tough one. She's a tough one. But if you gave Liz Cheney a gun and put her into battle facing the other side with guns pointing at her, she wouldn't have the courage or the strength or the stamina to even look the enemy in the eye. She wouldn't have. She sits back in Washington, oh, we ought to go and attack Iran, Iraq. We're going to attack everybody. That's why I broke up with her. All she wanted to do is go to war with everybody. Because she, like Kamala, is a stupid person. It's easy for her to say she wants to start wars from the comfort of her nice home.
But Trump endorsed her primary opponent, Harriet Hageman, and she got absolutely crushed.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. When the guns are trained on her.
She went from Republican royalty to a total outcast. And the best part, she still thinks she has a future in politics. Mike Pence, Trump's former VP who made the ultimate betrayal. Mike Pence was Trump's most loyal right-hand man until January 6th.
January 6th was a tragic day in the life of our nation. But thanks to the courage of law enforcement, the violence was quelled, and we reconvened the Congress the very same day to complete the work of the American people under the Constitution of the United States. As I've said many times, on that fateful day, President Trump's words were reckless. They endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol. But the American people deserve to know that on that day, President Trump also demanded that I choose between him and the Constitution. Now voters will be faced with the same choice. I chose the Constitution, and I always will. Irrespective of the indictment, I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution. But I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I mean, I really do believe that anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. And anyone who asks someone else to put themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States again.
When Pence refused to block the election certification, everything changed. Trump called him out, and MAGA turned on him instantly.
What's your reaction to Vice President Pence saying that you can't endorse?
Oh, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. We need patriots. We need strong people in our country. Our country's going downhill very fast, very rapidly. Millions of people coming across the border, coming from jails, from prisons, coming from mental institutions and insane asylums, terrorists. We need strong people in this country. We don't need weak people.
Pence tried to run for president in 2024, and it was a complete disaster. Trump didn't even have to take Pence down. The voters did it for him. But Pence wasn't the only one who bet against Trump and lost.
On this vote, the ayes are 232, the nays are 197. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
It has passed. The gavel has fallen. 232 yes votes for the impeachment of Donald John Trump. Just extraordinary. It has happened twice now to President Trump. Only president in American history to be impeached twice, just 7 days, less than 7 days now left in his term. We haven't heard much from the president today.